here's a story to tell. Oh, listen up, here's a story to tell. By Henry Resilient, ringing the streaming bell. Covering Power Rangers, drama, making waves. But there's a millionaire fan, Brent, with his own raves. Brent's got deep pockets, living the high life, but his fandom for ASJ causes some strife. Fans don't like him, they throw shade and they jeer, but Henry stays focused, making his own tier. Henry Resilient, streaming through the night. Covering Ranger drama, shining so bright. Brent's a millionaire, but the fans say nay. Henry's the star, leading the way. With every episode, every Power Ranger. With every episode, every Power Rangers view. Henry's on point, setting the mood. Brent might have money, but Henry's got heart. Streaming the drama, playing the parts. Fans may hate, critics may shout, but Henry Resilient, he knows what it's about. Covering the drama, telling the tale, streaming live, setting the scale. Henry Resilient, streaming through the night. Covering the drama, telling the tale, streaming live, setting the scales. Henry the drama, shining so bright. Brent's a millionaire, but the fans say nay. Henry's the star, leading the way. So here's the Henry, the streaming king, covering Power Rangers, doing his thing. Brent might be rich, but Henry's the champ, streaming the drama, making it snap. So here's to Henry, the streaming king, covering Power Rangers, doing his thing.
Yo, let's go.
Austin St. John, making moves in the game. Quotes on my shirt, setting hearts aflame. Henry Resilient, always in my way, but with Brent's support, we gon' seize the day. So here's to the journey, the highs and the lows. With Brent by my side, the world's our next show. Austin St. John, making history in the making. With quotes on my shirts, there's no mistaking. Haters gonna hate, that's the name of the tune. But I'm focused on my grind, under the moon. Brent the millionaire, he's got my back. Together we rise, never gonna lack. In the streams, trying to tarnish my name, but I'm staying true. Playing my own game, with positivity and hustle, I'll clear my name. Austin St. John, rising above the fame. Austin St. John, making moves in the game. Quotes on my shirt, setting hearts aflame. Henry Resilient, always in my way, but with Brent's support, we gon' seize the day.
Friends in the house, so let me tell you a tale. Live streams and dreams and a hero in a red scale. Henry and Austin, pulling at his heart. Two worlds collide and he's stuck in the park.
Brent, my friend, I've got something to say. We had good times, man, back in the day. Streaming Alleges, just having a ball. And now you're caught up in that Power Ranger call. Austin St. John, man, he's just a fraud. You need to see the truth, stop cheering the facade. Leave the past behind, join my crew. Together we can conquer, so much we can do.
Friends in the house, let me tell you a tale. Live streams and dreams and a hero in a red scale. Henry and Austin, pulling at his heart. Two worlds collide and he's stuck in the park.
Henry, my man, you know I've got love. But Austin's my hero, my guiding star above. Red Ranger for life, it's more than a phase. Stood by him through the highs and the blades. I respect your grind, the strings are tight, but Austin's my beacon, my guiding light. Can't abandon my hero, can't leave him alone, but our friendship's solid like steel and stone. Brent's in the house, let me tell you a tale about streams and dreams and a hero in a red scale. Henry and Austin
pulling at his heart.
Two worlds collide and he's stuck in the pond. Henry and Brent walking the line between streams and dreams. Yeah, we'll be fine. Different paths, but respect's what we show. Together we rise, together we grow. Austin and Henry both got a place in the heart of Brent. It's a shared space.
Yo, Alter Joe. Yo, it's Henry Resilient. I'm here to spill the tea. Streaming all the drama, got eyes on the scene. Exposed to the truth, yeah, I'm calling them out. Power Ranger secrets, no shadow of a doubt. Karen Ashley, she played the Yellow Ranger, raised cash for her movies, and now she's a stranger. Eddie Global funds, straight up disappeared. Says left hanging, dreams interfered. Walter Josie was Zach on the street, stole money from a fan, man, that's just a scene. Off the St. John, Red Ranger in the flame. PDP loans took the cash and rental.
Henry Brazilian, I'm shining the light. Streaming the drama, I'm ready to fight. Power Ranger secrets, I'm bringing the heat. Exposing the lies, can't handle defeat.
My eyes wide. If they mess up, there's nowhere to hide. Karen Walter Austin's all in the mix, but I'm resilient, steady catching these tricks. From Penny Goldsteins to PPP lies, I'm the truth teller. I'm covering the disguise. Science deserve better, they deserve the facts. And Henry Brazilian got the backs. I'm on the grind every day, every night, streaming the truth, keeping it tight. Rangers in the blog, they better beware. Henry's on the case, justice in the air.
Henry Brazilian, I'm shining the light. Streaming the
Mama, I'm ready to fight. Power Rangers, I'm bringing the heat. Let's go. It's one to remember.
From the Morphing claim to the real life standing on the truth. Kevin took the funds, Walter took the cash. Owns all in a flash.
Man, y'all don't know.
My name exposed in the
I don't think y'all know.
Power Rangers legacy, I'm holding it tight. For the fans out there, I'm bringing the light.
You're resilient, I'm shining the light. And the drama, I'm ready to fight. Power Rangers, I'm
bringing the heat.
Yo. All right. Let's get to it. I gather you here today so we can black pill the people who don't know, to initiate the uninitiated. Not in the cult, okay? We're not doing that today. But if you want to join, you join through Discord. Links in the description. But we are here today, not because I wanted to, not because I wanted to be here, not because I didn't miss you guys, not because I don't want to see you guys, but this just was not in the plans. But somebody was calling me out. They was calling me out. They saying I'm lying. They cutting videos and shit on me. They put me in the video. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, this is not the first time I've been in the video. Probably won't be the last time. But I'm like, all right. Okay, people like, you got to respond. I'm like, okay, I watched the video. It's a good video. It's poorly researched, but the production is high, so the views is there. And you have to discern between fact and opinion. I run a fact-based show. I base my opinions off the facts that I present. And facts come in the form of first-person testimony. I get it from the horse's mouth. The horse's mouth. And most of the time, the horse is Austin St. John, a.k.a. Jason Lawrence Geiger, for people who know. But this guy, he didn't. He didn't do it. He didn't do that. Now, I reached out to him. I said, hey, come on the show. He agreed at first. And I said, hey, just a heads up. You're going to have to defend these lies and slander, because the only person getting slandered in this video clearly is me. But, it's not the first time I've been slandered. I've been slandered by, much bigger content creators. No slight to him. But, it just is what it is. So for those who don't know who I am, if you like, well, who is this Henry guy and why should I care? Well, I guess I'm kind of a big deal now. I never sought out to be a big deal. I just sought out to make content. I just wanted to make content to, make people laugh, educate people on divorce, all that type of good stuff. But along the way, I had to find my list. Along the way, we're definitely going to show this picture. Let's open it. Let's do it. Look, never forget, guys. Never forget. Never meet your heroes too. Sometimes it can be a waste of money. But I am here. I'm trying to find my long list of titles that have been blessed upon me. But I've been doing. There we go. I found him. So, thank you guys for being here with the hate monger, the racist. I'm not black. Hold on, let me. He
ain't nobody.
The person who's not anybody. Awful, trash YouTube magazine guy, the narcissist, the cult leader, the hater in the chat. Guys, we
got a hater in the chat.
The hater in the chat. Stingy. The bully. Not a good person. These are all the titles I've been granted to me for doing one thing and one thing only. Telling the truth. And not just telling any truth. What I do?
Tell the whole truth all the time.
All the time. And what I ultimately do, this channel is about, is holding people accountable. Specifically, most importantly, sometimes Power Rangers. I got to hold them accountable. Because if I don't, you bet your bottom dollar none of these other Power Ranger content creators will do it, with the exception of a couple. With the exception of a couple. So I'm in a unique position to give you what's being said on Ranger Board, to give you court documents, to give you their testimony, to give you when people want to make Hitler shirts and make fun of gay people. I'm here to give you that because other content creators won't do it. They won't mention it. They'll gloss over it. They say, oh, it's drama, it's controversy, you're spreading hate. I'm not spreading hate, I'm spreading awareness. And that's what I've been doing, spreading awareness about some of you guys' favorite Power Ranger actors. Now you have to remember, they play a character on TV, but in real life, a lot of them are nowhere near like the character that they embody on TV. But some people have a hard time separating. They can't separate the character from the actor. So they develop this parasocial relationship where they just locked in. And they're like, oh, this guy could do no wrong. I met him. He was really nice. Yeah, you did. Was cameras on him? Was you paying him? Don't you think that may impact it? Did you see him at a bar with no cameras around? Did you do anything like that? The answer is unequivocally
Get your money.
no. So anyway, with that out the way, we are here to indoctrinate everyone who is disenfranchised with Austin St. John, who may not know. And you can't blame them for not knowing. And today, I know you like the title. I know y'all like the title. Everybody hates Austin St. John. Well, not me. Not me. I gave him $50. I took a picture with him. Ranger Stop 2023. I was there. He said he liked my shirt. I said, hey, you were part of my childhood. Fist bumped. Walked away. Now, since ASJ don't know who I am, maybe he think, we all look alike and shit,
Look at my African American over here.
That's probably what he thought. He's like, oh man, nice shirt. Hey man, thanks for being there for my childhood. Boom. Now he don't know I've been kicking his goddamn back end with court docs, with facts, with outtakes of all the shit he's been saying. So without further ado, let me acknowledge.
Acknowledge me.
Let me acknowledge the people who support the content, the people who enjoy, the people who invest, the people who help out, when I'm in need. All right. And if I appreciate those who donate, but if you don't donate, you got to do one thing. Someone's like, yo, how can I help you out? I was like, when you're watching me live, just do one thing, guys. You on the phone, you turn it sideways, click the like button. Because I want this stream to be seen by as many people as possible. I'm going to try to curb my profanity usage because we want this monetized for the future. Because what I'm doing is documenting history where people try to erase history. I'm here to document it. I'm like, back in the Egyptian time with the hammer, like chiseling in, like Hitler had great one-liners. Austin St. John. All right. Anyway. I'm sorry my mic is clipping. My computer's been on for probably like 3 weeks straight. I wanted to reset it, but I got some stuff up that I just can't do it. But we will get through it. And for a lot of people, it's going to be review. But for the uninitiated, we got some new stuff. We got more proof that JDF never agreed to strike, which is the biggest lie ever told by JDF and Walter Jones. And we're about to get to a whole lot. We're going to start off reviewing the video. Slandering me, saying I lied. But if you watch the video, you're like, well, he never points out where I lied or slandered JDF. But anyway, let's get to it. Shout out to my girl, Jersey Meg out
Love
here.
of my life.
Saying ASJ is having a mighty morphin meltdown. Yeah, we got to get into it. Because I put this whole JDF Austin St. John beef in the timeline. You know me. If you've been here for the JDF investigations, I love a good timeline. Because the timeline, you see things clearly. So when people say the beef is going, I'm like, well, what date did it end? Because literally months before JDF passed, Austin St. John was saying JDF stabbed him in the back live. So when did it end? And even after death, Austin St. John was calling him a jerk. Not to mention what his agent did, what his agent said that he stood by. Oh, well, I don't know. I don't like this negativity. He ain't fired a guy. He could look. People try to perpetuate that me and Francis are keeping the beef going. And guys, I've never told you not to like ASJ, but after seeing some things, you probably just like, I don't mess with the guy. And that's fine. That's fine. So without further ado, shout out to Jersey Meg. I appreciate you. Go. I think she got like a Spotify channel. She make music out there. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my guy, Shooter Torres. Thank you for your services. What does he say? My altar and candles are ready. Yes. Yes. Hugs to Laura.
Love of my life.
Hugs to everyone. Much love, Henry. Much love to you too, Laura. Hope you're doing good. What's my guy Dust says? Dust out here. Everyone like the stream. Everyone drink your Kool-Aid. Yes. Drink the Kool-Aid. Drink it. It tastes good. It's good for you. It'll lower your cholesterol. It'll, if you're a man, it'll make you grow a little bit. If you're a woman, it'll make you, you know what I'm saying? It'll make all your dreams come true. Drink the Kool-Aid, guys. What does just say again? Join the Brilliant Army and drink the Kool-Aid. Yes. And shout out to my man, Dan Lewis, who says, it's always funny to hear the drama surrounding Ranger Stop and Morphicon. Oh, you're talking about the latest video. Yes. And got his div dropping memberships. Hold on. I think my chat did messed up. Hold on. We got his divs. Welcome to the Clips Army. My chat didn't skip some people. You know me. We acknowledge.
Acknowledge me.
I got to go back through the chat. I see got his div drop some memberships. I know I saw some more people. Where we at? David Lewis. Got David Lewis. Just want to make sure I get everybody in there. I saw Dust drop 5 memberships in there. I'm saying I see you, Dust.
I got money.
I saw David Lewis said, so when is Austin St. John going to jail or prison? That's the $1 million question. I checked his court docket today. It hasn't been updated. It's still basically his guilty plea in the United States government accepting that ninja guilty. Because we all know that nigga is guilty. He did that shit. I'm sorry. I got to stop cursing. I got to stop cursing. Got to. Oh man. Now look, guys. Look, I have so much I have so much content. I have to try to condense literally a year and a half of me covering Austin St. John, all the things that he said, all the things that he did, in roughly hour and a half. And we still got some jokes we got to get to, you know what I'm saying? Because I want to keep it light and funny, you know what I'm saying? I want to keep it interesting. Because that's what I'm all about. That's what I'm all about. Now, there are some clips I'm looking for. Hey, please no all caps. Please no all caps. We see you, brother. We see you. You don't have to type all caps in the chat. All right. Here's the thing. There are some clips I can't find, or I didn't have time to find because I wasn't prepped. Now, people who know, they probably know where these clips are. Okay. Austin St. John said that JDF auditioned for the Red Ranger role. And shortly after, JDF said, no, I didn't. I never auditioned for the Red Ranger role. Red Ranger was already casted. So, I believe it's a Coliseum interview. But look, guys, when I say I have a whole timeline of stuff I got to cover. And I want to start off with something funny. I ain't starting with nothing heavy real quick. We got to start with my man, Shannon Sharpe. If you don't know, it's so much going on out here in these streets. I love you guys. Don't ever let anyone say I don't. Okay. Don't ever let anyone say I don't. Okay. You guys don't. I think people close know. They know. So, sub everybody. Like the stream, but we gonna go and shout out to my girl Zoe.
Love of my life.
Weekly offering for our fearless leaders battle. Oh my God, the baby mama terrorist. You want to hear a story? So I'm prepared to put my daughter in Taekwondo. She was supposed to start Taekwondo this week, but she was sick. If you know, I was off work. I was with her or whatever. So this is a true story. I say, hey, I reach out to her mom. I'm like, hey, can you take our daughter to Taekwondo Monday or Tuesday? She responded like, sure, no problem. I don't know which day yet, but it'll be Monday or Tuesday. I'm like, okay, cool. I need to be there so I could, sign her up because I'm paying for this shit. It's all on me. All right. Now when she signed her up, she's like, can you give me half? And I just be like, nope, take it out the child support. So I'm like, I'm happy that she's like, yeah, I'm gonna take her up there. And then literally 5 minutes later, she like, can we push it back to the 30th? I'm like, oh my God. Oh my God. No, we're not pushing it back to the 30th. I'll start her on the 23rd when she's in my custody. But she needs to adjust to this program that she's in one day a month. And I'm like, I sometimes I just can't. But yeah, thank you for your contributions to the Baby Mama Terrorist Fund. It is greatly appreciated as I'm waiting on my new legal bill today. But anyway, let's laugh, guys. Let's get to some laughs. Let's laugh a little, you know what I'm saying? So Shannon Sharpe, you may know, he was out here clapping some cheeks. We all get some cheeks. Yeah, I'm sure some women ain't got if you got a child, you got your cheeks clapped. Okay? Rawski. You know what I'm saying? You got your cheeks clapped raw. You know what I'm saying? And don't be shy. Don't be shy.
Giving that pink punani.
Anyway, let's hear let's hear Shannon Sharpe give this woman his best strokes, okay? Oh, I don't think you heard him. I don't think you heard him. He said, put that D in. Let me make sure it's turned up for y'all ninjas. You know what I'm saying? y'all didn't hear. So when he put it in, she like, this is real, guys. This is very real. This is not fake. Ooh, right there.
There you go, baby. That's my Michelle.
That's his Michelle. That's his Michelle, guys. That's his Michelle. That's his Michelle. God, that's his Michelle. You ain't here. We ain't talking about Michelle Obama, or are we?
There you go, baby. That's my Michelle.
What did he say?
Oh my God. What? This the ratter. He I think he finishing up. It's coming down. Why is he growling like that though? Like, bro, talk about a whole demon, man. Jesus. Now we can get to his response, but Jesus, Shannon, Unc, what you doing, man? Oh God. Parasocialness, bad, ashamed. Keep up the hard work. Thank you, Blue Baron. Thank you, man. Thank you.
Henry, thank you so much.
Let's go back. Let's go back. We're gonna run it back one more time. Then we can run this apology, you know what I'm saying? Hold on, we gotta get to the part where you say put that D in, you know what I'm saying? Look, put a 1 in the chat if you be saying put that D in. Like put that D in you. Now I am a put that D in you type of person. I'm like, no, put it in. You know, that's also a way to, like, you know, if they ever crowd foul play on me, I'm like, she put it in. She put it in. Ask her about it.
There you go, baby. That's my Michelle.
What the hell? Oh man. Oh, he coming down. I gave her that. All right, that is Unc, man. Now, what the hell is going on? Chad booted Harris for flaming ASJ. Horrible mod. Chad, come boot me too, you keyboard warrior lamer. What the hell is going on, man? Please tell me we ain't booting people for for flaming ASJ. Oh man. Okay, man. All right, please tell me. Please tell me ain't the case. I hope that ain't the case. I'm sure we'll hear about it. But I did get a message, and dude, it was like, he literally messaged me like, "Hey, I was cooking ASJ and chat banned me." All I said was ASJ is the type to pee while sitting. What the hell? Come on, man. Come on. Oh man. All right, guys. Anyway. All right. Let's hear Unk's apology. Yeah, I'm saying let's hear it. I gotta find it. I wasn't prepped, man. I wasn't prepped. Now, here's the thing. Shannon Sharpe. I gotta find it. Give me a second. Oh man. Give me a second. It's so many people out here responding to it. I gotta find it. Let me go to my guy Fearbook. I'm sorry, guys. This is what happens when you're not prepared. If you're gonna stream, don't be like me. Don't be like me. Be better. All right, give me a second. Fearbuck, he posts like five posts a minute. I'm sure he got it because I seen it. I didn't get a chance to like it. Yeah, I'm saying I didn't get a chance to save it. All right. I got a couple. Give me a second. All right. Now, when this ish happened, the first thing Shannon Sharpe did, he pulled I was hacked. I was hacked. He was like, I was hacked, man. What the hell's going on? I was hacked. And I'm like, I don't know what's going on. But anyway, let's hear him out
today. Obviously, I'm embarrassed. Someone that is extremely private, and to have one of your most intimate details, the audio heard for the entire world to hear. I'm embarrassed for a number of reasons. People count on Shannon, Shay Shay Media, Club Shay Shay Nightcap, ESPN. There are a lot of people that count on Shannon at all times. Even when I'm behind closed doors, I still try to remain a level of, even when I'm behind closed doors, I still try to.
Now, the crazy thing about this is he was just chastising Ocho Cinco for being unprofessional. And then the next day, this tape come out. Now, he was like, I was hacked. And then it turns out he wasn't hacked. That ninja, he or she hit the Instagram at least 3 times. You got to hit it 3 times to go live.
To remain a level of professional, although I'm in the privacy of my own home. And I'm very disappointed in myself. Not for the act. I think there are millions and billions of people of consenting age that engage in activities. But to have your most intimate detail on the audio to be heard, I'm disappointed in myself. I let them call them. I called my sister. My friends reached out. But guys, this was not staged. Came in, I threw my phone. Staged. Came in, I threw my phone on the bed. Engaged in an activity. I did not know IG Live. I've never been on IG Live. I've never turned IG Live on. So I don't know how it works. And so
now he may have never went IG Live, but that ninja, he know about IG, yeah, I'm saying.
All of a sudden, my other phone is going off and people are calling me FaceTime that I've never talked to a day in my life on FaceTime. And it didn't, I'm like, why are y'all calling me FaceTime? And
here you are exactly right. I think she did that to mark her territory. I said this yesterday in voice chat. She went live on his phone to say, hey, I'm Michelle. So if he go to smash someone who not Michelle, they're going to be like, oh, well, you ain't Michelle. You know what I'm saying? So, that's just what it is. That's just what it is.
After a while, Jamie, and he says, Shannon, you on IG Live. I'm like, doing what? I'm like, what am I on IG Live for? I ain't hitting no IG Live button. He says, on IG Live for? I ain't hitting no IG Live button. He says, they can hear. I'm like, so now, Ocho, I say ask for patience. He said they can hear. And now I'm starting to get agitated again because you called me and say I'm on IG Live when I know I didn't click myself on IG Live. And he said they can hear me. I said, hear me doing what? Said, it sounds like you were having sex. Man, my heart sank. It dropped.
So, what do you guys think? Do you think it was an accident? Now, here is now Chad Ocho, he about to rate his stroke, but do you think it was an accident? Do you think it was staged? Because during their live stream, he was like, "Hey, at least you ain't gay." Yeah, I'm saying, like, we happy it was Michelle and not Michael. He like, bro, like,
hey yo, what the fuck?
Because there's a lot of rumors going around. Now, here's the thing, right? You know, I talked to my gay homie at work about it. He like, that could just mean he's bi. He like, I don't know. He was like, sometimes where there's rumors, there's some truth to that shit.
To bungee jump in like that and be able to say some of the things that you were saying, you know, is it?
What was I saying, Ocho? Ocho, what was I saying? I ain't hear it.
You was like, you gonna take this dick. Now I'm just saying, I ain't never heard you talk like that. I ain't never heard you talk like that. Now, what we do got to work on is ain't nothing wrong with your hips, you know, but we got to work on your cardio. Because you was breathing heavy. You shouldn't be breathing that heavy. You shouldn't be breathing that heavy. So we got to work on your cardio. So
Ocho,
when you lift,
I mean, he was like
weights, we got to get you on the cart. Hit the
Ocho,
treadmill first.
Ocho,
do the step,
real talk,
do the
Ocho, your boy. Hey, Ocho.
To bungee jump
all right,
in.
now, what do you guys think about Shannon Sharpe clapping cheeks live, getting called out by his former castmate? Now, look, there's been so many people calling him out, but I can't spend too much time on this because we got shit to talk about. Now let's get into it. Let's get into this guy's video. Do me a favor, like the stream. Please stop trolling the mods, man. Oh my God, man. I wanna have a good stream. Shit. I do. Oh man. I don't know what be going on in chat. Guys, I don't read chat. I'm sorry. If you think I'm reading it, I ain't reading that shit. That's what I got the mods for. Got the mods there. They're doing the Lord's work. They're keeping, I guess, the chat flowing. I would say this, man. When it comes to my chat, same with Discord. I don't care. Be funny. Be funny. Be funny. Now, don't try to be funny at, you know, the moderator's expense or whatever. Because that's probably a surefire way to get you banned, get you timed out, get you some type of action. But if you funny, you should let that shit rock. You want to troll ASJ, troll that ninja. If you want to troll me, troll me. I don't care. Okay, I don't care. Look, ninjas are saying people is lying. People is bullying me. Even my moderators is bullying me.
Why you bullying me?
They lying to y'all saying this is pre-recorded. Henry is not live. He's the other man in the other room growling at Michelle. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Stop the cap.
Anywho, man. Look, this is what I deal with. I love a good joke. I love a good, you want to troll me? Troll me. Fine. I don't think my mom's gonna time me off for trolling me and shit. Well, they shouldn't. I hope not. But anywho. Troll my ass. You want to make fun of my hairline? Make fun of it. I really don't care. I don't care. But I know some people, they protect me. They love my ass. They be like, nah. They ain't letting that shit ride. Like O-Dog when they killed Harold at the light. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't letting that shit ride. Yeah. Anyway. We have to get through it. So, you know, be mindful. You know, the mods doing their job. All right. So let's get to this. The mighty hold on, this is getting clipped 100%. 100,000%. What are we gonna call this? Poorly researched video. No, hit piece. There we go. That is my take on it. And I'm not just going to call it a poorly researched hit piece. I'm going to prove to you guys by the end of this live stream why this is a poorly researched hit piece. Now, I was in the comments as Henry Resilient on my main channel. Had to let them know it's real. Now, I am Oh man, I am aware that some people have made comments on here. Their comments have been deleted. I'm aware that this guy may not know everything that there is to know about Austin St. John and JDF's history, or maybe he do and he willfully omitted it to make for a better video. I don't know. I was really hoping he would come on, and I'm gonna still shoot him the link when it's time to cut on. But as far as the email I sent him, he hasn't responded, so I don't think he's going to come on. So with that out the way, let's get into his video. Nope, no response. So let's get into his video and see what it's about. Hopefully you probably have already seen it. I know a lot of people have been watching it. They've been tagging me like, oh, go watch that shit. And I'm like, all right, man. All right, I'm gonna watch it.
The beef between Austin St. John and Jason David Frank is truly a big fascination in the fandom. But did they really hate each other?
No, we're fine. So long as we never, ever talk.
The answer to that question, the hate may have been one-sided. Okay, but let's keep going.
This seems to continuously come up in the fandom, even after Jason David Frank's death in 2022. For some people, slandering Austin St. John seems to be their way of honoring JDF's death. And throughout 2024, Austin St. John definitely had a lot of controversies and issues, and all the supporters for Jason David Frank seem to really have gone at him hard and enjoyed trying to tear him apart.
Now, here's the thing, right? When he mentions controversies and issues, I mean, why not? Why not go into some of them? And the thing is, if you bring up someone's controversies, are you necessarily tearing them apart or just saying, hey, this happened in real life? I'm not lying. This happened. He said this. He did this. But when you are, when you're trying to paint a narrative, maybe you're not going to go into those controversies.
And all the supporters for Jason David Frank seem to really have gone at him hard and enjoyed trying to tear him apart. But I would like to pump the brakes and speculate a little more about the origins of this beef and maybe what sort of developed to make this occur. Austin St. John was cast as the...
Now, I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt this a lot, guys. The origins of the beef. Hawkalees is in the chat. Oh man, Hawkalees, I got to talk to you, brother. You featured in the next interview. The origin of the beef, if you guys don't know, and this guy, he should know it started day one. You like, Henry, no, it didn't start day one. And I'm like, look, I know this stuff like the back of my hand. I've been covering it for so long. So long. When I tell you it started day one, take me as telling the truth. And if you don't believe me, I'm telling the truth. Then here, let's play the clip. Let's hear it from the horse's mouth.
People, my fans, want to see me fight him. They'd be like, oh, yeah, that'd be awesome, dude. That'd be the biggest fight. Like, I mean, people at my karate school and just tons of people. He challenged a 36-year-old guy who's an Olympic kickboxer. I'm 36, so people are like, oh, you're mean. He's old. It's like, look, he's 49. He's the one that said he wants to fight. Herschel Walker's 47. And he got a strike force deal. Mm-hmm. So age is not the issue. If he wants to do it, let him do it. Thinking, cool. If he wants to fight.
Hold on. Because when I say the issue started from day one, people think they out the gate right here. Let's go back right here. Where he calls a lot of people fake. Now JDF is snapping.
I just didn't want to be around them, so I'm like, I don't want to be here. I just want to leave. Because Hollywood's so fake, full of people. All you need is fake people, and that's why I'm saying Austin's fake. When I first started Power Rangers, honestly, okay, his name was. That's his real name.
He said his name was Jason Lawrence Geiger. That's his real name. Now watch what happens. So the beef starts day one.
His name's not Austin St. John. That's a stage name. So when I came, I was real nice. Hey, nice to meet you. And, and Jason Narvey was on the show who played Skull. Yeah. And his name was, so his name was already on the door. Then it said Jason Narvey on his door. Well, here comes Jason Frank. First time I met him, I went to shake his hand. He went in his room and slammed the door, then changed his sign to Austin St. John. And I was like, nice to meet you too.
Now, you see that? Hey, beef started day one. Hey, first time I met him, he wouldn't he shook my hand, went in the room, slammed the door, changed his name. So this guy he's going to play a clip of this. Why not put this in there? But let's hear his opinion. Let's hear his opinion. Because look, what frustrates me about this video is if I have a clip saying something, I'm going to play the clip. You know why? Because it gives me a boost in credibility. I'm not going to say, well, I think what's going on is this. I'm going to say, hey, the beef started because JDF was on the set. Austin St. John, whose name was Jason Lawrence Geiger, was like, damn, the third Jason, I'm going to change my name. I don't like this new guy. Let's keep it going. But let's keep it going.
Original Red Ranger in 1992 for Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. He had no acting experience and was very young.
I was young. I was a teenager with attitude. I was definitely typecast. With that came a little bit of immaturity, being 17, 18. And I definitely was responsible for some, well, I had a good time. I might have annoyed the hell out of some older, more mature people, like the director, the producer, director of photography, and maybe some of the more mature actors.
Well, I mean, I was in high school when the show happened, so...
Really?
So I actually dropped out of high school, took the show.
And then we started filming. I walk on to...
Now, it's interesting that he used this clip, which means he watched the whole video, but he never puts the clip of whatchamacallit. Packer, man, you know, be cool, brother, be cool.
I'm 18. I was not an actor. I was a martial artist, and I was a teenager with attitude, which is what they were casting for. So when I walked onto set, the only thing I knew was martial arts.
Austin was literally a teenager, a martial artist surrounded by actors, admitting that Walter had to show him literally where to stand and how to face the camera during scenes. If you've ever been in a situation where you're the outcast, it's really easy to overcompensate and try to prove that you're good at something else so that you don't look so stupid or bad to the people around you. Being next to Amy Jo Johnson had to be very intimidating, considering she studied at 2 different schools for acting before being on Power Rangers.
Now, here is where he inserts his opinion. He says, being around Amy Jo Johnson had to be intimidating. So now he is inferring that Austin St. John was intimidated by working with Amy Jo Johnson because of where she came from. Now, what's better would be if Austin St. John said he was intimidated. Now, no way in hell is Austin St. John going to admit or even say he was intimidated working with anyone. So this is where I'm already like, bro, come on. All right. But, you know, hey, this is his opinion, right? Let's keep going.
And I'm sure it was very difficult for Amy as well. I mean, think about it. She has gone through college studying acting. Now she has this high school dropout who's a teenager, a little, you know, in her eyes, probably a little kid, and he doesn't even know what blocking is. As can be imagined, they are filming a month with the original 5 cast members. Austin St. John is not a great actor, but he's the martial arts guy on a show heavily focused on martial arts. So he at least has that going for him. And so he's telling these big flamboyant stories, exaggerating things, you know, and these are the type of things that Jason David Frank has brought up many, many times in the interviews over the years. But for Austin St. John, this is where he's comfortable. This is where his confidence is.
Whoa. How do you know this is where Austin St. John is comfortable? How do you know this is where his confidence is? I'm just like... It's very great, right? It's very great. And, you know, JDF was there from the beginning, but, you know, because he taught Twee. So when they're filming, guess what? Guess who's there? JDF. But, you know, this guy didn't research that. He didn't research it. I don't think he watched the Coliseum interviews.
And they don't know the difference, so he can kind of be a little outlandish with his stories, and it works because everybody has their role. You know, you have the valley girl, you have the nerd, the dancer, the female martial artist, and the male martial artist. Then we bring in the newest actor who fills the role that we all were hoping we would get, which was the male martial artist.
It's not the same. It is the same.
So now there's 2 of them. And testosterone levels alone, who's the better martial artist, I'm sure was a discussion all the time, and probably from cast members and crew members, who's better, who knows more. JDF was new to acting, but he had done modeling in the 80s a little bit when he was 12 years old for this company called Olive Pit Productions. So Jason David Frank maybe had a little more confidence being in front of a camera.
Look, how do you know if JDF had more confidence or not, man? It's like, this is, I mean, I don't know. I don't know how you guys feel about it, man. Hey, look, man, it is what it is. And shout out to my man, Matt Fisher, who says, this, I don't know what that means, dude. I don't know what that means. I'm just saying, look, how do you say, hey, JDF had more confidence? How? Based on what? Your opinion? I'm like, source. Trust me, bro.
More than Austin St. John did. If that is true, would have probably made Austin St. John feel even more vulnerable than he was before. And
what? Austin St. John feeling vulnerable on set? Are you serious? Oh my God. Where's the source, my guy?
On the flip side, Jason David Frank probably felt a little bit out of place at first, being on set with a group of people.
Jason David Frank is feeling out of place now? Oh my God, man. Like, you guys got to be like, okay, where's the source, bro?
Who already had been together for a month, and now he's probably a bit intimidated and trying to fit in and figure out how things go. I know there's been stories about him trying to learn how to do theatrical martial arts versus just his normal martial arts, and that was something that took him a little bit of time to figure out. And when you listen to interviews with Jason David Frank, he brings up calling Austin St. John out on his exaggerated stories right there on set in front of people.
Exactly, guys. Exactly. There was the story where he said he beat 3 people up on the way to set, and the cops recognized him and asked him for autographs, and the show wasn't even out yet. He's like, oh, but we knew we were filming.
18 hours a day with the guy who tells me he breaks center blocks straight through, and he's killed a guy in a ring before, and he's so dangerous in the ring, and you know, I'm a martial artist, and being a martial artist, you're not supposed to talk like that, so he'd get me riled up, so my blood would boil every time.
I do a lot of brick breaking, so I was talking to these guys about breaking bricks. I'm like really excited about this, and he's like,
now, here's the thing, right? If you say you're a martial artist and I'm a martial artist and I know you're breaking code, you ever heard of stolen valor? I know my military ninjas in the chat know about stolen valor, where people perpetuate like they were in the service and they wasn't. So what JDF is getting riled up about is Austin St. John perpetuating that he's a martial artist and there's no concrete proof of it. In fact, right? In fact, he would have conversations with ASJ and basically you test him, right? You're like, how would you test him? How would you test him if he was a martial artist? Here we go. I'm about to play it right here. Here's the clip.
Oh, I just know that when you're a black belt and you call them degrees. I don't know if you guys know, but I'm a 1st degree black belt. I'm a 2nd degree black belt. And if you're really educated into the martial arts, then you'll know that's what you say. So when I first met Austin, he's like, I'm a 2-stripe black belt. And I just kind of, all his credentials went out the window for me. You just don't say stuff. If you're a real black belt like that, you just don't say. But anyway, needless to know.
You see like, oh, wait, hey, bro. What is a 2-stripe black belt? What is that?
I just know.
Now, I think I know because my daughter with the whole Taekwondo stuff, you know, after like a week or something, or after 3 classes, she gets a stripe on her white belt. And then after another week, she gets a stripe. And then after she gets 3 stripes, she gets promoted to yellow belt, you know, things like that. So 2-stripe black belt, maybe he was just trying to use the lingo.
That when you're a black belt and you call them degrees. I don't know if you guys know, but I'm a 1st degree black belt. I'm a 2nd degree black belt. And if you're really educated into the martial arts, then you'll know that's what you say. So when I first met Austin, he's like, I'm a 2-stripe black belt. And I just kind of, all his credentials went out the window for me. You just don't say stuff. If you're a real black belt like that, you just don't say. But anyway.
You see, but anyway, and you know, the answer 06 is how you tie your belt. Yeah, how you tie your belt is important. I mean, I learned it just from my daughter, guys. I'm not no martial artist. I never proclaimed to be. I don't know that ish. But let's keep going to the cinder block video.
Like, yeah, I'd break 2 or 3 center blocks like this, and there's this an impossible way. So I'm like, okay, I just let it go. Ian, who was one of my stunt doubles, Ian was the Green Ranger. If you ever get a hold of Ian, he'll tell you how Austin was. He called him out on it and said, hey, I got 2 bricks right now. Here, break them like that. And he's like, oh, no. You know, just always, I guess, when you're telling a story, he's always the one to butt in to top your story. And it was just like so annoying. Everyone from the set, you know what, maybe never had enough cojones to tell him how I feel. Because everyone complained to me about Austin. Oh, he's this, he's that. But when he was there, oh, no one said nothing.
A lot of people in the fandom, I think, immediately jumped to, well, Austin St. John deserved it. He wasn't telling the truth, so screw him. Like, good for him for calling him out. But the details of the story, for me personally, they do hit a little differently. When I was in high school...
Now, look, I know he's about to tell a story, right? And I want to preface this with, look, there is a difference between someone calling someone out for lying and a difference between someone calling someone out for making grammatical errors. It's 2 different things. Grammar, hey, you don't know. Lying is intentional.
Around the same age as these guys were, There was a close friend of mine, and one day, our senior year, a switch just flipped on him for some reason. Every single time I talked at lunch or we were all out doing something, he would bring up any grammar mistake I made. He would say, oh, you misused that word, or you mispronounced this word, or you didn't do this right, or you didn't say this right. Everything I said, he tried to make me look like an idiot in front of people. Didn't understand what it was coming from. I even confronted him about it privately and said, you know, what did I say something to upset you? Did I offend you? And he just denied.
No, I'm not doing anything. I'm not saying anything bad about you. What are you talking about?
Even though I had everybody in this friend group saying like, oh man, he was saying the meanest stuff about you the other day. That experience was horrific. So when I hear interviews of Jason David Frakes saying like, yeah, I called him out, and everybody's like cheering that, yeah, good for you for pointing out all the things he said that weren't true, I don't applaud it because I know what it's like to have someone like really coming after you.
Look, bro, like I said, coming after you for grammar, sure, that's petty. But coming after someone for lying, that's a completely different story. Now you can say, well, he's trying to tear him down. So if I come out here, guys, yeah, boy, and I lie, I say a bald-faced lie. Okay, I'm lying. I say, my neighbor's house was on fire in the middle of the night. I ran in, saved her husband, saved her 2 cats, saved her 1 dog, and then I put the fire out. Okay, you're going to be like, Henry, come on, man. You did all that? Yeah, man, I did that shit. Who are you to tell me I not? Was you there? Was you there? You there? They're going to be like, hey, ain't the fire station, like if someone know where I live, they're going to be like, ain't the fire station like a block or 2 away from your house? Yeah, they had a slow response time that night. You know what I'm saying? So it was me. Now, you would be well within your right to call BS on my story because it's so outlandish. I wouldn't say, hey, you're bullying me. You're trying to tear me down. You're like, bro, that story is way too unbelievable. And Austin St. John has told some whoppers in his time. And we're going to cover the whoppers that he's told that people have called him out on. So, you know, that's just what it is. And shout out to Cayenne Pepper, who says he keeps bringing up ASJ age as an excuse for being a habitual liar. They were all young. JDF wasn't a decade older than Geiger. Now, here's the thing about the age. I'm happy you brought up the whole, he was young. He told these stories when he got back. He's told these stories when he got back. So look, here's the thing. You're like, okay, all right, let's give him a pass when he was 18. But Ninja, don't come back when you're 28, 30 and start lying and lying more to, you know, tell these crazy stories. We'll get to him. We'll get to he beat up the 3 brown guys and they tried to sue him. Like, what the fuck? Anyway, shout out to Blake, who says we need to get JDF stunt double interview. Here's the thing. When I reached out to Haim, he wanted $75 for interview, but Haim also does Ranger Stop. So with him doing Ranger Stop, he probably ain't gonna give you the juice like you want. I watched the interview. It was mostly fluff, no juice. So I don't think he's gonna dish dirt on ASJ because he still wants to come to cons. You see how it works? That's how fickle this Power Ranger industry is, because if you keep it real with somebody, they're going to be like, all right, we can't have this guy around.
Especially when it's someone who came onto the show late and now is embarrassing you in front of everybody. But the general environment they were in didn't help the chemistry either. This was new. I mean, they did not have other seasons of Power Rangers to watch and know what was going on. So, you know, JDF would bring up stuff like, oh, Austin St. John would get upset when Tommy would say, it's morphin' time. He'd go, that's my line. Like, he's not allowed to say that. He's probably scared of being replaced, thinking, well, they're going to just kick me off the show and replace him and make him the Red Ranger.
Nah, he wanted to be the leader. And this is my opinion, right? But you should, like, these are questions you should ask ASJ. Hey, did you get upset when JDF would say it's morphin' time? That's a great question to ask at a con. Trying to get you upset. That's a great question. But he won't acknowledge that because he won't even really acknowledge JDF anymore at all.
What's going on? He doesn't know that the 6th Ranger thing is going to like continue through the years. So even if it seems petty to some people, I think you got to at least try to understand where his head was at. And there's lots of comments over the years about
shout out to the Answer 06, who says, I'll sponsor that interview at $200. Make it happen. Here's the thing, Answer 06. Austin St. John will never interview with me. And I imagine whoever he interviews, They have questions that they can't ask about. They can't ask about PPP stuff. They can't ask about Hitler shirts. They can't ask about him making fun of a gay person. They can't ask about his plea deal. There are things that Austin St. John don't want people talking about. And if you try to bring this up while he's interviewing live, they will ban you. I remember I did. I was like, hey, he's on some radio station. Hey, ask him about pleading guilty to wire fraud. It was like, ban him, ban him, ban him, ban him. And I got banned.
Should have been grateful for what they had. But when you think about it, most shows are doing 20 to 24 episodes in a year. Even the show Tattooed Teenage Alien Fighters from Beverly Hills, that whole thing, they did 40 in a season. But season 1 of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers did 60 episodes. That is insane. Plus doing countless PSAs and commercials.
Hi, we're the Power Rangers.
A lot of times they're making up their own choreography for fight scenes. They did their own stunts. Amy Jo Johnson has even said that she didn't really feel very comfortable. They were in a safe environment when they had to do a lot of their own stunts. And then to add,
that's true. She did say that, man. And, you know, Answer 06, as much as I would love to interview the stunt double, I'm telling you, he's not going to give up any juice. So I wouldn't want you to waste your money, man. I wouldn't. And he only wanted $75 for a 30-minute interview.
Add on to it that there was merchandise being sold with their faces on it that they were receiving nothing for. Fast forward to the contract negotiations. This is famously when Austin, Walter, and Twee left the show. This is a very complicated subject. They have their very strong opinion, even though they don't really seem to understand what was really going on, because it really is a he said, she said situation. We really can't prove a lot of this stuff, but Austin and Walter state that all 6 of them were going to, you know, make a stand together. Jason David Frank and others claim that they were never going to do that. And all I can say is that it's quite possible that they thought they were with them on this, and the whole time they were like, we're not going to do this, but they just nodded their heads like, okay, whatever, man. And then when it came time, they're like, yeah, we didn't want to do it.
All right, we're going to touch on that instantly after the show because it actually gets debunked, and I want to make it its own clip about it.
When it comes down to it, I think that Austin St. John and Walter both felt very betrayed. I don't think that is outlandish to say. I don't think that makes them bad people or the people who stayed bad people. But, you know, that disdain, I think, added a lot of fuel to the fire. Now, envision this, though. Jason David Frank came out victorious. Jason David Frank was the leader and the new face of Power Rangers. He was in a big blockbuster movie.
We got the guy. He said, can you send me the link? You got to let me cook for a little bit.
In the end, the second male martial artist won. The show was his now. And it proved that everybody was replaceable in Saban's eyes. Austin St. John and Walter have stated that they wish they had stayed on to do the movie. Some people stated that if they had done the movie, you know, they could have fought for a better pay after that. They should have established themselves. That to me is a little bit of a misled thought, because Steve Cardenas, going into Turbo, came in and said, hey, listen, we've done all these things. We've done this movie. We've done all of this. It's time for you to pay everybody equally. And what he meant by that is that everybody should get paid the same as JDF, at least for this last season. They fired him anyway, even though he established himself like
I believe they fired everyone. I don't think this guy watched the Coliseum interview. Everyone got fired when JDF quit.
Everybody said the others should have done. So now even Kimberly leaves the show. Billy gets pushed aside not to be a Ranger anymore. Tommy has his own team. This is his team now. All his. He's the new Red Ranger. But the catch is that the show isn't doing very well. The ratings are going down. So what's Jason David Frank's worst nightmare? That replaceable actor, Austin St. John.
That's JDF's worst nightmare. Hey, there's an interview of Austin where he called JDF Franken douche, but he said he had dirt on people that would damage careers before JDF's death. Weird flex. Yeah, we're going to play the Franken douche clip. That was the Coliseum interview. Look, guys, I've covered this ASJ JDF beef for a year and a half. I practically know. I'm not going to say everything, but I'll say most things.
Well, he gets asked to come back as the Sixth Ranger, and now he's going to have to sit there and listen to this lying piece of trash on the lot, talking in between takes and telling stupid stories.
In fact, why did they even have to make him a Golden Ranger? I was like, I didn't want to work on that series.
But something is actually quite different about him this time around.
Let's talk about it behind his back, so we can't hear.
Now, here's the interesting thing. He clips this interview, but he doesn't clip where he says JDF stabbed him in the back.
No, he can't. I just loved him. I had, a slight little crush on him. Well, I think we all had a little crush on him. I had a little crush on him. Very handsome. He didn't know that, but now he does. So nice, so sweet, so down to earth, still is down to earth.
And a gentleman.
Yeah,
He's a true gentleman.
Yeah.
You know, some of our cast members
Not so
maybe
much.
did some things in front of us that we might not want to see, like farting and things. Austin never did stuff like that.
So JDF was a prankster, Austin was not.
They just felt very comfortable with
like
us being there.
brothers.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
But Austin was always very like chivalrous, I would say. No farting in front of us or anything.
Austin seems to have matured, and the whole cast is starting to meet him for the first time who didn't work with him before.
ASJ, man.
And they seem to be liking him quite a lot. I only ever hear JDF's stories about Austin being with David and Amy and the original people who were on the show. So I have zero idea, what was really going on at this time. Could JDF have been a little jealous of this more mature Austin St. John? I have no idea, but I don't think their beef was just gone at this point. At this point, JDF is burnt out. I mean, you can tell in the episodes he's gone a lot.
What? Oh my God.
In them, or episodes like King for a Day 1 and 2, and Tommy's basically in a suit the whole time and he's just doing voiceovers. They kind of did the same thing in Dino Thunder when he was stuck in the suit and then became invisible. But a lot of these episodes actually just kind of throw Austin St. John in as the leader, for those episodes. Turbo starts, Austin St. John is done. They had a clear-cut deal with Saban, just some episodes, the movie appearance, a set amount of
this is actually true.
Money. Thank you.
Goodbyes are always so sad.
Saban gives JDF a push to do a few more episodes in Turbo, and you can tell again at this point that he really is like done. He doesn't want to do this anymore. I talk about that in my video about my Turbo review. There's a lot of details in that I think you kind of will see. But
I think this guy's favorite Ranger may be Austin St. John. But he's emailed me, so he's like, I'm asking him for 30 minutes to see if he can wait, and then we'll have a dialogue.
Now the two have departed. JDF returns to his life as a karate school, guy. And who would imagine that after all these years that we'd still be talking about Power Rangers, and Comic-Cons are becoming bigger and bigger over the years. Actors can't believe anyone wants to meet them in person, and JDF starts getting asked to attend some of these. At this time, Jason David Frank is starting his MMA career. He is ready to fight anyone, but he gets an idea in his head. Power Rangers apparently still has a fandom, and I want to fight. Who would I like to fight or beat the crap out of? That arrogant Austin St. John, who was a lying piece of trash.
Look, guys, it makes sense. Well, if you watch the video of the Challenging My Manhood video.
Challenging my manhood?
It was $50,000 for the fight. 25 for ASJ, 25 for JDF to fight.
And hoodwinked the Zeocast to think that he was a great guy. JDF puts out an invitation saying, Austin St. John, let's have a fight. Let's do it. We can speculate, was this a revenge thing? Was he just wanting to do this for the fans really? Or was he wanting to put Austin St. John in his place? Austin St. John doesn't respond. And JDF starts to publicly call him out on panels and in interviews.
Mixed martial arts. So it has nothing to do with me challenging him. If you're doing mixed martial arts, then step up to the plate, because I feel that we both have everything. He's a Ranger, I'm a Ranger. Win or lose, it don't matter. I'm going to win. But the point is, I'm just saying that we don't have to worry about nothing. We can make some money. It's good for the fans. And if he really is a mixed martial arts guy, then just do it. I mean, quit running around. He just needs to do it because it's out on YouTube. And he had a big ego, and he's going to see this now, and I don't know how he's going to live with himself forever.
Now look at Karen Ashley. She like, what the hell? Because I think at the time she may be rep by Zach Taylor McGinnis. I think they both are at the time. I'm not for sure.
He just steps into the ring and just takes the fight.
Does the challenge still stand for you to
Austin St. John? Yeah, man. Where is it? Let's get this stuff going.
If anybody knows Austin St. John, he's a liar. He's a compulsive liar. He lies about everything. And I don't care what he lies about. Just don't lie about my livelihood. I'm a martial artist. I've been in martial arts my whole entire life since I was 4. So when you start lying about martial
All right, guys. Mighty Morphing Conspiracy Theories has confirmed he'll come up in 30 minutes.
arts, I take it personal. I take that personal. Martial art people are not supposed to be cocky and arrogant. And, hey, I could beat this person out.
It don't matter. I'm going to win. But the point is,
one particular interview, they bring up twice in the interview that they were very uncomfortable with the way he was bashing Austin St. John throughout the panel.
On Real Talk, I remember, I forgot what panel it was. I think when you first.
So we got another ASJ simp. Oh, joy. I don't know. I don't know. We'll get to talk to him in 30 minutes.
Just mentioned the Austin thing, and a lot of people were taken aback because you were saying, like all the stuff that you're telling me now, like you were saying so much stuff about Austin, and they were like, oh wow, that sounds kind of mean. That sounds kind of
I know people, I know, and you don't hear the other side of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, it was like, oh wow, he said a lot of stuff, and then there's another panel, oh, he said a lot of stuff, and so a lot of people were like, Jason, he looks so arrogant, and he looks this, and that, and
that was on the
but here's my defense of that. Okay,
JDF just kind of says, oh, well, I'm not fake, I'm not going to say something or lie about it. Now, where is Austin St. John? Why isn't he coming forward or responding to this? Even during this interview, JDF refers to Austin having this military contract. So Austin is out saving lives, serving his country.
Bruh, I look, I hate when they say saving lives. I'd be like, bruh, God, if I'm a doctor or if I'm like an EMT, am I saving lives? Maybe. I don't know, man. It just seems like it's just so it's like grandiose.
And Jason David Frank is saying this.
If he was a fighter, he'd be in shape. He's so out of shape right now, and that's just, I refuse to be like that.
I don't know the exact dates of when Austin was overseas being an EMT and saving lives, but I know he turned down the legendary battle in 2012 because he would have been breaking contract if he had to go film that. He was busy, doing his military work. All
right, military work. I know someone wanted me to bring this to attention. Military work, You can get into semantics real quick, okay? Like, let's just say I was an EMT, and says like, oh, where were you for the last 4 years? Oh, I was an EMT in Afghanistan. Okay, you like, oh, wow. Now that's true. That's a true statement. I was an EMT in Afghanistan. But what does that imply? What does that imply? That the uninitiated may think, hey, I was in the military. They may be like, oh, you were in the military. And then you have to say, well, I was working with the military. I was contracted as an EMT. So military work, you can say technically, I know my service people, they get really passionate about making sure people are aware of people who actually served and people who actually did not. So because you're a contractor for the United States government, does it, if you want to call it military work, that may piss some people off because military work is, I guess, a higher regard. I'm not going to act like I know, but just something to think about.
Among other reasons why he said he didn't want to do it. Did anybody else learn in school that if the teacher turns around and sees someone hitting somebody, that kid gets in trouble? Whether or not the kid says, well, that kid hit me first. It's like, well, I didn't see that.
This is true. I agree with him on this because there's this beef that comes up, and I'm going to show you the timeline, and maybe I'll show him in real time because I have all my clips loaded. Austin St. John would do something, and then JDF will react on the panel. So now you're like, oh, well, JDF must be getting attacked, or JDF must be attacking Austin St. John. Well, no, you may not know that, hey, there was some stuff said in the green room, and this is why JDF start recording people, because little slick stuff will happen at cons. And then it'll get out, and then they'll probably make JDF to seem like the bad guy. So, you gotta whatchamacallit.
Kid, I saw you and you're the one getting the detention, so don't do it. You really can't retaliate bigger than what the actual consequence should be. And I feel like we're starting to move into that area where JDF is getting a little too brash. He's being a little offensive. And it's starting to move to a point where people are starting to get uncomfortable. Like, why are you being so nasty? But JDF feels very justified in the things he's saying because of the way Austin St. John was in the first season. Now, when you see old videos of Austin St. John being asked about this potential fight.
Now, here's the thing, guys. If you've been following my channel for a while, this is the same interview where he said he was a professional kickboxer in Thailand at their esteemed stadium.
Jason David Frank.
I think we like each other too much to do that. He still does a lot of live competition. We kind of, I don't know if he ever went heavyweight or anything like that, but he still does lots of stuff. He's a very talented martial artist in his own right. and he's very good at what he does. And like I said, I think we like each other too much to.
Now he's being smug, but Austin also saved a cute little blonde by jumping through a glass door and rescuing her from at least 5 ninjas with weapons and tire irons, right? Oh my God. We're going to listen to that story later on. That story is outlandish. It's crazy. And he didn't say that story when he was 18. He didn't say that when he was young. He repeated it when he got older. So if the story was false when he was 18, would you repeat it? And he was like, hey, they were trying to sue me because I was white. Wouldn't they get arrested for trying to kidnap her?
Are you sure? To do it. I'm pretty sure.
There's some people who try to say, oh, he's being a little bit of a jerk there. Honestly, I think he showed a lot of class. Now, JDF at this point is really the Comic-Con pioneer.
I love when he said he showed a lot of class, because we're going to show him at a lot of classless moments.
And he had been doing this since 2009 at least. That's when I see record of him being at them. And he was the leader. He's giving business advice, telling people to join Cameo. When Cameo comes out, I know he told people to do that. Around 2014, Austin St. John starts making some appearances, and fans are really excited. And some of these younger actors are really excited too.
Different of the Power Rangers are...
It's so interesting that he clipped this, but he doesn't clip the Hitler stuff.
Or at the shows, they still think you're the boss. That's kind of cool. That's
you got to be in charge of something.
Yeah, you got to be in charge. Well, I think you picked a good one.
Yeah.
Nobody thinks Winnie the Pooh's the boss of Squawk. They go, yeah, it's good.
Once again, Austin St. John is back in the area, and he's charming people, just like he always does. I speculate that maybe this frustrated him a little bit. Before his death, even Jason David Frank realized that this whole beef needed to be dealt with. In 2017, there was a man cosplaying as the Punisher who wanted to kill JDF, and luckily the cops got to him. No one got hurt. I thought for sure there was an interview where he said something along the lines of this person was talking about his beef with Austin St. John, the guy who's dressed up as the Punisher. I can't find it, but even if I just make that up, you can definitely see a conscious decision of him trying to sort of back off of this beef.
We'll find out more about the case. I just think that it's definitely a different thing. And when I find out and they find out, it's keep Power Rangers happy is all I can say. We're all friends. There's no beef with nobody. Tommy's just a character.
I think he realized that this was starting to get unhealthy, and maybe he needed to sort of back off of it, even if he really did still dislike the guy a lot. And a last little tidbit is that even when he started doing Legend of the White Dragon, Johnny Young Bosch said we should bring in Austin to be the villain, which really shows you that Johnny seems to like Austin quite a bit, enough to say we should bring him in for this movie. Even though Jason David Frank didn't want to do that, he brought in Aaron from Bat in the Sun.
This is true. Johnny Young Bosch was all about bringing Austin in this, but JDF said no.
JDF left behind a pretty complicated life. Tammy and him, his wife, were going through the divorce process, and they were apparently trying to make it work at the end there. His children from his first...
Now, where did he figure out that they were trying to make it work at the end there? That's a question I got to ask him when he comes up. When he comes up, Henry, show no mercy. JDF for life. Now, look, man, we got some I already got a slew of questions. He knows he has to defend the liar and slander. Now, if he come up here talking that Aaron stuff, then y'all know it was, we'll see. I've never met this guy. I don't know him from a can of paint.
First marriage, there was a lot of drama between them and Tammy and Jason's daughter. It was very messy. It was sad to see, and it was bringing a lot of things to the public that really didn't need to be seen. And, it's their own family business. And if you go and listen to JDF's poetry, the fact of his death and the way it happened is really, really eerie.
Fortunately, he couldn't make it. His name was suicide.
Jason also left behind.
Hopefully, I said just enough so it doesn't get me demonetized, because I want this stream monetized, guys.
And his project, Legend of the White Dragon, unfinished. JDF was not perfect, but he inspired countless people. Legendary superhero on international television. People all around the world were inspired by him. Martial arts students that he taught himself. Communities that benefited from the schools that he started, not being afraid to talk about his faith with God, talking about mental health. Even during COVID, he did the Power Ranger Protection Program to try to benefit comic book stores.
Now, this is so interesting. He did the Power Ranger Protection Program for comic book stores while someone else was committing PPP fraud.
All around the country, encouraging people to believe in themselves. JDF was not an evil villain. And when he passed away, Austin St. John came out with a video about it.
Hey, everybody.
This is obligatory. You had to do it. Literally every Power Ranger actor, stunt person involved did a video.
Man, where to start? There's no secret that Jason Frank and I were not beer drinking buddies, for sure. But yesterday, Jason Frank is, he's gone. Important than that, a man died, a father died, a husband died. There's no easy way to feel those emotions. I lost my father in January, so I have some semblance of understanding for what his family must be going through right now. I'm not going to go on and on. I just I hope he rests in peace, and my prayers and my thoughts go out to his family. Once a Ranger, always a Ranger, brother.
Yeah. Now look, he would say that, right? You like, well, Henry, he clearly wanted to bury the hatchet and, let bygones be bygones. But you guys remember this clip? You remember this clip? Hey, you remember it? Come on, man. You got to remember this clip.
You guys were insane. Some of the best in the world. And so it was a great learning environment for fights.
And how was the relationship on set with all you guys, with all 6 of you guys?
It was pretty tight.
How you guys got along? And...
Most of us were family. I mean, there's always one that's a jerk.
But now, one that's a jerk. ASJ defenders like, well, he didn't say JDF. Like, bro, come on. Now he did that literally, and then like 2 weeks later, he took a picture with Jenna and Tammy. But very classy guy right here.
Once a Ranger, always a Ranger. Much love.
Now, he wasn't sugarcoating it. He was completely honest, but he was respectful. And over time, fans would see him taking a picture with Tammy Frank.
You met Austin St. John.
Yeah.
What was that like?
No. Hey, this is good propaganda, man. This is good. This is great propaganda. Where was her picture at Power Morphicon? I saw Sky with him.
Hey, I love Austin. It's funny though, because my dad and him, so like I'm like my daddy's girl, you know what I'm saying? So whatever he wants, you know what I'm saying? I mean, obviously, right? So my mom.
Hey, whatever my daddy wants is what I'm with. So when he was alive, it was fuck ASJ. Now that he going and now that we doing cons, we like, we gotta ease up on ASJ.
Actually went up to him first and I was like, no, I was like turning my back, like, I'm not gonna go. And then my mom was like, dude, drop the ego. I'm like, okay, whatever. So I went over to talk to him and it was healing, dude. He's actually pretty cool. So
yeah, he's really nice.
I don't know what was going on.
Yeah, he's pretty nice. Okay. Where the fan word post been at on? Oh, anyway.
But now it's like resolved.
Austin really didn't take this opportunity to get the last word or say something super horrible about him. I know there's one interview out there. They're asking him about the whole leaving the show thing, and he does refer to him as the Franken douche for a split second. I have never heard him say anything like that again. Maybe he...
This is why I said this video, right? This title right here is a poorly researched hit piece. I stand by it because look, I have it all. I got it all, guys. This is right here. This is year 2022. What is this? Hey, we got stabbed in the back by JDF.
Second part is, and what was the last episode you filmed at what point in season 2? Do you remember your last episode?
It's really hard because at that point we were filming 2 to 3 episodes in a week. Mm-hmm. And I mean, you guys know it was all broken up. There's Command Center Day where 2 or 3 episodes of Command Center are shot in a day or two with different wardrobe changes. I really had no idea. It would have been, they knew I was leaving, knew they had already divided the team because Jason Frank had stabbed us in the back and had converted.
He converted
David Yost and Amy Jo, talked them into staying.
Nah, he didn't. Nah, he didn't.
So now the team was divided and they had already promised him.
I know you like Henry, I wasn't there. Well, I got someone who else there, and we're going to show it later. But let's get back through the video. He's never said anything like that. After that was 2022, where he said he got stabbed in the back, and that was 2023 where he called him a jerk. And don't even get me started. Don't even get me started, guys. Where is it at? Where is it at? I know I have it up here. And don't even get me started on what his agent said. That somehow it just didn't make it in this video. It didn't make it in it. His booking agent said, he's happy JDF is dead. Oh, but we're keeping it going. Okay, all right, okay, guys, all right. Let's keep it going, guys. Let's keep it going.
He has, but honestly, I think he tries to keep that very much to himself, and he tries to be very respectful. And I wish that the beef was just over. The people keeping the beef going are not his family. It's actually Jason David Frank's former assistant. When it comes to,
here we go. Here. Hey, Francis is keeping the beef going. Let's play this in real time. I know Francis is in the chat. Damn, my man recording 4K. All right, kudos to you. Let's go.
Francis, JDF's assistant, don't think she views it as being dishonest or misleading. She has shared stories about him and worded things in a way that make Austin St. John look really bad and other actors. But I see comments in these videos of her and like Henry Resilient. People
hey, say my goddamn name. God damn it. What? Say my name. Look, guys, where's my name is my name. Jesus. It's been so long since I used that goddamn soundbite. And of course, And of course, I can't find it. But anyway. But he's saying the comments section. See, this is that Aaron logic. Hey, when I've been looking at the comments section, it's a lot of people saying different things. Well, who cares what the comments section is saying? You should go off what I'm saying or what Francis is saying, not the comment section.
Show thing, and he does refer to him as the Franken-douche for a split second. I have never heard him say anything like that again. Maybe he has, but honestly, I think he tries to keep that very much to himself, and he tries to be very respectful. And I wish that the beef was just over. The people keeping the beef going are not his family. It's actually Jason David Frank's former assistant. When it comes to Francis, JDF's assistant, don't think she views it as being dishonest or misleading. She has shared stories about him and worded things in a way that make Austin St. John look really bad and other actors. But I see comments in these videos of her and like Henry Resilient. People are getting really fired up and they're getting really rude and nasty about Austin St. John and other actors. And there's a very one-sided nature to these stories. Around 2014, 2015.
All right, now he's about to quote Francis' story. Remember when Austin said to me, Jason who? I know, right? He know. I know, Laura, I know.
According to Francis,
there was a time, this was when ASJ first came back on scene, and Jason approached all the Rangers and said, let's do a free event. Let's make it amazing. Let's make it big. Let's make it, it would be amazing if we do a free event, right?
Now, this is me. I'm just enamored that she just giving up the juice like that. When somebody giving up the juice, you let them. You let them 100%. Just be like, you just let them cook. Like, oh, okay.
Let him cook. Mm-hmm. Obviously, Tui is gone. So who else would it be?
Karen Ashley?
Exactly.
Okay.
So I understand that a lot of people were upset with him because he said he wanted a free event.
And that word free is very, very exciting to people. It sounds very generous. It sounds very altruistic. He's looking out for the fans. Look, guys, what an amazing thing he's doing. He's putting on a free event. Let's remember that actors have expenses, transportation to get there, hotel rooms, food, some of them have to deal with childcare, figuring out schedules with their spouses. So to say, oh, they're so greedy for expecting to get paid for their time, it's very misleading, especially to people who really don't understand the situation. At this time, 2014, 2015, Jason David Frank has already been doing conventions for, half a decade. He's making some money off of it. And people like Austin St. John just started. All I'm trying to say is they're not in the same position. To say, hey, he should just do this because he said to do it is really not as simple as people think it is.
Now look, guys, I disagree with a lot of things this guy is saying, but yeah, and this came up in the Walter Jones versus JDF. If you guys don't remember, from the Challenging My Manhood.
Challenging My Manhood?
JDF was schooling Walter. He's like, look, man, if you want to get to these cons, you have to bet on yourself. Stop charging these silly ass guarantees, pay for your own flight, pay for your own hotel, and just show up. And then Walter was like, well, I got kids. I'm not as wealthy as you. Every excuse in the world. Then he was like, well, this is why you're not going to get booked for WizardCon. This is why when, Motor City Con happens in the city you grew up in, your ass ain't invited. Shit like that. So, bet on yourself, guys, all the time. Bet on yourself all the time. And shout out to the Arrow stream who says, say his name and he appears. I believe in Henry Resilient. Look, guys, everyone knows
Henry Resilient.
When you say my name, it's like sending out the bat. It's like saying Candyman 3 times in the mirror. And you looking like, oh shit, he coming. Most of the time when people say my name in a video, people alert me like, yo, he cut a video on you. I'm like, what? He cut a video on me? Like, yeah, man. He said you lying and slandering ASJ. I'm like, bro, I've been covering ASJ for so long. And just with my background, I would never lie or slander anybody. Shit, I'm spitting on the mic and shit. I would never slander or lie on anyone. I play ASJ clips. I show ASJ court docs. That's what I do. That's what this channel is built off of. Playing what people say, playing what people do. I don't make up things like, oh, ASJ must have been intimidated working with Amy Jo Johnson. I don't pull shit like that out of my ass. Sorry, I got to stop the cursing. We want to keep this monetized. But salute to you, Arrow Stream. I appreciate the donation. And shout out to my guy, Dominic R, who says, Guy says opinions are one-sided. Starts giving one-sided opinions with no factual context. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
That's a truthful statement.
Conspiracy's name is accurate. Ah, yeah, his name is Conspiracy Theory. All right. Let's get back because we got to bring him up soon.
Don't forget that Austin has been listening to Jason David Frank talk trash about him at least since 2012.
I'll be honest with you. I just don't like people who are full of BS, and Austin's nothing but full of BS.
All you need is fake people. And that's why I'm saying Austin's fake. So, and I guess I would too. If I was him, I would hate myself too.
Why did he cut out the part where he said, I went to go shake his hand? You see where I'm talking about? Like when you making these clips and you doing a pro ASJ piece, you're not going to put the Hitler quotes in there. He brings up Hitler quotes, but he doesn't play the clip of ASJ saying he wants to make Hitler quotes on shirts.
Why would he even listen to Jason David Frank at this point? Easy to say. He should understand the payoff and the business aspect of it. You know, he doesn't have to, and he doesn't have to listen to Jason David Frank. Now, here's the part of the story I really think they leave out on purpose. Again, free event. But what was Jason David Frank doing after
this? Guy left a lot of stuff out on purpose because we know the clip where it came from. We watched it, and we know after that whole, when I met him, he was fake. He goes into the story about not shaking my hand or shaking my hand and changing his name. So this is how you're like, hey man, why didn't you put in the extra 30 seconds? Well, it's a pro. I'm trying to get the fan word, the fan word sponsorship
this time.
It took me 40 minutes to read this script. I'm gonna tell you about it.
He was filming his reality show, My Morphing Life. First episode was February 20th, 2014. So when he's pitching this idea, hey, let's all do this free, make zero profit. It's all for the fans. Oh, by the way, also my film crew's going to be there. Probably the exclusive people allowed in to document it. And I'm going to put it on my YouTube channel. It's probably going to be the biggest video I've ever posted. And also I can really direct the narrative to say, hey, look, this free event was all, done by Jason David Frank. And what a great guy. These people just showed up because he told them to be there. The narrative of this event was 100% altruistic, I think is definitely a lie, because he's asking ASJ, he's asking Walter, he's asking David, Amy, come on to his show for free, which is going to pump up his views.
Bro, this is a reach. This is a reach. Like, oh, it's gonna. Now, I think I did. I showed it earlier. His YouTube channel. One of his most popular ones was with Amy Jo Johnson, and I'm pretty sure he was doing cons with her and shit.
I know people are going to defend it by, oh, he didn't make anything off of that show. He really didn't make much. And at the time when it was brand new, don't you think he really wanted it to blow up and make money? Of course he did. Knowing that information really flips that story 180 degrees and kind of makes JDF not look as great as.
Look, guys, you can say I'm a JDF fan or whatever. You can say whatever you want. But when you go look at his stuff and you go look at his most popular, this is a Transformer. This is him and Amy Jo. This is the 25th anniversary. This is the movie premiere. These are his most popular things. My Morphing Vlog, My Morphing Vlog, My Morphing Vlog. The money you make on this, I ain't gonna get into the money thing, but it ain't life changing. I'll tell you that. It's not life changing. You'll make more money going to a con in a weekend than getting 750K views. And also, it's not guaranteed. The views on YouTube are fickle. They're not guaranteed, guys. So let's get back to this video because we got to bring him up soon.
As they're trying to make him look when they're telling that story. The other thing that I really felt inclined to talk about, because I know there's a lot of people who won't understand this, Francis has stated that, oh, she can turn any ranger, anybody, into a huge star if they just did what Jason David Frank did. There are several reasons why this is pretty ridiculous. Number one is Jason David Frank is the longest running, most popular Power Ranger.
All right, now he about to debunk Francis.
History undeniable. I'm not saying he doesn't use any business savvy to do the Comic-Con circuit. Of course he does, and I'm sure that Francis has learned a lot of things over the years working with him. But to say that everyone could be a huge star just like Jason David Frank if they just do what he did is ludicrous. What she was specifically referring to is that Jason David Frank doesn't take guarantees to do performances, but people like Austin St. John do. They take guarantees.
How you doing? Tyrannosaur.
Now, yeah, they get, look, that ASJ guarantee probably ain't what it used used to be.
For someone who doesn't know, a guarantee is exactly what it sounds like. They want a specific amount of money to come to any event. And this can be done in a number of ways. They want a specific dollar amount just to walk in the door, and then they'll take whatever profit they sell. Or they might have an agreement. I want this much, so I'll make sales. And if I only get to here, you got to pay for the rest. Once again, this is worded as if, oh, Austin St. John is so evil. How could he ever want a guarantee? It's just bad business. It's greedy. It's bad. But it's actually super, super common. And I've worked in a...
Now, here's the thing with guarantees. And if we got a Comic-Con promoter in there, they'll say like, look, man, your guarantee is too high. We know what you're about. No matter if we promote you from sun up to sundown, you're not going to hit your guarantee. So we're not going to book with you. And there is a Comic-Con owner who watches El Jefe of Power Morphicon. I'm putting you on blast. I don't know if he's going to shine some light on that, but if I'm going to do a con, right? And I say, hey, I'll do your show, but you're going to have to give me $10,000 guarantee. They're going to look at me like I'm stupid. They're going to be like, Henry, you've never did a con before. You have no track record of success. Why would we guarantee you $10,000? I'm like, well, look, I'm on YouTube Live. I got 121 people watching, and I'm gonna charge what Austin St. John charged for the autograph. So it's gonna be $80 for an autograph, $80 for a picture, $150 for the combo. Some goofy shit like that. They're gonna be like, bruh. They're gonna look at that. They're gonna be like, well, they're gonna be like, nah, man, sorry, we can't book with your ass. But what happens is people get burnt, and if you get burnt by like let's just say an ASJ, you're like, bro, I am never booking with ASJ again. And if we do, it's gonna be a lower guarantee.
A concert venue, and we've done other events besides concerts, and I help book events and dealing with these types of deals every day at that time. The guarantee is there not just for the actors, but it's for the promoter. It's to hold them accountable for organizing the event and advertising it. Let's say someone goes, I want to put on a Comic-Con and I can get these 50 actors and none of them are asking for a guarantee.
Awesome.
I won't promote a freaking...
All right, no, this is ridiculous, but
thing, because I'll just let their social media do it. Well, they're out in the middle of nowhere. No one knows the event's going on. No one shows up. Well, the promoter doesn't worry because, hey, I'm not losing a single dime. These are the people, they're all getting screwed because they aren't going to make anything because they didn't ask for a guarantee. And her point is that JDF grew a social media presence and he worked super, super hard to build a connection with his fans. And that's why he didn't need a guarantee. But JDF is the biggest famous Power Ranger of all time. It isn't comparable to Gareth Ewan. And if you don't know who Gareth Ewan is, that's my point.
No offense, Gareth. I think you're cool. I like you a lot.
And number two is that Jason David Frank really wasn't in a good place lifestyle-wise. He had marital problems. He had mental health struggles. The constant feeling of you got to be on Instagram Live or you got to post a story. You got to connect with...
Whoa, is that a constant feeling? I don't know. Or is that a strategy? The person who mentors me is like, you need to post at least 3 pieces of content per day. Can y'all do that? Can you handle that? Can you commit to that? 3 pieces of content per day. I post 1 video per day. I go live 1 to 2 times per week.
With fans all the time. That would drive a lot of people to an unhappy.
And this week I didn't want to go live. I swear to God.
Be live. So saying that Austin St. John, if he would just listen.
The last time I saw him at New York Comic Con, he was in a corner, no line, no people. No, people didn't even think he was a celebrity. They would just walk by. I walked by. And let me tell you something.
That's me laughing, guys. I make no mistake. I don't give 2 fucks about ASJ. If he got no line, hey, he got to do it. You know why? Restitution ain't going to pay itself.
I would take him and turn him 100% around. But why? Because I would use the knowledge that Jason taught me, right? But he doesn't deserve that, so I would never do that. But
he'd be more successful, or meaning what? Like he would make more money?
People have the wrong.
Look, man, this is a good edited video. You gotta give him credit for that. You may not agree with what this guy says, but the video editing, you cannot be like, no. The video editing is good. The production is good. The sound is good. But what Francis is saying is JDF had a model, and it's easily to duplicate. And if you watch JDF, you can see the model. Hey, I'm going to go live. Hey, I'm going to post. Whereas you look at some of these other Rangers, let's just take Austin St. John for an example. The only time he posts is his locations. His whole Instagram, his whole Facebook is just, hey, I'm here. Come give me money. Hey, I'm there. Come give me money. Hey, I got fan work. Come give me money right here. It's no real engagement. If you want the engagement, you got to pay for it.
Impression about success. Success is not measured on the amount of money you have. Success is not measured on how much money you have in their pocket. Success is measured on, are you happy in life? Are you happy at your job? Are you happy in your relationship? Are you happy with who you are? Because if you're not, you need to change it. No one else.
In 2024, ASJ really took some heat. And this is where the hashtag Team JDF group really went all out. Day after day, live streams, talking about how horrible of a person Austin St. John was.
No, not how horrible. There were things that ASJ said.
Digging up any dirt they can from people that worked with him or friends of his. Is putting a Hitler quote on a shirt a good idea?
You think Hitler made some valid points?
Of course not.
It's a terrible idea.
Why did he put the clip in the video?
Got the backlash. He's not making the shirts. If you actually watched the whole podcast episode instead of just the 5 minutes at the end, you would see that Austin St. John's a bit of a history buff.
I'm a bit of a history buff.
Oh my God, this is Cope. Don't sweep for him. Don't sweep for him, man.
Honestly, this idea about all these different leaders would make a really great book. Like, talk about, oh, this guy said this and he was a horrible person, but like, you know, what can we learn from that? There are things in history to learn from.
I am Colin Jones.
I am Colin Jones.
I am a star.
I'm a star.
If you want to shine like the sun first, you have to burn like it.
If you want to shine like the sun first, you have to burn like it.
Yes!
Wow. I actually love that last quote. Did you just come up with that?
No, it's a famous Hitler quote, Colin.
Hey, this how you work in a Hitler quote, guys. You like, oh, you think Hitler quotes are bad? All right, let me get you. Let me gotcha.
That could have been fascinating, but I understand that probably in his head he's thinking, yeah, but my fans aren't going to buy a book about history. They'll buy t-shirts though, so I'll sell t-shirts. Understand how he got there, but not a good idea.
Now, this is what every ASJ fan says, guys. I understand what he wants to do, but it's not a good idea. It's not something I would do. This is professional sweeping 101. Brent said the same thing. Same thing. I would never make the shirt, but it's a good idea to educate people about the past. Yeah, man.
Yeah. The other scandal that just really kind of put me over the edge a little bit was this whole, oh, Austin St. John was supporting a sexual predator. Austin St. John shared a video, Jason David Frank's son. He's trying to sell merchandise, trying to make some money, and fans find out that Jacob is a registered sex offender.
Nah, I already knew he was. I just was keeping it in the tuck. I was keeping it in the tuck. When I saw him pop out with Jacob, I was like, this ninja is so desperate to win over Green Ranger fans after he when did he do that? He did that shit after his agent jumped out the window on ASJ. This is why he did that. Because of this. You see how it works? Oh, my agent is happy JDF is gone. What can I do? I need to start changing my image with JDF fans. I need to start taking pictures with his wife, his daughter. I'm going to support his son that he didn't want in the will. Hey, I'm going to support his daughter. I might even clap her cheeks at Ranger Stop. Anyway. Mistake that Austin St. John has made is he has endorsed a sex offender. That's right. I hate to say it. But hey, I was looking good in there though, right?
My melanin is dripping today. Lord have mercy, I look good.
Hold on, let's go back. St. John is made is he has endorsed a sex offender. That's right. Now everyone's gonna say he didn't know. Sure, he didn't know his criminal record, but he did. He told, look. Remember? Now you got to take this with a grain of salt, right? You got to take this with a grain of salt that Jacob told Scott Zillner about his involvement with a 13-year-old who tricked him or whatever with a fake ID, and he giving her weed and smashing. And he was like, "Oh, I believe the story." So yeah, come on to Pensacon. This is according to Brent. Who said he spoke to Scott. So if Scott's aware, you think ASJ ain't aware? Now this came out later. I've cut a video on it. I showed everything. So this is how you know. And shout out to Matthew Egan. Damn, man. Hey, Matthew, if you got that recording, can you send it to me again on Discord, please? The recording of ASJ defending his king, defending his agent's statements, defending why he would never stop working with him. Yeah. We keeping the beef going, right? Yeah, it's us. I'm sure his agent doing this had nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with people with JDF fans criticizing them. And Casey, if you're watching, I did send you the link in your email. All right, let's go. Let's keep it going because we're almost done with the video. And he's supposed to come up. I sent him the link already. That's right. I hate to say it, but hey, we gotta let the fans know.
For some reason, when people are trying to spin this as, look how horrible Austin St. John is, it's ridiculous.
This is why I say it's a poorly researched video. It's poorly researched. It's great edited, great clips. It's short. It's pro ASJ, but it's poorly researched. When you talk to me and you know I've been covering this shit for like 2 years almost, And I'm like, oh, well, he kind of did know. Like, what do you mean he didn't know? Oh, okay. And you omit the whole, I'm glad JDF thing is dead. And, his half-assed response. He won't even acknowledge JDF. He's like, oh, I'm hurt by people being negative in the community.
I don't hear anybody saying that is JDF's son. Maybe this was like JDF's bad parenting. It's absolutely insane to me. And I was always a massive Jason David Frank fan over Austin St. John. But when I started seeing just the sort of unfair narrative that was being written about him, Austin St. John is so greedy. He's delusional about his popularity. And no one says those things about Walter or Twee. No one says, oh, Steve Cardenas was ludicrous.
Well, we can get to the clip where they were asking for $1 million an episode. And here's the thing. It's like, if you've been with me from day one, you know about the JDF 1 million per episode Henry Resilient, right? Oh, gosh. I got to go to my main channel. Like, Jesus. Like, about this video. Hold on. I'm about to pull it up. Like, this is where my knowledge shines through. And I believe I got Casey in the background. This is where my knowledge shines through. It's right here. You're like, Henry, how do you be getting this? Like, dude, this is ingrained in me. Now look, you can say JDF was being facetious. Man, hold on. Give me a second. I got to do it live because I want to speak accurately, right? So we're going to go through the transcript. We're going to search and we're just going to type in million. It's on here 8 times. Look, everyone's like million. Where's it at in the transcript? Oh man, look, there it go. Oh, that's one. I gotta find it where JDF says it or it doesn't work. You know what I'm saying? Hold on. There goes the $1 million per episode. Now, I'm sure y'all gonna say it's an
with a million other things that I got going on right now. I'm standing outside my house right now and, talking on the phone. It's cold out here in Texas. But, I want to make sure that I do what I have to do, and so, I kind of lived on those 5 acres.
Hold on.
That my word is gold, and no matter how much money you have, you can't buy your word back. So my word is gold, and my word is, means everything. So if I tell you, okay, I'm going to do your interview at 9:00, and I just blow you out and don't call you back for another 2 days, then I don't feel good about myself. It's just one of those things. I knew I had the interview with a million other things that I got going on right now. I'm standing outside my house right now and, talking on the phone. It's cold out here in Texas.
He said a million other things. Where's the $1 million episode, guys? I got to find it. Oh God. It's going to drive me crazy. I know it's in here. I just don't know where. Right. Maybe it's right here.
Did, and all those guys did. They want to strike and $1 million an episode. And I had a family to feed. I couldn't do that kind of stuff, but my family, my dad's a trucker.
You see, hey, I had a family to feed. I couldn't be doing that stuff. Here we go. Let's play it again. This was omitted. Maybe look, Casey's in the background. We're going to ask him about this shit. We're going to ask him.
I never acted like an actor or, and all those guys did. Austin did, and all those guys did. They want to strike and
he laughed. He's looking up like, oh shit.
And I had a family to feed. I couldn't do that kind of stuff, but my family, my dad's a trucker. And,
guys, I know I've been kicking this back in, but he seems like he's going to be all right. He's laughing. So if he can laugh at me making fun of him, then I think we're going to have a good time. He's not giving me Aaron vibes.
When I was about 15 or 16.
But let's finish up his video. Let's put some respect on his name.
Chris, he had no idea what he was doing when he was trying to get equal pay for everybody on the cast. They always say stuff like, oh, Austin was trying to be a hero. He's delusional. He didn't know his own popularity. He was a moron. Would you ever for a second dare say Twee was delusional? She was an idiot. She didn't know what she was doing.
I said she made a poor decision following Austin St. John. Poor decision following him to the perils of her career. So was Walter. Now, really, if you guys know the story, Walter was their big brains behind it, but everyone gives A straight credit. Brent confirmed that story too, by the way. But yeah, she followed him. And now some people would take it to an extreme and say her following Austin led to her demise.
She was too oblivious about how her popularity. No one would ever say that about Twee because people love Twee and they respect her. But for some reason,
for the same action.
Now, this guy said respected Twee. He don't know about the boner story. He don't know that Austin St. John was like, yeah, at his memory of her was a boner story. He don't know about this video right here, man. But we gonna black pill him live, guys. He's gonna watch this shit live. He gonna watch it live.
You will call Austin St. John horrible things. And honestly, it's because of them being so hateful towards Austin St. John that I started to look more into him and started realizing that there's a lot of things about these stories that don't really add up. They'll say things like, ooh, daddy got him that military contract. But did Austin's daddy go around saving people's lives as an EMT?
Now, you aware he never served, right?
No,
look, I love how you look. So look, this is how I know he's familiar with the content. Why? People say they're not familiar with the content. They lying. Don't let them lie to you guys.
He was actually at my camp when I was there. He was at Spiker.
He was contracted though. He was not.
Yeah, he was at Spiker in Iraq when I was there at 05.
Okay.
Now, shout out to my man Shooter Torres, man. I look. Thank you for your service.
I'm confused how that's an insult. Saying also things like, oh, he can't act. I mean, have you watched A Walk with Grace?
I watched, look, we saw the Wooden acting from A Walk with Grace. Now here's my rebuttal, Casey, since you're watching this, and I know you see it. If he's such a good actor, and he's so good, why hasn't he been cast in anything since then?
Grace, the movie he's in. Honestly, I watched it, and I'm not.
And he was making fun of a gay person in there too. He's like, you're sashaying with your daughter. I was like, bruh. He look, Casey he cut that out. He like, damn, man. He like, Henry really got my ass. Look, man. Look.
You dig, bro.
Saying he's winning an Oscar or anything, but surprisingly, I thought he actually did a pretty good job.
That's an opinion.
For not being really a serious actor his whole life. But I doubt they watched.
I'll play you the clip that's online. There's like one clip.
Watched it. Yeah, and I had a comment exchange with Francis on a video of Deoxy 360. Again, I'm sorry you
shout out to Deoxy.
Feel put off on any stories I've shared. Jason was human and flawed. He was never perfect. While there might be some negative stories, the positives definitely outweigh the negative. Thank you for taking your time to respectfully answer my comment. Here's my serious question to these people, because
serious question to these people. Just say my name, man.
Why is this sort of philosophy applied to JDF, but not Austin St. John or other people? Why is it okay to say, well, he was flawed, but you know what? He tried his best, and that's all we can do. You know, he's a good guy. Why can't we say that about Austin St. John? I mean,
bro, look, Austin St. John defrauded people. When people's business was going out, Austin St. John defrauded the government, got a loan. Some mom and pop stores probably applied for the same loan, got denied, their business shut down. He's defrauding the government. On top of that, he was putting out how to make money during the pandemic videos. So when you say, why can't we give him grace? Like, bro, you scam the government. And then on top of that, you were telling people how to make money. Okay. You endorsed your POS agent who was happy JDF was dead. And then after that went to go take pictures, you know, with the family. And hold on, did the happy you're dead come first or second? I may need to get my timeline correct just so I can speak accurately. But this is why people like me, I give ASJ zero grace. I think he's the biggest fraud. I've said it plenty of times, and I'll say it again. Who did he get his black belts from? Who did he study under? When you ask him about that, he'd be like, I really don't get into that.
I mean, there's a lot of evidence of him being a pretty decent person and people really liking him. And I'll say, I've talked to someone who worked on the show. He asked me, what I thought about Austin St. John. And I told him very young and made a lot of mistakes, said a lot of things he probably shouldn't. But I think he matured. And when he came back to the show, I think that he showed that he matured quite a bit. And over the years, he's shown a lot of class. And
class. Okay, man. Look.
He told me that on Beast Morphers, he was one of the kindest people. He was nice to everybody on set. He had no...
He wanted to get casted again, man. He was in a bind. He was broke, man. He would love to get a Power Ranger movie.
Ego. He was super kind and talked to, the young actors. He talked to everybody. He was just such a joy to be on set. So it really leads me to want to ask this question. I want you to answer it honestly. Jason would tell people himself, he would say, I'm flawed. But even after his death, JDF has a message that we all should take to heart.
With the film, one of the narratives is misplaced hate and how that can burn inside of you and turn into something ugly. And then when you fully understand something, you realize that we're not all that different. That's one of the themes that plays in this. So
I'm not asking.
Oh, you keep talking over me, then I can't answer. And why am I here then?
You to be team
Aaron is wild.
Team ASJ, but I'm asking you to just stop tearing him down because it's not honoring Jason David Frank in any way. And I don't think his family.
When I cover Austin St. John, I'm not trying to honor JDF. I'm covering Power Ranger news. When he played guilty to PPP fraud, Aaron, I know you back there I'm letting fans know, hey, this is what happened. You know, all that I'm innocent stuff. I'm going to fight this. I'm going to be exonerated. You know, this stuff right here where he's like, you know, I'm a father. I'm this, I'm that. It's our understanding. Austin put his faith and reputation and finances in the hands of other people. No, he didn't. No, he did. He knew what he was doing. That's why he took the plea deal. So that's why I'm like, nah, man, I ain't letting that shit ride. I ain't letting it ride.
Family. I don't think Jenna or Tammy think that that's like a positive thing.
Bruh, I don't care two shits what Jenna and Tammy think. I don't care two shits what a lot of people think. Just because, you know, they related to JDF, cool. Sorry for their loss, but how they think don't dictate how I move, nor do I seek their approval. So with that said, guys, what do you guys think of Mighty Morphin conspiracy theories? I've said it. I'll stand on my word. Poorly researched hit piece. Some things were definitely omitted that I did share that I transformed his video, but he in the background. We're gonna put some respect on his name. We're gonna come up, we're gonna have a dialogue. And he was laughing, so he might be cool. But let me know what you think of this video. Like, subscribe, and I'll see you next video. Peace. Editor, clip that. All right, hold on, guys. I gotta set it up for my man Casey to come up. I don't know this guy from a can of paint. All right. He is back there. He got the face. He ready though. He ready for war. He is ready for war. He got the war. He got the I'm ready for war face on. Give me a second, Casey, to get everything set up, man. If hopefully, you know, tell the family don't watch the live stream and definitely don't read the chat. I'm telling you, don't read the goddamn chat. I'm telling you, don't read the chat. I tell people this all the time, but they don't listen. So anywho, Mike Bradley, like, I like the video. All right, Mike. You liking other content creators' videos out here, Mike? All right, we're gonna have to talk about that now. I'm joking. All right, guys. Without further ado, let's bring up Casey, guys. Everybody, give a round of applause.
Hello. Hi.
Mighty Morphing conspiracy theory. We do have a respectful show around here, but you know,
cool.
People in the audience don't read the chat. I'm telling you, you start reading the chat, you're gonna get sidetracked and stuff is gonna be going left. So how are you?
No, that's okay. I'm good, man. How are you doing?
You know, I'm riled up, man. You did a hit piece on me, man. So my feelings.
Hit piece.
You said I was slandering and lying on ASJ.
Okay. Well, first of all, let me just say this. When you sent me, because you're like, make sure you send the clips of me lying. I was like, I don't think I ever said you lied about anything. All right.
Okay, let's go ahead.
I mean, listen, I'm sorry if I did. I don't remember anywhere. I mean, I never said directly Henry Resilient lied.
Okay. All right. This is a true statement, guys. He never said this. Look, I'm
be honest. Like, go ahead. Yeah.
This is true. He never explicitly said me. But in the opening clip,
the beef between Austin St. John and Jason David Frank is truly a big fascination in the fandom. But did they really hate each other?
No, we're fine. So long as we never, ever talk.
This seems to continuously come up in the fandom.
It's a good clip. It's a good clip.
It's so even after Jason David Frank's death in 2022. For some people, slandering Austin St. John seems to be their way of honoring JDF's death.
Did I say Henry Resilient? Did I say Henry Resilient?
Technically, you didn't, but when you say people slander ASJ and then you have me in the video and Francis in the video, I don't see how you can interpret that as me not slandering ASJ.
Okay, you're very valid. I understand that completely. I will be honest. The thing about this video, I really thought I thought about breaking it up into two, because this whole front half is really, I hope it gives more the impression it's really just a speculation of like, let's try to figure out like what maybe was going on with it, because I've had a few people like, give us the evidence that Amy Jo Johnson actually was met. It's like, okay, think about it. She studied at a high school, like drama school. She went to a college drama school, and she's starring in a show with a guy who dropped out of college and has never acted a day in his life. I know theater people, and she would hate him. Every theater person would hate him because it's just the circumstances, you know? And so I don't, the first half, when I'm just speculating about kind of maybe drove some of that, it's not like, oh, somebody told me directly that they didn't like each other because they were both martial artists and there was like, you know, they were competing for who was a better martial artist. But it's like, I'm speculating, like, don't you think probably? you know, it was.
Look, I'll just say this. When I do it, I tend to use the clips and I get my opinion from the clips of what they say.
Right.
But people took offense to the fact that you say, but seeing fans become hateful towards ASJ and other actors based on stories that aren't 100% truthful. And you at me and Francis, I think there are definitely stories that are not truthful on your end. So to that, we got to be like, well, if I say, hey, Mighty Morphin conspiracy theory is not telling truthful stories, and I'm gonna be like, well, the story he said was this, and this is how it really happened. So that's where people are like, hey, well, where were we not truthful? You know, like.
Okay. I totally understand. I will say, I don't want to get shots fired right at the beginning, but I
go ahead, man.
I really don't feel that you said anything outlandish, like, or anything that's a lie, because you show clips. The clips are they say what they say. I mean, they're saying it, not you. And so I don't think I shouldn't have put both of you tagged right there, because the only reason is because Francis comes on your platform a lot and tells stories. So I apologize, because that is misleading. Okay. And but no, you show a clip, you comment on it. It's not like you show a clip and go like, oh, now what they said 5 minutes after this clip was this, you know. No, it's like, you don't do that. So I'm sorry. Because you sent me that email. I'm like, when did I say that? Okay, the description.
I'll be honest. I don't take offense to it. Now, some people who follow me, they took strong offense to it. Like, they're even super chat and saying, hey, Francis did say in the description, it says you and Francis lied. You know,
I'm sorry.
I got very passionate fans, and hopefully they didn't attack you too much. I can only be responsible for what I say. And I never tell people to go out and attack you. So.
Well, you know what's this video is really strange, because I've gotten 3 very drastic different takes on it. I have people who are like, oh, you are such a Austin St. John supporter. You're like a diehard. He's not, to be honest. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers it's like one of my least favorite seasons of Power Rangers. I've watched. I call myself a franchise fan, as in I've watched all 30 years of Power Rangers. I've watched every season 2 to 3. I mean, some of the seasons I love the most, I've watched like 6 times. All the way through. Okay. Power Rangers is not my favorite. And like, I mean, for one, Jungle Fury is probably like one of my favorite seasons of it. But so that being said, it's just funny, because when people are like, oh, you're such a supporter of Austin St. John, it's like, honestly, I give the least amount of craps about the Mighty Morphin Power Ranger cast than anyone else. And the reason for that, honestly, is because like when the 2017 movie came out, all their interviews was basically like them complaining, why aren't they putting us in a movie? I don't understand. And it's like, okay, I know you're not in the movie, but can you just support the movie and
exactly
be along with it? So honestly, it is funny. The people are like, oh, you just love Austin St. John. I'm like, not really.
It does him a great service. I did think you omitted some things that you might be fully aware of.
Well, okay, I'll say this. It's the hardest thing about doing these videos is, since like I don't live stream, so I'm not like doing an hour and a half video is not, I don't want to do that, so I understand why people are like, oh, you're just making up excuses. But honestly, when it comes to editing, and also thanks for saying I have good editing. I appreciate
it's good. I was like, oh, this is great. I'm like, I look, from one editor to another, game recognized game. I'm like, oh yeah, this is good stuff.
Thanks. But the thing is, like, they always say, if you can cut out, like, if there's a sentence in your video that doesn't actually change the story, whether or not it's in or out of it, you should take it out. So there's a lot of, like, for instance, like his poetry clip, I had a lot longer clip of that, but then I was like, it's 45 seconds. That's a long time. It's like, cut it down just to the main part of it. I'd love to play more of it, but again, it's like, I'm trying to, when I first did the video and put everything together, it was like 50 minutes long, and I cut it down to like 35. So I understand. And there are things I'm sure you can bring up, or that, that you brought up in the live stream that I'm sure people would wish I would have put in there. And I understand that completely. But I'm just trying to figure out, like, for me, it was just, okay, what are the main points I'm trying to make, and what are the things I want to talk about? But anyway, Go ahead with if you have a question.
One question is, why did you bring up the Zach Taylor McGinnis post?
To be honest, I don't follow like, I don't really follow that. I don't know much about that story, to be honest. I have heard you like mention it. But to be honest with you, like I worked in a concert venue. The amount of dirt bag managers I've met, it's like 99.9% of managers are pretty awful people. Like, so just when I hear that story, to me, I'm like, yeah, I mean, it's another manager. And it's so, but I understand people are like, well, but that doesn't make it right.
This is not a story. This is like, hey, I'm happy you're gone on his death day
it's
of
horrible.
all days. So
that's horrific.
And,
I mean,
and Austin didn't
terrible.
fire this guy at all. There was no discipline. He put out like a half-cooked statement where he didn't even acknowledge the fact that the statement was about JDF. He just said, people shouldn't say negative things. So I was like, yo, Casey, why are you not covering the whole thing? You like, hey, this beef is keep going on because of me and Francis. I'm like, well, I didn't post that. Zach posted that. You know what I'm saying? So when you when you cut that out, I'm like, well, this is kind of doing ASJ a huge favor because not too many people, I would say, know about the statement or the apology because what ends up happening is if you go into ASJ page, which is another thing I didn't see you bring up, and you ask about any of his controversies, he blocks you.
Right.
So, I mean, here was his, I'm deeply saddened to see hurtful and negative sentiments being expressed. He never said like, this was my manager. It's crucial for us as a community to remember that each one of us carries our own burdens and emotions, and it's our duty to stand by each other. Like, emphasis on this. It's our duty to stand by each other, particularly when it concerns mental health. And this is him basically sweeping it under. And I was just like, bruh, come on, man. You know he was talking about JDF. You won't say his name. And this is what pissed me off. And this, I'm sure, pissed off a lot of Green Ranger fans. Like, we let's just say people accepted ASJ, in their good graces. And then this comes out and they see his response. They're like, bro, what the hell is this? So when I didn't see it in a video, I'm like, that would you agree that statement contributes to the division?
Yeah, I mean, I would say if you're getting deep enough into it, yes. To be honest, for me, I felt like that's not Austin's. Like, Austin didn't say the statement, so to me, it wasn't important for the beef between the two of them.
Okay,
but I again, I completely understand. I think there's obviously, I mean, you said you've been covering, their beef for a long time. There's so much out there, and I admittedly, I know there's clips I don't know about, and I know there's probably stuff that I, don't catch or don't know. So, but it's just, yeah. So I just didn't really. To me, Zach, it's like a dirtbag manager. Seen a billion of those. I didn't really think like Austin didn't say that, so that was more my thinking.
Okay,
and
all right.
I understand if people think that's like I was purposely cutting out. I get that.
I'm looking at this. I'm like, because here's the thing: you clipped the Power Rangers playback interview, and I'm like, well, why did you ain't clip the part where he said he stabbed him in the back? And that was like 4 months before.
Right. Yeah. No. To be honest, I watched that interview like a long time ago, and I remember the part where they were praising him. And so when I was doing the video, I was just like, oh, I remember them talking about that. So, and again, it's like the point for that was just that the cast members do seem to like him, at least they talk about him pretty positively for the most part.
All right. Now Austin also made fun of a gay person for trying to get the role of Zordon, which you are aware of because you nodded your head, right?
Well, to be honest, I did not know until I put the video out and I saw a clip of yours afterwards. So that's like a new thing to me because people are like, why didn't you throw this in there? I'm like, I didn't know. Sorry.
Okay. Well, all right, guys, give him a little bit of grace. He didn't know about.
And again, I know people are probably like, he's lying, but I mean, I really tried to get as well, as much as I could in there, well-rounded as I could, but. Yeah.
Well, it was very pro SJ, and someone said, "Hi Henry, glad you're airing that ish out because I was irritated by the video and mad, and on our JDF and Francis behalf. Much love to you two guys. Stay resilient." Yeah. So I mean, you came into the Lion's Den, so you get a bump of respect for that because most people would be like, "I'm not coming on Henry's platform. I know how his audience is. I know he's toxic. I know he's a cult leader." and his cult leader is going to attack.
Do people know what a cult leader is? Because I don't think.
Look, man.
No. To be honest, when I made the video, I did not think like, oh, I'm gonna get on his live stream. I'm gonna get on there. I tagged you guys, which I should have missed.
You didn't even tag us the right way because I
didn't. Oh shit! I'm so tech illiterate. I gotta be honest.
Pop up in my tags.
Oh crap! Okay, I tried.
It's fine.
It looks like I tried.
I'm not. I don't care.
But the reason because I was like, I tried to tag. I guess I didn't do it successfully, but because I knew I'm like someone's gonna send them this clip, and then I'm like I don't want people to be. I don't want it to assume like, oh, I'm just trying to hide under the radar and like, oh, I didn't say that about you or anything like that. So I was like, I bet I need to tag him. Then apparently I didn't. So
okay, all right. Now I guess this is my last thing to ask about what was not included. The fact that he pled guilty to wire fraud. Yeah.
Well, I'll be honest. I feel like it's been covered so much. I don't think anybody doesn't know that, but I can understand why someone's like, oh, you're just not clear. To me, dude, it's like he's pled guilty. It's happening. He's going to get his consequence
at some point.
You know,
it is. I am patiently waiting. And
yeah. And I've heard you say, I think you've said that you don't think he's going to serve jail time.
Well,
I kind of agree with you on that. I think he'll probably get fined and probably have like maybe some house arrest or on probation or something. I don't think
federal
he's going
government.
To jail myself, that doesn't mean I don't want him to go to jail. I'm just saying I don't think that's.
I want Austin St. John to go to jail just like every other person that did PPP fraud. I'm vocal about it. I'm hoping you go to jail. It is what it is. The person who pled guilty for the same crime, who I think they took a little bit more money, they got 6 months in jail and like I think a year of probation, and they have to pay restitution. But Austin's they took a plea deal. Austin is taking a same plea deal. He's implicated, his good friend, who his co-conspirator. I don't know if you know about Cord Newman. I mean, right
I do not.
Yeah, he didn't made a statement. This was right around the time that they got the money too, which makes it even which makes it better. They were flicking it up. Hey, we just got 200,000 from the government. Let's live it up. Guys. So basically, conspiracy. So who is your favorite Ranger? Before we.
Oh, that's really hard. I think so. Like, I mean, I like a lot of seasons. I will say I like a ton of seasons. My favorite, just I don't know. There's something about him I love. Is in Power Rangers Jungle Fury. There's the mentor. His name's RJ, and he becomes the Wolf Ranger, the Purple Ranger, and I just love him because he's kind of like he's about the closest thing to like a hippie sort of like druggy type of guy you could have. But if you've watched any of my videos, the thing is I get people all the time who are like, dude, you're thinking way too much about this. Totally true. Totally true. That's kind of the point, though. Like, that's what I love doing, because his whole storyline is that he became this master of Paishwa, which is their martial arts form. But the whole thing is he had the spirit of the wolf. His family has always been the spirit of the shark. And he basically, following the wolf path, he was kind of like looked down upon by his family sort of thing, but he still went out and like became a master and also. So I don't know. I like his story. I like his character. He's fun. Says some pretty goofy things that are actually kind of like sometimes wise. Kind of come out to be fun. So
some people want you to delete the video. I am not one of them. I would never tell anyone to delete a video or anything like that, or even change a video. Now, Aaron would be like, change the title to make me look better.
Yeah.
Keep that video as is perfect to me. We've hashed it out. It's fine. Even if you didn't come on here, I would never tell you to change the video. But
I know. From watching you, I know you wouldn't.
Yeah, well, it's content. It's his channel. He does whatever the hell he want to do.
Well, and I will say this. I think I am going to change the description to specify Francis on your channel, because that's one of the things I was just like, I hate writing descriptions for videos too, because it's like, what do you? I mean, it's in the video, man.
Someone calling me a liar, I don't care. I've been told to put my goddamn head in the noose. They was like, you should put your head in the noose. I'm like, God damn. Look, they ain't even shy about it. They just like, put your head in the noose. I'm like, oh my God.
Well, we can both. I mean, anybody who does social media or is online. I mean, dude, the amount of comments I've gotten, I just delete. I mean, it's just like, oh, or they just go after like, oh, you're fat or something's like, oh, good one. Just delete it. It's like, whatever. Like, I don't care.
All right. So now that you got your taste of drama, do you plan on to continue down this debaucherous path?
No, to be honest, I made a video about Austin St. John about 4 months ago. And I watched it and I'm like, I don't know. I watched it and I just felt like I don't like it. I don't know. There's something about it. I just felt like I didn't like it. So I just deleted it. And it's it's just one of those things. I don't really, now I'm not saying this against what you do, because you do great what you do, but it's like I don't really enjoy like kind of the TMZ style stuff. I know. Is that I hope that's not offensive. I just mean like the news stories, kind of fine and stuff. I enjoy more the actual Power Rangers, like deep diving into a season, talking about characters. Like that's what I kind of enjoy more. So I don't do these very often. I did a few like a couple of years ago when I was like really trying to produce a video every week. And to be honest, some of them were good, I think, and some of them I just kind of afterwards felt like I don't even really like that I did that, because it doesn't really feel like me. So,
okay. Now here's the thing about the PDF file support for Austin St. John and Jacob Frank.
Yes,
I was made aware that he 100% knew about the criminal history and sided with whatchamacallit. Now, I'm not there. This is literally someone saying, hey, I spoke to Scott Zillner at a con. Jacob told them about how a 13-year-old tricked them with a fake ID, and he believed that he was tricked. So that's why he was at the con. And I'm like, he's not going to relay that message. He's not going to not tell ASJ about that. So I did find it like...
I'll be honest. I know some managers who wouldn't. I do. I mean, I know some people may not believe that, but dude, I've seen. Oh, dude. I mean, when I worked at a concert venue, we had a guy who there was a reunion concert, and the singer, the whole thing was like they're all sober, they're all like good, they're all going back on the thing. The original members, the singer got so drunk and so wasted and on drugs that the whole band just packed up all the equipment and left him. Like they just quit the tour, and he came to our place, and I watched some manager for literally 12 hours straight backstage talk to this guy going, those guys are the effing like the fakes and the frauds, man. You're the real talent. And it's like, dude, really? This guy needs to go to a rehab center. Like he has problems, and he was just pumping him up the whole day. Like, F those guys. You're the one who, but if the guy left and went to rehab, the tour stops, the manager stops getting paid.
Now,
so you know what I mean?
This is true. You got to keep, keep the goat and goose land to go next. That's unfortunately how it goes.
But I'm not saying he didn't, there's no way he didn't tell him, but I mean, in my experience, there's a possibility.
Okay. I mean, we don't know. So people want a Francis apology. Now that whatever you do, that is on you, but she would like to talk to you.
Okay.
Boom. There goes Francis.
Hi.
How's it going?
Good. I'm still waiting on you to tell me where I lied.
She just come.
Okay. So I want to. I've thought about this. Okay. I would say, Henry, what did you say? You were an investigator prior
former investigator for 100%. Yes.
Okay. How every time someone says the literal words, "I didn't do it," are they always 100% telling the truth?
Of course not, man. Of course not.
So I want to preface with that. I'm not because when I've seen people arguing with you and in the comments and all that, and there'll be a lot of times they're like, well, I didn't say that. And I'll agree with you. If we look at the one dimensional, like the document of words, what was said, no, you did not. The inflection of the voice, the sort of intention. There's a video of you saying something along the lines about how Austin was with fans at a bar. And then you go, yeah, because he does that. He drinks. And it's like, that implies that he has a problem.
No.
But the way you said it,
no.
The way you said it sounded like maybe he has an alcohol issue.
I drink. I drink. That you're making what I'm saying. You're just putting your feelings in it, and you're inferring like, oh, she's talking about him drinking. But
Okay, that's
when I say something like, oh, he's at a bar drinking, he drinks. I'm putting you into the story that because he drinks, he talks.
Sure.
Right? Because when someone's intoxicated or in a happy, like alcohol lowers your like, you feel more secure,
Of
you
course,
feel
yeah.
like you can say whatever you want because it gives you that liquid courage.
Mhm.
Then you start talking. And when I mentioned that story, it was because I have proof of someone during Paramorphicon 2022 how someone in the industry sent Jason an email about how Austin was at a bar with fans talking about Jason. So when I say, oh, he drinks, it's not, you're taking it into offense because you're automatically thinking, well, she's has something against Austin, so she's making fun of him drinking.
No,
Well,
Which is,
no, I don't think you're making fun of him. It's just the way in the moment, maybe it is. I can understand if it's misinterpreted, but there was a weird pause and kind of an emphasis on, he drinks, like, and to me, it definitely, there's people that I think it would affect them and they think, oh, he must have an issue because it seems
but
like
is
she
that a lie
really
though?
emphasized the drinking problem.
That's not a lie. He drinks.
It's, well, I'm not saying, okay, so what I mean is that you didn't say he's an alcoholic,
But
but
I wasn't inferring that he's an alcoholic. I don't know him. I don't
but
know
it
if
can
he's an
be
alcoholic.
interpreted as, now maybe that wasn't your
But
intention.
what you
I'm not saying.
interpret is not what I'm saying.
Okay, well,
Right?
that might be right.
Okay.
And that doesn't
I'm
mean that it's a lie. He drinks. People see him at a
So-
bar.
so-
People know he drinks. People think
Here,
Walter drinks.
let
He
me
drinks.
let me interject for a minute, guys. So there has
Go
been
ahead.
plenty of people behind the scenes who's like, "Yo, I saw Austin at a bar and he was saying A, B, C, D, E. He offered to buy me drinks. I think don't quote me, Austin. I know your ass is watching the goddamn live stream. Your drink of choice is Jack and Coke. This is what they were saying. He wanted to buy a round, and the guy was like, "You're not about to buy me around with that PPP money." And he said no and walked away. But so I think what's happening is, and this I'm on the outside looking in. Francis is giving context that, hey, this story took place at a bar where Austin was drinking, and Casey is like, yo, you trying to say make him out to be alcoholic? I don't think she's trying to make him out to be alcoholic, but I know he drinks. I ain't gonna say at every weekend, but I know he was drinking at Ranger Stop in
And to be
Atlanta.
honest, me saying he drinks is actually giving him grace. Like he drinks, some people do stupid stuff when they drink, right? I'm sorry. So that's that. So it still doesn't answer a lie. That's
No.
not a lie. He drinks. So like, I'm just waiting for you because you did say, and you said it here now. Well, I'm gonna change the description to say Francis on your channel.
Yes.
So let me go back to a few points on your video. You mentioned the whole free event, right? You're totally wrong on the free event, 100%.
Okay.
And when I
Well,
say the
Francis.
free event,
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
no, I'll just say my piece and then you could.
Yeah, go ahead.
My Morphing Life was filmed in 2013. Released
whole
in
entire
2014.
show,
The whole
or-
entire thing was released in.
Okay.
Imagine the last episodes. If you go down, the last episodes of My Morphing Life season 1 were the 20th anniversary, which was filmed in 2013.
Yes.
The first video was released January 2014. So the whole first season was already filmed in 2013. One of the episodes, which is I guess second or third episode, was in Lexington Comic Con that I actually was there with Jason. And it's has a whole bunch of Rangers already there. Then there's a few other episodes that all the Rangers go to his house. Like it was already filmed. This was something that Jason filmed with his own money for him. The free event, which I think everyone is like, oh, it's a little you say it's facetious or lie, that the people don't understand what the free event is, right? It was never an event that Jason was gonna make. That was never the case. What was supposed to be the free event. And maybe after I say this, you'll be like, okay, it was supposed to be, they were supposed to pick a show like New York Comic Con, Lexington, even PMC. And he said, let's all go to a convention and do a free autograph signing, a free event. That doesn't mean that the event was going to be free, that people are not going to buy the tickets. It was basically, we're going to take a con, we're all going to show up to that con, and we're going to do free autographs. One free autograph for a person, whatever it was. What was going to happen with that? The lines were going to be super long. The lines were going to be out the door. You say free, the people are going to be out the door. People still had to pay to get into the event, obviously. The promoter still was going to pay for flights and hotel, because what promoter would not want to be the first show to have the original Power Rangers all together, right? So what were they going to invest? Their time. They were going to invest their time. And what was it going to be the outcome? Promoters were going to talk about how they sold out a show, how their lines were out the door. And what was that going to do? That was going to open the doors to more conventions for all of them. What was that going to equal? More money, more publicity. They were going to be set for life. Only to by investing in themselves one show. And they all denied it. It wasn't about him. He was already established. Him, Johnny Young Bosch were already doing very well at cons. It wasn't about him. It was about, let's set this in motion, give this free event to make it bigger for everyone. Everyone. Austin, Walter, and even Karen Ashley, who was not the original, but with Tui being passed, he said, oh, well, Tui's passed, we can bring in Karen because there's no other Mighty Morphin Yellow. And no one sees that, because everyone's thinking, well, oh, they, they have, they have bills, they have family. But Jason's mind was thinking of in the future, not the right now, the future, that it was going to literally set in motion, like they were going to be set for life in cons, because every con was going to bring them all together until Power Rangers died, which was now.
Yeah, but
well, the thing that I understand completely, the idea behind, like, if you invest, in that, I completely get that 100%. That's not really like the issue of like why Jason wanted to do it. It's that it's kind of implied that they all didn't do it because they're so greedy and they just wanted money.
But
that's kind of the implication,
because that's what they didn't want to do it for free signing.
Right.
They wanted to charge.
But that's okay.
It's totally okay. That never came out of my mouth like it wasn't okay. But in the long run, it backfired on them, because then a lot of them signed up with Zach McGinnis. Zach will group all of them together, but they didn't have Amy Jo. They didn't have JDF. They didn't have the bigger two, let's be honest. And it backfired to the point that Austin went from, when he first came out, he was asking for $50,000 guarantees, to now I'm hearing $3,000, $2,000 guarantees.
What?
You know what I mean?
Holy shit.
So like, imagine if they would have done that. I'm telling you 100%, because it worked for Jason. It worked for him. He started by himself. He started paying his way for Wizard World. He would pay for at the beginning. He would pay for what happened?
Keep going. I do want to hear from Casey though, but keep going.
No, he would pay for my flights and my hotels in the beginning. Until then, the con saw, hey, Jason has really long lines. They gave him a contract. They would give him first class. They would give us both first class. They would give us both, pay for both the hotels. I just think no one saw the bigger picture. Sorry, you could go now.
No, I thought, at least I tried to show that I completely understand the reasoning behind it. Business side of it makes complete sense. I do understand. I mean, it's the same way, like when I worked in a concert venue, we had bands that would do, they would want a guarantee, or they would just say, give us, 50% of the tickets at the door. And if it's a band that they sell out every time, they would get more money if they did the door deal, but they knew they were going to get it, so that's kind of the side of it, is that I understand both sides of why each party wanted to do what they did. And so the thing is, it just made it kind of seem like they're doing something that is not common or is not okay to do in business, but it's common. Like people do it all the time.
No, of
and it's
course.
understandable. And I'm not saying that they were smarter than Jason. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that it just, when it's like the story is like, hey, look, these guys didn't, look how dumb they were for not doing it. Not saying you didn't call them dumb. But if it's implied like, look, okay, you call them dumb. Somebody called them dumb. It was me. Okay. But if the implication is like, they weren't smart about this and they should have done it. It's more of a opinion and kind of the business side of it. And it's also kind of lifestyle wise. I mean, I know people who could be gigging every single weekend if they wanted to, 3 shows a weekend, and it burns them out so bad they don't want to do it. So I understand also that some of them, it's like they might be completely content with getting their, $5,000 guarantee, working the show. Who cares how many people show up, and then going home, and maybe they won't get asked to as many cons. But they might just be content with that,
No, yeah, but like even with the guarantees, you said, well, taking guarantee, if they didn't take guarantees, conventions wouldn't promote them. That's another thing that I say you're 100% wrong, right? Guarantees the promoter is still going to invest on your flight, on your hotel, on if you have a handler, they're still going to invest, right? What the whole guarantee thing is, if you, let's say us here, we're here, and we're pulling $1 million views on YouTube, right?
Nice.
If I go and I'd be like to a promoter, hey, I want a $3,000 guarantee, knowing damn well that I'm gonna make more than $3,000 because I have this huge fan base. Why would you put doubt in the promoter's head saying, wait, if he's asking me for a $3,000 guarantee, he's not gonna make that money? I don't want him at my show, because he's obviously not gonna be worth the investment that I'm gonna make of paying the flights and the hotels. That's why when that whole clip with Walter, Jason's telling Walter, don't ask for stupid guarantees, $1,000, $2,000 guarantees, when you're gonna make that money.
Okay.
It makes it look okay. Go.
Casey, did you see the Challenge of My Manhood video where Jason David Frank was explaining to Walter how to get booked at cons?
I've heard you guys. I didn't see the actual video, but I've heard you guys talk about it, and I completely listen. I'm not saying you're wrong that that's not a good method of business. That's not. I'm not saying that at all. I think it is a good method of business to do that, to invest the money. I think some people maybe can't really afford it the same way that Jason probably could at the time. But I mean, again, it just really comes down to like,
get your money up, not your
where
funny
people
up.
are comfortable with. And I will say, I live in an area that is not like, there's been in the last, 10 years, there's maybe been 3 Power Rangers come to a convention in my area. And one of the ones I went to, which I don't want to cause any
don't
bad blood between the people, but the only reason I knew he was coming is because my brother was at a comic book store and they had a poster of him, and he said, "Is that guy coming to like here?" And they're like, "Yeah." He's like, "When?" And they go, "I don't know. I'll have to check the calendar."
Well, that's poor management.
No,
but
that's what I mean is that there are people, and to be honest, so I went and there was a line of people that, I mean, it was like a dozen people. And I felt so bad because I knew the person had flown out there. I knew they had spent some money to come out there. I don't know whether or not I assume they didn't have a guarantee, because I would think if the people paid them something, they would like want to like make it worth it. But I just know for them, it's like, I know they didn't make nearly as much as they really could have. And so I'm not saying you're like,
I think she's getting hung
people
up on
don't do that.
She's getting hung up on the fact you said she lied. That's it.
That I lied, right? And then
That's it.
What I'm saying is, like, for Walter, right? What happened for him demanding a guarantee? His own show from his hometown would not book him.
Right.
And then he automatically assumed that he was blocked by Jason, but Jason's like, I haven't blocked you. I even showed
He did
proof
block him,
where-
and I have the clip right. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, I did.
I'm like, oh shit.
Oh no, I'm joking. I'm joking.
I showed the text where Jason was like telling the Detroit person to bring Walter in. But if you ask, there are a lot of conventions that if you're basically saying, hey, I can't make $2,000 because if you're requesting a low guarantee, it's because you're saying, well, if I don't make at least $2,000, I don't want to go to your show. So how does it look like you asking for such a low guarantee? It backfires both ways, right? A very low guarantee, like you're basically making it seem like you're not going to make that money. If you ask for a too high guarantee, if you don't make it, the convention is going to have to pay you that money, right?
Right.
So that's why Jason didn't like guarantees, and it was very, very like iffy about it. But I'm still waiting for you to tell me where I lied.
Well, here's one thing I want to bring up. Okay, is that in my video you commented on it?
I did,
and thank you for commenting. We're all friends.
I loved your video. Your video was great. I love the editing.
Well,
You cut me off a lot when I was going to say something.
Oh, you mean in the clips?
Yeah, the clips of what I'm going to say. Like the whole me thinking I could bring anyone up. I never said I can bring anyone up and make them great.
Well,
I mentioned ASJ.
Yeah.
I was more talking about the originals because the originals has the biggest potential, in my opinion, right? And Austin being the leader, right? The original leader, if he would have listened to Jason's theory or followed or emulated, whatever you want to say, I think he would have been in a better situation than he is now. Right?
What she's trying to say is if he would have followed JDF, he wouldn't have been doing PPP fraud. That's all she's trying to say.
Yeah. And
that's exactly what I'm
I
trying
mean,
to say.
and I completely agree with you on that. I do. The thing is, like, I guess I should rephrase it to not necessarily a lie, but I feel like there's things that are left out. And then one of the things which you brought up, which I was kind of surprised that this was something you brought up. I didn't even think about this, or out of all the things I thought, I was surprised, like, oh, this is the thing she brought up, was the Mighty Morphin Life thing. Because you commented and said that a lot of the things I have are incorrect. And so I said, okay, I would be happy to hear, I don't remember how I worded, but I said something like, I'd be happy to hear what they are. You didn't respond.
Ooh.
You commented on another person's thing and said that he has the timeline all wrong. And I said, I would love to know what the problem is with the timeline.
Okay. Oh, sweetie.
And then
I was going to do a video responding to your thing, so I didn't want to answer in the comments.
Okay.
When I was going to do a video, that's why.
Because then you said that My Morphin Life was filmed in 2013. And so I looked at it, I'm like, okay, I don't honestly, I mean, by the stuff, I don't know when each episode was filmed, but okay, they're all filmed in 2013. I will say that what confused me is that he also started doing My Morphin Life vlog or My Morphin vlogs. So and the thing is, I thought, what are you talking about? Because the first thing I remember is, like, I remember watching the episode where he goes and does the cameo for the 2017 movie.
Yeah,
I remember that, but that was My Morphin vlog.
Yeah.
So
season one, the timeline, right? You were talking about 2014. Season one of My Morphin Life, what Jason paid for and did himself, that was Jason's, right?
Right.
Season two of My Morphin Life was picked up by something called Con TV, which was made by Wizard World.
Okay.
And they, obviously paid for everything. So there's two different things. And then there's actually three. Then there's My Morphin Vlog, right?
Right.
So after Con TV and everything, they split, then he was doing My Morphin Vlog, right? Which was also filmed by him. He funded it. It was more of him bringing people to his life, like bringing into, like, seeing things and him, doing his silly thing. I know there's like a silly video of him and Jake and, oh my God, I was going to mention that thing. And Johnny Young Bosch. But what I'm saying is, like, what you said was your opinion, like, oh, he was doing he wanted the free event for publicity for My Morphin Life. And I was like, no, that's not right, because My Morphin Life, that season was already filmed.
But,
that had nothing to do with it.
Okay. So, but
we got to keep it moving, guys. All right.
Well,
So
I do. I mean,
go
I
ahead.
do want to go
Last
because
word.
there's more. There's more to it. So, is that so? I asked you. I said, okay. So I apologize. My morphin, I like what we just said, but then
Yeah.
you said, well, some of the episodes were filmed later, and I said, when were when were they filmed? And you said, I think 2017, 2018.
That's season 2 and 3. Mm-hmm.
But those seasons aired before 2018 and 2000. Well, some of them, the season 2 aired in 2015, and this third
With
season
Con
was in
TV.
2016, so they couldn't have filmed it in 17 and 18.
Well,
Or
I mean, I was probably off, but season 2, what I'm saying is season 1 was free. Season
Right.
2 and 3 were paid for by Con TV, and then My Morphin Vlog was later. I think the My Morphin Vlog did the movie 2017, 2018.
Okay.
The cameo of the movie.
Okay.
So that's totally different. And they also did the Ninja Steel. I don't know what Ninja Steel. I didn't
Mhm.
watch these things. Ninja Steel. He did like the behind the scenes of Ninja Steel, but that was all after.
Mhm.
My main point was season 1 that you're like, well, he wanted it for publicity of a show, but season 1 was already filmed, and
Well,
it
but
was.
I just meant for his show in general as it was going on. So I mean,
No, I mean, he had
and listen, I hope like I don't think Jason David Frank was a monster. I really don't. I hope I tried to make a point of saying all the great things he did because he really did. I think, as you said, he did free events and that'll pay off in the long run. So when it's kind of when things are phrased in a way that's like he wanted to do something free and all these people wanted money and that's terrible that they were so greedy. It's like, well, he was going to benefit from it too.
No, of course.
So that's
It
kind of my
would be
point.
idiotic if you guys thought that he wasn't going to. But my thing is, in your video, you're saying that Henry and I are the reason why the beef keeps going. And now when you're on his stream, you're saying, well, I'm gonna X you out, Henry, and just throw me under the bus, right? But which is fine, because I don't know if I've made it clear enough. I don't care if people like me or not, right?
Right.
And I don't care because I know what I've lived. I know behind the scenes things that you guys don't know about, right? And that I haven't released or I won't release, or it's things that I've experienced myself, right? When you mention oh, the beef is continued by Henry and Francis, well, now you're saying just me. You guys have to remember I'm human, right?
Of course
And
you are.
I am Jason's friend, not only his assistant or whatever. I was also his friend. So if someone messes with my friend, or I've seen things were done to my friend, or that I don't like, I'm not gonna like that person. If I don't like Austin, I'm gonna say it. I'm not gonna censor myself because I'm supposed to be Jason's assistant, and I censor myself and not say it because I was Jason's assistant. There are things that Austin has done throughout my knowing Jason that to me were bad or wrong, or made me not like him. And there's things that he did after Jason's passing that I'm not gonna say quiet, like the Hitler quotes, like the mocking of the gay people, like the PPP, like all the lies. Because in your video you say, well, he only lied when he's 18. He's lied when he's a grown man, 30, 40, 50, whatever how old he is now. He's lied. He continues to lie. And there's so many, and Henry has so many clips of lying that it's almost like, why should I show grace to a man that didn't show grace to my friend? So I'm not a reporter. I've never said that I was not going to be biased. I am biased towards Jason because I am team JDF for life. I knew Jason personally. I saw a lot of the behind the scene things. I witnessed a lot of the behind the scene things. So for someone to be like, well, I'm keeping the beef alive when I'm not even talking about the past. If I'm talking about the current events that Austin himself, that are coming out of his mouth, that are coming out of his actions, that's not keeping the beef going. That's me saying, hey, this man to me has this XYZ is bad, or is wrong. That could be about Austin, that could be about Walter, that could be about Karen. I'm gonna say it because I'm not gonna censor myself because of who I work with or who my friend is, right? And for you to say that I am keeping the beef or Henry's keeping the beef, well, so is Austin by saying Jason's a jerk after he passed. So is Zach McGinnis, who's related to Austin, by saying he's glad Jason's dead, and then making a fake apology saying, well, I might do it again.
Yeah, he
So
did say that.
the beef is not.
Zach did.
Yeah, he said
Yes,
he
Zach
might
McGinnis
do it
said.
again. He said
He might do it again. And so basically the beef is not, and I've always said this, and I think you could look it up. I said the beef was kept alive more by the fans, right? Always. Because, you know, there was a lot of times that Jason reached out to Austin and tried to mend things, and they never mended things. Jason passed away, right? Jason passed away, unfortunately. But that doesn't mean that because Jason passed away, if Austin continues, because you're like, show Austin grace. Well, Austin needs to actually feel like he messed up and feel sorry for what he did. By you saying, I'm bringing up Hitler t-shirts, quote t-shirts, and then blocking everyone that's like, yo, this is wrong, dude, then you're not being apologetic. You're not feeling sorry. You're sorry you got caught. You're sorry that people were outraged. If you mock gay people and people are going on your page and like, yo, that's wrong, and you're blocking them and censoring them and just having an echo chamber on your page, then that's wrong. Because I'm not going to stay quiet and be like, well, let me show him some grace, when obviously he's not being held accountable, because so many people want to give him grace, or be like, he was the leader, he was Jason Lee Scott or Scott Lee, what, I don't remember, Jason Lee Scott, let's give him some grace. That's not right, because no one learns from mistakes if they continue to do it.
All right, great point, Francis.
If you're a liar and you continue to lie, you're not learning from your lies.
Okay, I have one question.
Let my man get some clock, okay? Because you was going on and shit. Go ahead.
No, and I have no. Well, I think we've created enough of like, I don't hate you by any means, and I hope you see that.
No, of course.
My question is, what is the outcome that you want to have happen throughout all this, bringing up all these things and talking about them? What do you want to? If you could pick, I want this to happen. What is it?
For me,
I
just want fans to be aware of it. I just want fans to be aware of it. That's it. I just want to spread awareness.
Okay.
What they do is what they do. I'll cover it.
You will never hear me say, or even Henry say, don't be a ASJ fan.
I never said it.
Because I've never said that. Okay. I'm going to say what I feel, what I've experienced, if I don't like him or not. I even said a story where he was very nice to me and all that. But if you do something nice with one hand, but then you do 10 bad things with the other hand, it doesn't, you know what I mean? It's not going to, I'm not going to negate every bad thing you've done because you were nice to me once, or you did something heroic or nice, whatever you want to call it. My thing is, my platform is for me to vent.
Okay.
I have friends that are Austin fans, and I'm not like, don't be his fan. I'll just be like, and I don't be like, oh my gosh, shame on you to be Austin's fan. I'm not a fan.
Okay.
I'm not a fan.
I hear you.
Look, he only got a limited amount of time, and Francis
I know I remember.
all up. I'm trying to, I know he got kids, and I think the wife is like tending to the kids.
You know what? She got so sick today that she's like, I'm just going straight to bed. I'm like, that's perfect.
Oh no, it feels better.
Okay,
It feels better.
Thanks. Thanks.
We got some super chats, and I do want like fans to pose questions to Mighty Morphin for the next like 10 minutes. We still got some more stuff to cover with ASJ because Mighty Morphin conspiracy theory is not me, guys. He is not familiar with every clip that I didn't uploaded.
No.
He probably don't know about Austin St. John beating up the 3 black guys at the gas station and saving the girl from getting kidnapped. You heard that story?
I have not.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Wow.
Okay. So did you hear the Tweet Train Boner story for his tribute?
I have not. I have not heard that. I'm not saying this as like it's okay, but I've heard him say a lot of things about Tweet in a very like, I think he had a huge crush on Tweet.
Oh, it's
like
always
a
sexualized.
huge crush. Well, I've heard some clips where he was actually pretty like respectful, just like saying that he's like, oh, I wish I could have dated her, but we were always working. Like,
okay.
And so I mean, I'm not saying he has anything wrong. I just mean I've heard
a
quotes
boner story in a tribute video.
Oh, I don't know.
Okay.
I haven't.
All right, we'll show you that to you before you get
Okay.
out of here, man. I do got some super chats, guys. You know, I appreciate Mighty Morphin Conspiracy coming over here getting chastised by Francis. She just going in like, I'm like, Francis,
You're
can the
fine.
man
You're
talk?
okay.
Can he get a word in? She like, no, I'm not a liar. Say that shit now. You know, she going on that tangent. But Matt Fisher, who has a crush on Francis, he said, Francis, you're looking good in those goddamn glasses. You finer than a parking ticket. He wanted
Henry hates these
Parking
glasses.
ticket? What's that?
I don't know what you know.
Sorry, maybe I just what
My
is
man,
that?
he
Parking
does
ticket?
Uber, so he might
Fine.
get parking tickets. Pirate Bell says she loves you, Francis.
I love her
But
too.
anywho, how about us together? Let's do a palate cleanse where we watch the boner story. Is that okay? I know we got some people in the back who want to rip your head off, Mighty Morphin. I'm going to keep them at bay for now.
That's all right.
He's good. He's here. Like everyone that wants to he's here. And I was reaming him, and I'm like, nah.
He
and he
sat through
didn't
it.
bend down. Yeah.
Okay, so here's the boner story, guys. This is where Austin St. John. This is a deleted tribute when he came back and he was mature, Mighty Morphin, because he was mature. He was old. So we have that going for him. But this is how he remembered Twee. Now, this has since been deleted, but thank you to my man right here for reacting to it, because if he wouldn't, it'd just be in the wayside.
It's an amazing co-star that we had. Her name was Twee Trang. She played Trini, the Yellow Ranger. I'm not going to talk about her death too much because I want to stay on the positive side. So many incredible things that are just too wonderful not to discuss, rather than the fact that she was killed in a car accident. The stuff you don't know. You know, she was beautiful. She had the silky long.
I'm telling you guys, I don't endorse what he's about to say. I just want to put that out there. Just want to let you know. And by he, I mean Austin St. John.
Hair, typical to people of Asian descent. Buttermilk skin.
To be honest, she was my crush.
This brother was starving
during my childhood. I did not become a fan of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers until 2002.
Yeah, that brother.
When ABC Family used to play these Spider-Man, X-Men cartoons, and then I used to always wait for the Power Rangers TV show to come on, and Mighty Morphin was
now. Fun thing about this guy, sometimes he is in the chat, guys.
My favorite at the time. You know, I don't like it how I used to right now, but it's still close to my heart. But Trini was my favorite Yellow Ranger, and she was my crush.
Okay, Ninja, get to it.
Sorry, Kimberly, but Trini is my favorite crush. Sorry.
Just beautiful, and not just on the outside, but on the inside. She truly had this very caring spirit. That is not to say that she wasn't a little bit mischievous and at times devious, known to participate in pranks and never get caught because she naturally looked so innocent. For instance, in the command center where we shot early, here we are wearing, these thin layer spandex suits, and the air conditioner in that room was at sub-zero, and we're wearing next to no clothes. In between shots, we used to sit in the little command center, and I would usually lean up against the counter. I'm freezing my butt off, and the girls are... Twee would come over, and she'd just kind of lean in, and we would wrap up and try and stay warm. Well, I was an 18-year-old boy, and she was gorgeous. So once or twice, I may have had a reaction that I truly could not control. I'm struggling for self-control. She's trying to pretend that she doesn't notice. Then I realize she's got a devious side. She's like, oh, I'm so cold, and then I would notice that maybe just her booty would wiggle a little.
Try to flirt with you or something. You should have got her number after that.
She was great about it.
All right. There is the boner story tribute video that has now since been deleted. I know somebody was trying to black pill you in the comments section about some of this story about the boner tribute.
Yeah.
So if someone brings it up, now you've seen the whole. What are your thoughts, Mighty Morphin? What are your thoughts?
I mean, people, I don't know. That's hard because there's a lot of people who are going to be like, I don't know. I mean, I'm not telling that story myself,
Exactly.
But I don't know. I mean, it's a weird thing to share publicly,
Well, when Francis passes, I'm not going to share how she used to get me bricked up on them private calls or anything like that. I don't know what she's saying.
Stop blowing up my spot.
Oh, Okay, she was muting.
I mean, to be honest, that's the type of story that's like, two guys just shooting the shit on their own. Sorry. Just two guys talking. It's like, I understand that story. Like, I've told stories before, like that after I've told them, like, I don't think I'm ever going to tell that again. Like,
but would you do it? But would you do it in a tribute video?
No.
Come on.
No.
Thank
and
you.
Yeah.
Okay, we got some super chats that come in. Shout out to Laura said, you need to apologize to Francis.
Francis, I do not hate you. I think you're a very nice person. I think that all I really mean is that I think some of the ways things were said kind of imply certain things. Again,
But
on
are
paper,
they lies.
No, because it's the things that aren't said.
He's not saying that I'm lying. He just says that I'm
And so yeah, but it's the things that aren't said that I'm kind of like, yeah, I feel like there's some information, or just the fact of like, saying, hey, this isn't really an uncommon thing for them to take like a guarantee. Just he disagreed with them on that. Like that's more. So I will say this. I apologize for saying you lied, because you didn't say anything that was a direct lie. 100%. Thank you. It's been great.
We got him, guys. We got him. He gave him an Aaron treatment.
But,
I
just think that there's things that's like there's implications to me and
I
some
get
things
it, right?
and I really don't try to say like, I know people think like, well, you just like ASJ. I really don't. I don't have like a love of ASJ. The only reason I put out the video is because I just felt like a lot of negativity has gone his way, and to kind of compare, like some people kind of get into that thing where like, oh man, he was just such a problem, and like Jason just like he always had to deal with this crappy guy. It's like, well, let's look at it as like they're both like young teenagers, and that's when the beef started. I'm not saying he hasn't done anything wrong since, but it's like, that's why I want to speculate on, because it's like, there's people in high school I didn't get along with either. And actually doing this video has made me really think about some of those people I still have like kind of a grudge on. And it's like, maybe I need to let that go, because, we were in high school. We made mistakes. We did stupid things, said stupid things, and I come from a line of people who we tell stories, and every time we tell the story, the numbers get larger every single time. So maybe I have some sort of understanding of like someone who exaggerates a story, because it's always, we caught like 3 fish that day. The next day it's like, we caught 4 fish that day. And then the next time you tell like, we caught like 5 fish that day.
Yeah, but those are like little fibs that are understandable. But you're saying that your girlfriend was grabbed by 4 hoodlums with iron fists and tire irons, and you flipped through the window, they threw her through the window, and her dress was broken. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
we about to listen to that story.
Too much, or like you saying you're the owner of a 900 year katana, and you're 40. You know what I mean? That's not like a white lie that you're just being like, hey, I caught 5 fishes. You know what I mean? 5 fish today.
Okay.
It's much.
All right, so one more super chats came in. Someone, Red Bunny Classic said,
City girls
Francis, are down for talking tonight. Aqua Blast said Brent brings up so much crap. Oh my goodness. And shout out to my brother from another. Chanzo said, even if Francis, who I love, does imply certain things, she's earned that right. She's seen and heard things we will never be privy to. Much love. I thought you only like white women, Chanzo. What's going on, man? But anyway, thank you for the super chat. But let's black pill him on one more thing, and then we're gonna let you get out of here. Is that cool, Casey?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So here is the story of. Here's the story.
Get your money up.
Sorry, guys. Here's the story of ASJ whooping on 3 black kids, or people who didn't. Who didn't look like him. Per se. Where is my Jesus? All right. So here go right here. And people in the back, I'm gonna bring you up after Casey go down. So I know everyone want to kick in Casey back, but it's done. And AJ1207, thank you for your donation. I appreciate the 99 cents, brother. I appreciate it. So let's hear Austin St. John tell this heroic feat with there's no concrete proof of. I think Francis left. So it's just me and you now. What you think of Francis? She a piece of shit, ain't she? I know. All right.
And
I'm joking. I'm joking.
Oh.
I'm joking. We love Francis over here, but sometimes she be having to step out. Yeah, I'm saying we got David Yo's baby mama in the back. I see my man Matthew Eakin in the back. We gonna watch this and then we're gonna let you get out of here. If you guys got questions for him, post them.
I was dating a very cute little blonde. I took a wrong turn in LA, ended up on a bad part of town, and I went into the store to get directions. It was 7-Eleven, and all of a sudden, the guy at the counter is looking over my shoulder, and his eyes got real big, and I turn around, and a van had pulled in next to my car, and they busted out the window with a tire iron, and they were dragging my girlfriend out through the window, and they were going to drag her into a van. And there was 4 guys. I don't remember getting to the door. I remember going through it, and I remember guys swinging tire irons and chains at me, and I cleaned them up hardcore. And in the end, I was white. They were not. So naturally, they tried to sue me because I was white. And thank goodness for the videotapes, because the courts all saw that I was attacked. They came after me, and the fact that they weren't white didn't matter. And needless to say, my girlfriend had deep cuts all the way down to her back, cut through her dress where they drug her through the window.
I'm sorry.
And it was a bad day. But that was the first time I'd had to use it in school when kids jumped me, but that was the first time I'd ever had to use it in a situation where I was truly worried for someone other than myself.
All right, there's the story. I'm sure very believable. They're probably gonna make a movie on it at some point because his life has just been so interesting, man. But any thoughts on the story?
I mean, I think I don't know. I mean, the thing with me is I'm not saying it's true. I don't know what to believe, though. You know, it's like, is there some, I don't know. It's like, I mean, again, I come from the line of people who exaggerate their stories. So it's like, were they outside doing something and some guys kind of came up to him and started like saying things to him. And then the next time he told the story, it's like, well, we were in our car and then they like pulled us out. You know what I mean? It's like, so I don't know. It's like one of those things where it's like, maybe there's some shred of truth within it, but I have a feeling, it's probably not all true.
Okay.
Of course. But I don't know. It's hard to say because I don't like just completely dismissing it because that's just my opinion. If I'm just like, well, that's not true, so have that, because who knows? I mean, I don't know.
Okay.
It's not.
All right. Well, any last words, man? We appreciate you coming up. You got chastised by Francis, and she just bowed out. She ran.
She ran away. She knew I was coming. No, no, dude. I mean, it's just. I hope. I mean, I understand people just want like. It's fun to kind of go off on this stuff and do things, but I mean, really, the whole point of the video was just like, if people feel like he doesn't deserve grace, okay, that's fine. I just, the way I live my life, like I know in some of those things, Jason David Frank said stuff like, as a martial artist, you live your life a certain way and all that stuff. And I know that Jason David Frank was like a man of faith and was a Christian, and I'm also a Christian. And so for me, I don't think anything Austin St. John has lied about or said or done wrong is okay. And I hope that shows in the video, because I never once said like, good thing he did that tax fraud thing. Like, I'm glad he did it. Screw the government. Like, I never said anything like that. To me, I find that maybe showing some grace towards him, like I said, the government will take care of the charges. That's going to happen. He's going to get punished for it. And I think if you do believe in a higher power, or you believe in God, that at the end of the day, you don't have to be the one to, tear them apart or be the one to bring them down, because that's going to happen in its own time. They'll shoot themselves in the foot, so to say. But that's why I just threw it out there. It's like, I'm not saying I agree with him, but I just think that I'm going to try to give him grace for things he's done that he shouldn't have done. because in the end, he's not perfect. In the end, Jason David Frank was definitely not perfect either. So, if we can give Jason David Frank the grace, which everybody seems to be very okay with that and happy to do, why can't we do it for him as well? And I understand some people may not think he can have grace, but that was kind of my whole.
I am one of those people. No grace for you, Austin St. John. I hope they lock you up for a long time. I know you watch it. So, all right. Well, look, man, I appreciate you coming up, man, and dealing with all this BS, all this chastising. We gonna be watching you. We gonna be watching that description. We gonna be watching that to make sure you change it. But
I'll change it.
I don't care, man. But
no. Well, that's. Yeah,
any questions you got for me or anything you want to get off your chest?
No, I don't know. Okay, there's one thing I will bring up.
Let's go.
Is this, and I don't know if can I just send you this clip in the chat here?
No, you got to send it to me via email. I got my email.
Via email.
Yeah, let's look at I love that he got clips. I told him I was like, bring the goddamn clips. Goddamn it. He was like, all right.
No, I only really have. I mean, I had some other ones, but the only one I really have is this one. And I sent it to you.
It ain't no problem.
I time stamped it, so it should be right at the right time. If it doesn't, tell me.
All right, let's open my email, guys.
Remember, and I want to quickly say this. I didn't know Francis was leaving, so I wasn't like waiting till Francis left to play this. Okay. I was like, so.
Oh, snap. He got you, Francis.
Clothing line.
It's not timestamp.
It's not. Oh, okay. 206. Okay. 206.
All right. So here's the video. Here you about to kick your back in, Francis. 206. No, look, guys, I got to be entertainment at the end of the day. All right. We'll start it at 2 minutes just to give it a 5-second buffer. So let's go. Here's the clip, Francis. Oh, hold up. Wait a minute. Hold up. Wait a minute. I'm over here showing way too much of my email for a clever person.
Oh, sorry.
For a clever person, they may figure that out. All right.
Like,
there we go. Now I'm like, oh, I'm playing it from my email or whatever. I don't need y'all seeing who be up in there trying to throw me their panties. All right. Anyway, let's go.
I think if Germany can wipe everyone's memory and erase that part of history, they probably would, right? My issue with that is that why was it the first person you mentioned? Like, what the guy from Russia, what's his name? Oh my God, Stalin. Like, mention anyone else. Mention even the South Korea guy, Kim Jong-un. Like, mention somebody. But the H guy, come on. Like, it's just, to me, well, I'm not surprised, I guess.
Considering who he hangs around, huh?
Exactly.
And that's all I really want to play. But my only thing is, dude, Stalin killed what was it, like 6 million people?
Yeah, he killed a lot. Yeah.
So now I know I'm not like, I don't want to go, well, let's all just attack Francis and like put her on. Oh man, let's like she's effing done, man. Like, no, I don't want to do that. But it's like, I think we all say things that are dumb on occasion, saying that why didn't he say Stalin, who killed 6 million people? Like, oh, a funny dictator. Let's just pick one of those. Like,
here's the thing, right? Let me defend her.
Go ahead.
The reason why people don't see Stalin as horrible, as bad as Hitler is because Hitler's rhetoric is still prevalent today. That's probably why he may have not killed as many, but it's the idea and what he was trying to promote that's still prevalent in the community. Even Candace Owens just got demonetized for her comments. I'm not gonna say she supports Hitler, but obviously some people think that she was close to it. I'll just say that.
Well, and again, I have no wish of like, let's destroy Francis or anything like that. But Stalin was not like a good person. So to say like, why didn't you just pick Stalin or any of that? It's just crazy. Maybe 6 million. Okay.
Yeah. 6 million.
But and she mentioned like the Kim Jong-un family, and like they're horrific people killed. They actually can't really figure out the exact number because North Korea's closed off, but they know accounted for. They know that there were, I think, was it let's see, it's 710,000 people were killed, but they think it was more like 3.5 million, but they can't tell.
Yeah.
Because they don't have the information. And so that's kind of like with the Hitler stuff. Not a good idea. Not a good idea. But it's like, we got to be careful, because it's like you kind of turn around and it's like, then you say something that's kind of just as ignorant, as saying Hitler had good quotes. It's like, why didn't you just pick this guy who was a horrible person who killed tons and tons of people? And so that was my only point. Again, I wasn't waiting till Francis got off to put that. I had it, but then she phone
ran.
died,
She became a coward. Don't worry.
But again, I don't want to hate anybody on that. It's like, we all say dumb things. We all say stupid things that we didn't understand were probably wrong,
Okay.
But
all right. Well, look, man, whatever you need in the future, if you need anything, let me know, man.
It was really a pleasure talking to you. Seriously, man. I really
what did you think it was going to be like? Did you think it was going to be like worse than this?
I am a prepare for the worst type of person. But that's not because I think bad of you. It's just like I got to make sure I'm ready. I don't know. I know, dude. I've seen people like I know they're coming for me. I got it.
Yeah, they still gonna come. Look, guys.
But
sorry, you're Harris. Don't come. Do not come.
Do you say if you don't like Kamala Harris?
No, like Kamala Harris was like, do not come. Do not come.
Oh, okay. No, and again, like I think I started saying this at the beginning, but it's like I'm so amazed, because my intention was, let's just kind of give a little bit of insight to this. And I've had some people like, dude, I really appreciate your video, because I feel like you kind of aired out some things that didn't have yet to been aired out. And then, I have the people who are like, yeah, man, Austin St. John for life. And I'm like, yeah, not really the point. And then other people who are like, you're the worst person in the world. Like, how could you ever slander Jason David Frank? And it's like, I'm not trying to slander. I'm just trying to maybe give a different angle on the idea. But
thank you, man. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, man.
All right. Yep. That
you're
is
a good dude, man.
I'm a cult leader. I'm not a good person, man. So I gotta let
well,
you know.
whenever you move to your own island, you let me know.
All right. I'm recruiting. All right, guys. That was Mighty Morphing Conspiracy Theories. Stepped up in the goddamn lion's den. Held his own, backtracked on a couple things, and all in all, I'm happy with the response. And shout out to AJ 1207. JDF didn't lie or scam people out of money. That's a truthful statement. Now, look, guys, I had a lot more left, but we're like here, let me show you what I had prepared. Because if I show you what I had prepared, then I bring up the people that's in the back. Give me a second. Let me move this on over here. Right here. Where's my do not come? I'm gonna come. Where's my do not come? God damn. I just had it up. What is this? All right, so here's what I had prepared. I'll show you this, and then I'll share this tab. I forgot. I don't know whatchamacallit. I'll share this with you. So here was my list of everything I had. I had it in chronological order, right? I had everything in chronological order. This was like my prep. I forgot the bitch grip. I should have showed him the bitch grip. Because it was ASJ who started this stuff back in 2014, as soon as he came back. Some people may remember it. Some people may not.
That's a bitch grip. I'm going to throw you around. I'm going to throw you around like a rag doll. Here's rule number one. Where the head goes.
So what's
I love guys with long hair that call themselves fighters and martial artists. That's a bitch grip. I'm going to throw you around. I'm going to throw you around like a rag doll. Here's rule number one. Where the head goes, the body follows.
Now, when he said this naturally pissed off JDF, because JDF had long hair, and as a result of him having long hair, hold on, I got his response. Give me a second to pull it up. It is right here. So here's his response, as he was saying, like, why would you say that? People will understand why you and I never. People will understand why you and I never got along by saying that what you said. You have offended UFC fighters, girls, guys, all people to be friends of mine. In fact, my wife as well. She can easily lock you up in the head, all for fun. Ha, ha, ha. because that's fun for us. A true martial artist does not say something as ignorant as that. Even if you directed it to me, it offends various people. You know where I stand. You have ignored me for years. I am a real martial artist with various championships under my belt and track record that can be traced back to 1978. Any person of any shape or size, yes, and even with long hair can train. If you would have tried to grab my ponytail, I would have you talking down to Chinatown. Pow. Wish you all the best. This is where I draw the line. I will let everyone handle this. If anything, you know where to find me. Just keeping it real. Grow up. Get a real black belt. So annoying. And don't talk about your underground fighters where you kill people in the ring. You want the real deal? Come see me. You haven't changed one bit, man. Too bad. JDF Randy added Steve Cardenas. So like this is like the beef still going on. Like let's go back to my list, and then I'm gonna bring up Matthew. So we got the Bish Grip. We already talked about the sexualization of Twee and the tribute video that has been deleted. Here's the Franken douche clip that is already loaded.
It succeeded massively with the first 5. And I know that David Yost tried out to be the Red Ranger, and that didn't work out. He went back, tried out as the Blue Ranger, smashing success. I know Jason Frank tried out to be the Red Ranger, failed miserably. And
now Jason would rebuttal this on the Coliseum interview where he's like, no, I never tried out to be Red Ranger.
They hired him later to be the Green Ranger. And then later, when I made it clear that us being non-union, the cast and the crew, in front of and behind the camera, everybody, that was unacceptable. My paycheck, all of our paycheck, we were what was called favored nations, was $611.22 per week. At least based on what I claimed in taxes, that's what mine was.
Right.
And I told everybody, I said, this is wrong. The show made $1 billion with a B the first year.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to play this game. To hell with you guys. I said, let's all band together. Let's walk off the show and convince him. I didn't need to be a millionaire.
Wait, it's called.
But I wanted to be able to help my mom get dental care. I believed in standing up for what I believed was right. I couldn't help my mom get groceries. Right. I was living with Walter Jones, my co-star, and 2 stunt guys in a house in Glendale trying to save extra money.
Right.
Could I have lived alone? Sure. But I wanted to live with the others so I could save money.
Right.
And they wouldn't do it. And then at the end, they cut Jason, Frank, Amy, and Dave cut a side deal, probably through Frank, where after they all promised to walk with us and band together, it was only Walter Twee and I that had the balls to stand up for what was right. And now the Franken
douche, right? Now, I'm about to play you a clip where someone's going to say, no, he never had everybody.
Says to the world, you got to have thick skin if you're in Hollywood. Okay. Or you can have no standards.
Sure.
Now, he accused JDF of having no standards. Now, not after this one, but later he'll end up getting arrested. And JDF gave him some grace. But here's this clip right here. And thank you to the person who sent it to me. And they're about to show you exactly how Austin St. John never had JDF and he never had JDF in there. This is the voice of Godard. This is Kerrigan Mahan. And you're going to know that Kerrigan Mahan, who's also signed to Galactic Productions, does not like JDF. And you can hear where he's going to say the other guy instead of his name.
ADR. They come in and record their stuff. I record my stuff. We all single track, meaning nobody's there. Barbara and I don't record together. I don't record with Austin. He does his stuff by himself. We're all by ourselves. Okay. And he stops me. I'm on my way out. He's on his way in, or vice versa. And he said, can I talk to you, man? I said, yeah. What's up? You got to remember now, I'm a 40-year-old man. He's an 18-year-old kid. These are kids.
Here's the thing, man. When you're 18, you can go to goddamn war. You could vote. At this time, you could probably smoke cigarettes. I hate when people say 18-year-olds is a kid.
And they're being worked. And I mean, they're being worked. They're doing 12, 14, 15, 16-hour days. In some cases, 7 days a week.
Jesus Christ.
And I I believe, and I this is where I might be wrong, so don't quote me on this, but I believe I said the other day, I think they were being paid $1,500 a week. Somebody corrected me and said, no, it was 12.
Jeez.
Now, ASJ notoriously says $600, and I got him saying $600 a week plenty of times, and now he's saying, hey, it was $1,500. It's really murky about the pay. Everyone just says it was low.
So Austin said, what do we do? We got to get more money. And I said, well, how many of you of the 5 are on your side? He said, I don't know. He said, I'm speaking for me right now. I said, well, you're not going to do it, Austin, Red Ranger or not. When we go get our raises, I say our, not Goldar.
Right.
Goldar, Rita, Axelrod.
Yes.
Michael Sorich for Babu. I mean, Dave Mallow, Babu, Michael Sorich for Squat. We went in, all 5 of us. And even though Mallow was always a little timid about it, and, you know, there were those of us that were stronger and those of us that were weaker. But the bottom line is we went in all 5 of us. And that is how we got our bump every time. And we got multiple bumps through those 4 years.
So voice acting is getting multiple bumps because it's all 5 of them going. Now watch what he says when Austin approaches the subject of him trying to get a raise.
And I said, Austin, you've got to get everybody. And he came to me about a week and a half later, maybe. He said, well, I got 3.
I got 3. I got 3. Not, hey, I had 5 and they switched sides on me. I got 3.
Shit. I said, okay, you got 3. I hope one of those 3 is pink. He said, it's not. I said, you're in trouble. Who do you got? He said, I got Twee and I got Walter.
Yeah.
I said, I don't know, buddy. The betting windows are open, and I'm not putting money on it. And I'm not betting against you, but I'm not taking the bet.
Yeah.
You have to at least, even if you can't get Amy, you got to get the other one, and so that she's the odd man out. But ideally, you all go. And that was the end of that. That was the end of that. And he said, well, we're gone. I said, oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. And that was the end of that. And we somehow hung out for 4 years. And of course, he did try to pay us a session fee for the movie. I'm serious. A session fee, for those of you out there that don't know what a session.
All right, but there you go, guys. You heard it from someone else who has no dog in this fight, that Austin didn't have the whole 5 or 6. I'm shocked he didn't say 6. He said 5 because it was definitely 6 people on the show. And I think the other one was not JDF. I'm now thinking about it. It was David Yost. Now, David Yost has vehemently denied the whole notion that they all were in there, that they all were ready. And we know this because of your boy Brent, who went there and got the interview. Now, unfortunately, the interview was deleted or, forced to be deleted. But he said, no, this whole notion that we all agreed, not true. You heard earlier in the stream, JDF said, hey, I had a family to feed. I wasn't doing that ish. And they end up getting fired or walking off. Some goofy stuff like that. So what do you guys think of that? Let me know in the comments section, and I'll see you in the next video. Peace. Now, more stuff as we go down the list before I start bringing people up. Things we had JDF's arrest. Now, we had Austin St. John literally JDF squashing the beast via our guy Nerd Affiliated. Right here. Here's the clip. Let's
that I watch real quick.
I want you to watch that for one reason.
Watch his whole interview and watch how he literally just hates me. Watch my interview on Comics Coliseum. And when you watch it, tell me now's the opportunity where I could jab. And I'm not going to. Here's what I'm going to tell you.
Of a live stream video that Jason David Frank was doing a live stream. He actually made some comments on it, which I found very, very interesting. So let's give that a watch real quick.
I want you to watch that for one reason. Watch his whole interview and watch how he literally just hates me. Watch my interview on Comics Coliseum. And when you watch it, tell me now's the opportunity where I could jab. And I'm not going to. Here's what I'm going to tell you. When this comes out and he talks, forgive him. Straight up. People make mistakes. Certain people know how he is and all. Yeah, I'm too nice. It's just the way it is. Forgive him. Make your own judgments. Do not let it destroy your childhood dreams of Power Rangers, okay? We all make mistakes. Thank you for telling me it's time's up. Now, with that.
Now, you see, hey, give him, hey, we all make mistakes, but, that's just who he is. JDF was not about it. Now, hey, Archer even has this other clip where he is talking about JDF getting recorded without his knowledge and what he says about Austin St. John. So let's play this clip and then I'll bring some people up.
The man, the myth, the legend.
What's going on, guys?
This is
Braintree. How are you, man? Got the Soul of the Dragon, huh?
Yes.
All right. Did you read it?
I did.
What you think?
I actually thought it was really
Soul of the Dragon, guys. Interesting, right? The one he didn't get creative credit for now that we have Aaron. Now, here is the part where he asked him off camera, but he forgot his camera was still recording. This is what JDF had to say.
We're gonna wait mine, but I'm actually there.
awesome. Thank you. Another cool thing I just didn't get on film, but that big respects the other day when you did your live stream and you were saying how you could have dug at Austin, but you were like, I'm not gonna do that. That was very big of you. So I just want to commend you on that.
It's that we all make mistakes, man.
Yeah.
And it's just one of those things where, you make a mistake. If he's guilty, own up.
Yeah, let due process happen.
That's what it is, that's why everyone says that the curse of Power Rangers and the death of Power Rangers. My brother's on there. There ain't no curse. People die, man.
Yeah, life happens.
You know what I mean? Like, life happens. You got 100-something Rangers and you put the curse of it. It's like when you put a curse on COVID, you know what I mean?
Right.
It's just life happens. So they group all this stuff together. Unfortunately, people make mistakes.
Yeah.
Learn, live, and grow.
I appreciate you doing this, man.
Yeah, appreciate you.
Yeah,
thanks. For coming, man.
Yeah, see you later.
Appreciate you. See you.
Thank you.
All right, man. So there you have it, man. The beef was done with JDF, but Austin St. John, he can't let that ish go. So without further ado, I see my man Ansero 6. I see Drew. I see Moses. Let's bring up Matthew Egan, guys, longtime friend of the show.
What's up, man?
What's going on? People thought you hated me. I'm like, nah, I can still talk to him on Instagram. Whatever.
Anyway, I had a problem with.
Anyway, what did you think of all this? Oh,
I took notes.
Okay, let's go. Let's cook.
So super fast. Hitler was putting people in furnaces, gas chambers, like they were stealing their rings. They were what Hitler did, the Holocaust, there's Holocausts, and we call it the Holocaust because what Hitler did was so terrible. So highlighting Hitler above and beyond just because of deaths, it's the type of deaths. Like Hitler was a monster to a quadrillion degrees. So that whole defense of like, well, what about?
Let's go. What aboutism? Yeah.
Right. And then the reason I clicked the link, and then I had more thoughts as Casey kept talking. This is what. And sorry to throw Karen Ashley's name into this, but this is and Zillner too. This is what they said to me about you.
Oh,
was that you were somebody who jumped to conclusions, who wanted to post content that was yellow journal, that was not well researched, right? and didn't have the respect for the amount of receipts and things that you collect, sometimes for months before you actually form an opinion on something and before you publish something. And so I feel like what Casey was doing here, and I when you put it up on screen, you can see what he said, and it was that what you and Francis was saying was not true. And the fact that it took 7 days, 4 months, and 52 years for him to make some little apology was just really sad, and he needed to apologize to Francis and to you right away. But it felt like he was doing what the others accused you of, which obviously wasn't true, because your stuff is very well researched. You find, you track down people like me, whatever. And then Austin St. John, by defrauding the PPP loan program, he harmed families like mine. I was a small business owner during COVID, and they're saying now 75% of the money that was taken from the PPP loan program did not go to keeping people employed. And so by Austin taking all that money, when I went and said, I would like to benefit from this program that's designed for people like me that were suffering because of COVID, there was nothing left because the program had run out of money. And so all these people saw this blank check they could write for themselves, and it wasn't, they had no integrity at all. And so they took them. I had a client that, I think I've talked about this before, that took $275,000, and their business was thriving under COVID. And it just it drives me insane, because I think we got one little PayPal grant during all of COVID, but there was nothing we could do. And we didn't have employees the same way that the system wanted. And so what we were able to qualify for was nothing. And so for Austin St. John to defraud that program, I understand, okay, he wasn't going to conventions, some whatever, but they made up a fake business. It's not like they tried to say, hey, I can't go to events. He had his whole scheme with all of those people that it was not remotely genuine. And then when we talk about Austin St. John as a man, one of the first stories he told me. So just to clarify for people who don't know, I worked for Zach McGinnis. I don't even know what this would have been, 2014, 2015. And this was right when Austin St. John was doing his comeback tour. And for the conventions I saw him at, his guarantees were 15 to 20,000, while the other Power Rangers were between 2 and 5 back then. And so and all the guarantees are a lot higher now if the people are in demand. But what Austin said to me, what Geiger said to me, was that when he was a contractor with the military, he was a medic, not in the military, but deployed. He was on assignment with the military. And he talked about a guy that had let his guard down during a night watch or something on this base. And I think it was Iraq. Might have been Afghanistan. I think it was Iraq. And he said that when they found out that the guy was not doing his job, they beat the ever living Brent out of him and just tore him to shreds. And when you are in a leadership position and you don't educate, when you intimidate, you've now created somebody who's afraid of you, who does not feel there's not a welcome back from that when your peers beat you like that. And I was his, graphic. I would make the 8x10s that they signed. I'm the one that restored, and it's funny because I see them at conventions still. I restored all those fan club kits that had the gradient, and it had the helmet off photo in the corner, and I got a new logo and I replaced it with a not pixelated Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, and it had the character in the full suit with the helmet on. And I'm the one that made that Karen Ashley one where it replaced Thuy Tran because she didn't have one. She was not in the fan club kit. That was and I made banners and stuff that they signed under. I worked with the guy, and he's just bragging to me about how he beat this guy nearly to death because they didn't like how he had done his job. Right. And it was he was betraying his brothers by not being diligent, whatever. And we have these things on our faces where we can use our words to solve things. But he didn't want to do that. And he was very proud. And he, to him, having assaulted this guy is this badge of honor. And so when you talk about the type of person that this is a guy who took from families, who made sure during the biggest, national health crisis in 100 years, made sure that families like mine couldn't get help, and then brags about beating people senseless. And we're going to get into the semantics about what his guarantee was. Like, the whataboutism is just exhausting. And so this is a guy, seemed like a nice guy. ASJ is a Christian too, so we forgive him for defrauding families. Like, bury him under the jail, okay? But he was doing what you are often accused of doing, which is to go into a situation without, I didn't really look into the Zach McGinnis thing. Oh, so you didn't look into the situation where the guy's agent was celebrating the death of the most beloved Power Ranger, who he was clearly jealous of, ASJ and Zach both. And so like without that jealousy, without that piece of the pie, Austin St. John would go to the conventions and he would hear JDF yelling, celebrating, standing on his table, being the best experiential person that he could be. And Francis could tell a lot more stories than I can. But ASJ would have to listen to those moments, right? And how are you going to feel like when you're making less money than Jason David Frank wherever you go? And so that's when they started to say, hey, you can't book us in the same convention. And Zach would try to get JDF, not booked at play. Hey, if you want 5 Power Rangers, you can't book JDF. And so that was all coming from their side. So for Casey to defend that and to admit that he was ignorant, he's in the wrong business if he's trying to be an investigative YouTuber. Like, because you need to dig. Like somebody else I know who gets to the bottom of things. And
you dig, bro. You like to dig.
Yeah, I think Casey was just putting together a video showing his support or him giving ASJ grace, and a lot of stuff was cut out. And he self-admitted, he's like, oh yeah, I didn't know about this clip. I didn't know about that clip. Whereas I think everyone sees what I'm doing, and you put me in a video, they're going to hold you to that same standard.
Right. And this guy in comment knocked for something. I don't know what all that's supposed to mean. But he's saying that I'm saying that ASJ stopped me personally. It's people like ASJ. It's people like that client that I had that took PPP loan money when they didn't need it.
Yes.
It's like, who was it? Tim Tebow or somebody that applied for unemployment or like food stamps or something when they were like a millionaire.
Brett Favre.
Brett Favre. So like Brett Favre's get like F Brett Favre, right? Like this is not okay, because that money is meant to help people who don't have, right? And COVID for us was really hard because we couldn't get out and meet people. And so there was no networking. There was no, our whole sales ability was completely destroyed. And so I'm not saying Austin St. John personally cost me that money, but I'm saying people like him and his co-conspirators, right? Because there were 7 dudes that were indicted with him.
It was about 18, and then I think it moved up to 22.
There are families out there, real families, that did not get those loans because of what they did, and potentially multiple families, real American families that were harmed by what Austin St. John did. And I know they're like, oh, it's just tax fraud. People write it off. No, this was a finite resource that they applied falsely to get hundreds of thousands of dollars. And that harmed people. That was money that people needed to keep their homes. That was money people needed to feed their kids, to, all of a sudden you got to be on Zoom and you got to get little Billy a Zoom computer, and you got to do, there was a lot of expenses around COVID, not to mention everything was scarce. So the prices had gone up. It was a mess.
Yeah.
So, when you think about how well off you were 4 years ago, maybe remember that on November 5th, but that's just me.
What else you got, man?
I'm supposed to say for Cheyenne, don't be like Zach McGinnis. I don't know. What's the line? Okay. Don't be like Zach McGinnis. Stay resilient.
Yeah, we.
I guess she's clipping that for your Discord. I don't know what that means.
Yeah. She's. They have a.
Stay resilient. Stay resilient, bitch.
A soundboard of everyone saying "stay resilient." So if you come on the stream and you say "stay resilient," you might get clipped. And she said, "Thanks, Matthew."
I got my chat up over here on the second one. I'm trying to keep up with it, but great to see you.
Oh man,
you
likewise,
look great,
man. I'm maintaining, still doing this drama, this Power Ranger drama. which is like unbelievable. I wasn't even supposed to be streaming this week. I was supposed to be working on Twitch drama, but they just
But
Casey's
your
video
stuff
just,
has an impact. It really,
oh,
because I'll tell you,
100%.
The Dan Devey stuff that you published too. He can't even get a venue for his event now.
Oh.
And every couple weeks he's posted and he said he was going to come on your show. I wish he did.
I reached out to him and said, "Hey man, I think I don't know if I showed you the message. I'm like, yo, someone said you wanted to do an interview. Just let me know when and where." I reached out to him 100%. He didn't respond. So,
wow,
it is what it is, man. But look, I
Yeah.
got so
Yeah.
many
No,
other people.
great to see you.
Thank you for coming up. That's
Bye, everybody.
100% gonna get clipped by my editor. All right, 100%. All right, I got to kick you because people can't get in. All right, whoa. All right, guys. I can only hold like 10 people back, but certain people move to the goddamn effing front of the line. My man Answer 06 is back there, but hold on. I'm about to bring up somebody that's never been on the goddamn show that be ninja watching, but they part of, El Jefe's team of Power Morphicon. So they get deference. They get, Jason from Influence Films is here. Man, we about to have a party. Let's go. Love Muffin.
What is up? Ooh, that is looking nice. Oh,
I gotta get it framed.
It's
guys.
good. I still have to get mine framed too.
A video coming out tomorrow about 10 a.m. with Joey. Promoting Power Morphicon. I mean, not Power Morphicon, More Phenomenal Expo 2025.
Which I got to clock you right there real quick. Is El Jefe to Power Morphicon? That's what you said.
I said
just
no.
a second ago.
I corrected myself. I don't promote Power Morphicon ever. But I do promote More Phenomenal Expo a lot.
I'm good.
So what did you
appreciate
think
that? Appreciate
of all
that.
the video that Casey put out glazing for ASJ?
I kind of just had to shut it like midway through. I was just eyes were glazing over, but then I was like, bro. I was like, nah, I don't have the time today for that.
Oh man, I do drama. I do this shit. All right, no one can do it like me. People imitate it, but never duplicate it. Obviously, but it was a valid attempt. I would say so. It was a well produced video, but he just didn't research. He didn't know, man. He didn't know. Do you fault him for not knowing, or do you be like, bro, if you're gonna put that shit out with my name,
with that kind of confidence, you gotta stand with behind what you say, man, and make sure your shit's like airtight. If you're gonna come out like that confident with it.
Yeah. All right. So,
but else? I mean, everybody's gonna have their own opinion. Like, what else can you do about it, right?
This is true. I mean, it's a learning lesson. I'm sure his next video, if he jumps out there again, will be more research. I'm hoping.
Hoping. Yeah.
So, what else is on your mind, Love Muffin?
Not much, man. Just here out of contractual obligation from El Jefe telling me to hop on here, making me cut off my Tony Hawk session short, going like, you need to hop on there to promote Mini More Phenomenal March 29th and 30th, by the way, in San Antonio, Texas. And I'm just like, do I have to today? It's my day off. And then he's like, yeah. So I was like, all right.
Hold on, let me see if I can pull it up, man. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. But what did you think of Francis? How long have you been watching the stream?
About midway, I think, like right when they were both getting into it, and I was like, "Oh, she's a feisty one, right there."
I know,
she got that fire.
That's that Dominican Republic out there. Yeah, I'm saying.
That explains a lot.
See, I know, right? Doesn't it make sense?
All right. Yeah.
Oh my goodness!
Now it comes together.
Covering
now I'm getting
drama, man. It'd be like this, but anything else you want to add? Though? I got like so many people I got to bring up.
Not really, man. Just wanted to pop on just to say, I've been getting into it. How it's kind of passing my day through work. The Power Morphicon drama just kind of brought me in even more. So I'm just,
what do you think about
train
that?
ride in itself, man.
What do you think about that? Joey's interview drops tomorrow.
Oh, okay. That's all right. It's a lot of like he said, she said, and already, at least it seems like people are kind of knowing and understanding more on like the proper side of things, I would say, because it just kind of seems like he's just kind of complaining to complain.
Well,
and it's like some simple stuff. And I mean, I guess he'll say his piece. I don't want to speak for him, I don't really know him that well, anyways. That's like his story, not mine. But also just kind of.
I came to say that I am Anon, and I came to say that Joey, that piece of shit, is just. No, I'm just kidding. No.
No, he didn't use the voice changer.
Nah, it was me all along. No, I just came to say what's up. That whole drama thing. It's intriguing because I've been hearing different things too. So, I mean, maybe I'll pop on afterwards once that interview comes out, and I'll say what I have to say, so I don't put false info out there or anything like that. But I'd say just wait till that interview comes out, then form your opinions on that afterwards.
All right.
I think there might be more info, but
thank you.
I just want to say what's up.
Thank you for coming up, man. I got so many other people. I try to get everyone to come up. Yeah, I'm saying say their piece. So thank you for coming up, man. Appreciate you,
man. Oh, before I stay resilient, I got to make sure I get myself on the soundboard there.
All right. Thank you.
All right, man.
All right.
For sure, man.
I love Muffin from Morphing. All right, guys. If you were trying to come up and you couldn't get in the studio, there should be some room now. Let me see. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people back there. Let's bring up David Yo's baby mama to be Janara. Janara, what up, girl? How you doing?
Yeah, how's everything going?
It's going good. What's up with you tonight?
Just resting, get prepared for my birth tomorrow.
Ooh, tomorrow is the day. Are you excited?
Yeah, it's been a while.
We are excited for you. We're excited. Is David Yost gonna be there too?
Yes.
Okay.
That's why I look like this.
Okay. All right. So you having a baby. It's a girl. I forget the name. What was the name again, Janara?
Bailey Cranston.
Bailey Cranston, not Bailey Yost.
Bailey Cranston.
Okay. All right. And I still heard that alarm chirp. I told you to get that fixed like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
I did fix it.
You sure about that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's not chirping. Anyway, the birth is tomorrow.
That was a chirp. All right. Birth is tomorrow. We wish you a safe birth, and we look forward to pictures on the next stream. Okay.
The pictures.
Yeah.
I'll just show you the baby.
Okay. All right. Well, you do that.
The baby.
You do that, Jadar. All right. I gotta get other people come up though. All right.
All right.
All right. You be good. Have a good night and a great birth. All right. Pooh. That was Jadar. Answer 06. Are you ready? You skipped to the front of the line.
Always ready.
Stay ready. If you stay ready, you don't got to get ready. That's what Deion Sanders said. All right. What did you think of the whole video, the hit piece, where I said it was poorly researched?
Poorly researched, but he did bring up some facts. Yes, Jason Geiger was intimidated or felt threatened by Jason Frank. One, because he was a 4th degree black belt, not a 2-stripe black belt. He was a National Black Belt League champion, Hall of Fame inductee, NASCA, North American Sport Karate Association champion, and a Hall of Fame inductee.
Oh.
As he came onto the show. So yeah, he would feel a little intimidated. Jason knew the difference between having 2 stripes on a belt versus actually having degrees on a belt. Just saying. So there's that. So I'll give him props for, he may have felt threatened about his position. I guess his manhood was challenged. But it is what it is.
Challenging my manhood?
I guess he wasn't that confident because martial arts gives you confidence. Like, I may not be the subject matter expert in every field, but when I walk into a room, you better know that I believe that I'm going to be confident because of all those years of martial arts training. Yeah, I'm going to have some confidence. So I guess bouncing around and going to all these different schools and being a hybrid martial artist did not work out so well for him.
Hybrid guy. This guy. Yeah, man. I think we're.
So,
go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say what really pissed Jason off was the fact that ASJ was LARPing as he was some big martial artist when JDF knew he was a fraud from day one, just on how we talked about martial arts and how he carried himself.
Yeah, and also on how he tied his belt.
Oh yeah,
Because even I saw that.
I think you did show me the belt was tied wrong on some picture or something. I was like, yo, I would have never caught that. I wouldn't have known. Wouldn't have known.
Yeah. So, okay, so I'll give him credit for that. But the rest of it, and then claiming about his military stuff, him doing military work. Yeah, I'll say it triggered me as a veteran of both the conflicts of Iraq and Afghanistan. For someone to say military work, yeah, that's going to trigger a veteran that actually served and put time there. What I don't get, after doing some research, doing some digging, I don't get it. Like, Austin kept claiming Iraq, but everything on his LinkedIn says ASG Kuwait. Area Support Group Kuwait. Area Support Group Kuwait. I'm looking at it right now. I'm looking at it right here. Looking at it right there. I'm like, it just doesn't make sense.
Ooh,
but,
now Kuwait was that very nice base though. That's like the best base in the world, right? Or it's up there.
That's
they got
it's very up there for the Middle East area. I mean, it's safe. There's no shootings. There's no explosions and stuff like that. Man, you get some dust storms, and depending on where you're at, you may be in a sulfur refinery area or oil refinery area. But other than that, no. So yeah, I'm just looking down through here, and I'm like, I'm just kind of confused. So, but you know what? No here, no there. We all know there's a lot of things that comes out of his mouth that is cap. Just like securing your black belts in a gun safe.
Look, I can't find the clip. I've heard it. I've watched it. I've seen it.
Yeah, you
locked in a safe
played it
somewhere.
on your channel.
I probably did. Yeah. I was like, bro.
You played it on your channel because I commented on it. And then just like in your Discord, you see where mines are hanging on a hanger. Right there. I took it from my office. I put it out on the entryway to my living room. Took a picture real quick to show you my belts. He can't even provide receipts on that.
Yeah, like who did he train under? God.
But now he just implicated himself, right? Just now. So the gentleman that was on prior that said that he assaulted someone while downrange. It's a felony.
Well,
because you did it on a federal installation, even if it's not stateside, it's overseas. And now that that gentleman just admitted on your show, I'm going to have to dig a little further. And then maybe possibly get statements, because what Austin keeps failing to realize, I can find it real quick. Oh, there it goes. Military police. So I'm going to look into it. And if I get factual information, he'll have another issue coming.
Holy Jesus, man. When you look into it and you keep us abreast of what's going on, man. Because if you find something, or you find a witness, or you find someone who's willing to go on the record and say, hey, I was assaulted by ASJ, go for it. Matthew said, give him my contact info. All right.
Yeah, after the stream, please do that, Henry. Please.
Oh, I'll definitely I'll link you guys up.
As a martial artist, it's making me mad. And I can understand why Jason sometimes became out of his character and would be upset at Jason Geiger. So he does it to himself. And if you're watching, I hope that story is capped. I really do.
Ooh. All right. Well, Answer 06 is on the case. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. All right, man. You have a good night and you be safe.
Likewise. Other than that, good stream. Everyone, be nice, be kind to each other, and stay resilient.
Let's go. I love everyone leaving with the stay resilient. All right. I see we got Laura. Let's bring up my girl, Laura. Yeah, I'm saying we got Laura. Then we're going to bring up Jason from Influence. Oh, I see Matt Fisher. back here. Brent was back here for a second and he left. But what's up, Laura?
Hey.
Hey.
I'm good. Hey. How is my Henry doing?
Where the white women at?
I'm making it. How are you? What'd you think of the video? What did you think of the video?
I think that it sounds like he likes Austin. That he is Team Austin and brainwashed. I don't know how these people like him. What? Why? Like, what is there to like? You convince me of what there is to like about this guy. I mean, I met him, and again, the last thing, I said to him, I'm like, why did you hate Jason? And he goes off with Jason who?
He knew it was Jason.
It's like, dude, why? I just don't get it. And I'm glad he apologized to Francis. That was important because he called her a liar, and it was important to hold him accountable because he shouldn't have said that. You don't do that. And so he apologized to Francis, so I will give him credit for that. Like I said before and a million times, I'm always Team Jason. And he is not prepared like you were. I kept listening for the facts. I'm getting used to listening to you and how you present things. And he just didn't have it. Like there was no Henry-ness there. There was no Henry-ness, and I'm looking for the Henry-ness and it's not there. And I guess A for effort, but still,
yeah,
it was what it was, but it wasn't truthful. I don't think there were some elements of it that weren't truthful or not, like you said, poorly researched.
Salute. Yes.
And so I think that I don't have to tell. Do you want me to tell the whole ASJ story again?
No. I'll tell it. Hey, she ran up on him, y'all. She pressed his ass at I think it was Chicago. She was like, "What's all that shit you've been talking about, JDF?" He was like, "What JDF?" She was like, "Ninja, And he was like,
said, Jason who?
Oh man.
And so, that's exactly what he said to me was, I'm a student of history and I thought it would be a good idea to put Hitler on the shirts. He said that.
Yeah. Yo, Jimmy, shout out to Jimmy Woo. You like drama too, Jimmy. Your ass is here every stream, Ninja. He's like, I just like drama. I'm like, Jimmy, you hear every stream. Every stream, Jimmy in the chat. Oh man. Anything else, Laura? Because I got other people and I got to go to work in the morning.
No, you're good. I hope you have a good day at work tomorrow, and hugs. And I love you. And
Love of my life.
I'm here.
All right. Thank you, Laura. Thank you for coming up. We appreciate you.
You're welcome.
Right. Peace. All right. Matt Fisher, yo ass ready? There we go. Yo, Matt, his intro is just wild. He been having these wild intros. Oh man, what's going on, Matt? I saw Francis in the chat. I think she ready.
Give me some of that vagina.
I think she ready to give it up, man.
Giving that pink punani.
Do it again.
Stay.
So I need to admit something to you guys. And I've already told Drew this. As much as I dislike Austin St. John, and the only person I dislike more than Austin St. John is probably Donald Trump. Boy, I hate Donald Trump.
Why do you hate Trump, man? That's what I'm voting for.
Henry,
thank you so much.
I'm joking. I'm just trying to trigger you, man.
Look at my African American over here. Look at him.
But
are you the greatest?
His character, Jason, actually has my favorite line out of the entire 30 seasons, 30 years of the show. So Jason actually has my favorite line from the show, as much as I hate the actor. It's episode 2, second episode of the whole series. It's a kid show, so he can't swear. So he gets up on his little Zord, and they're like, "You ready to go to work?" And he goes, "Let's kick some giant." So I may or may not use that in my head during the course of my day. To answer your question, no, I do not do weed. I know I'm probably asking that right now. I get off. Where's your little get off the weed?
Just say do it again. Stay
off
the weed.
But Austin St. John is a piece of shit. I respect what's his name? Power Ranger Mighty Morphin Conspiracies for his opinion, even though I greatly disagree with it. Yeah, that's about it. I wish things were easier for people. I wish Drew was in better health. I wish Henry didn't have to go to court all the time.
I know.
I wish Henry would turn off his computer more.
Bruh, it's like glitching. My mic is cracking. I just gotta finish this one video, then I'm gonna turn it off. I promise.
I wish Rican would put some stuff out. I would watch it in a heartbeat. I wish Todd would show the fuck up.
He watching though. I'm sure Todd watching.
Yeah. Hey Todd, come back. I wish Brent would smile more. I wish Austin St. John would stop loving Hitler.
Bro, are you on heroin right now?
No.
Okay.
No, actually, I'm having surgery next week, so no, I'm not on painkillers.
Okay.
No, I've been up for more than 48 hours. So yeah, this is where we're at. So I just wish everybody would get right with man, whoever that man is.
Stay resilient, bitch.
And good luck, Henry. Stay resilient, bitches. Love you all.
All right.
I almost forgot. Before I forget, Cayenne, I know how much you think I'm weird, so hello.
All right. All right. That was Matt. All right. We got to bring up someone I ain't heard from in a goddamn minute. A month. Whoa. Spencer Cordell. Spencer been up here before. He been up here before. He got that voice. He got the in a time where different worlds collided. You know, that great fucking smooth voice. But shout out to my man Jason from Influence Films, guys. The biggest Austin St. John fan walking this green earth. What's up, man? How you been? Been a while.
It's been a while. How's everything going? I hope it's all is good. I've been watching the streams and been hanging out in the chat, but
what did you think about the hit piece or documentary, the ASJ Glaze Fest that was hosted by Power Ranger Conspiracy Theories?
You know, it's interesting because and I will always say this till I'm, dead and buried, but I give you all the credit in the world because without you, I wouldn't have gotten my Tumblr. But I do give Austin credit for making that right. And as stupid as I think it was, I give him credit for making some Anne Frank shirts. And more important than that, not making a Hitler shirt. Like, I think the idea was stupid, but at least he didn't follow through with it. And I think for me, after watching tonight's stream, something you said, talking about Hitler and everything, it kind of just made me think. And it's like time kind of puts things in a bit of a different context, because it's like, for instance, you talk about someone like Candace Owens, for instance.
Yeah,
and
she's getting demonetized. I think she's suspended off YouTube.
Right. And so, like, I don't really follow her all that much. But interestingly enough, she made a stream about, and I'll bring this back to Austin St. John in a second. She made a stream about Michael Jackson a few days ago or last week, whenever It was pretty recent, and it was basically saying like she defended Michael Jackson, which I thought was really nice, but woven in there were a lot of things about how basically the Jewish people that worked for him tried to kill him. And it just really offended me because, as you know, I'm Jewish, but a lot of people don't know. I worked for Michael Jackson for the last 5 years of his life. I helped edit a book he wrote.
What the hell?
And
Like, you ain't tell us that.
I usually don't like bring it up. It's kind of a random thing, but that was like a big part of my 20s. That was a lot of what I did. And so when I heard her say that, that really was frustrating to me. And I know she has her own views about Jewish people, whether, you know, people want to acknowledge it or not. Like, I don't think she's really hit it that well if she was trying to, but it just really was offensive. And the thing is she tried to imply that the only Jewish people in his life basically were awful people, and he basically didn't want anything to do with them. And I'm sitting there like, well, I'm Jewish. He knew that. And I worked for him till he passed away. And then I worked for his estate for like 2 years after that. So like, here's a book. He thanked me after Marlon Brando in that book. Like in the thank you section. So like it really, and that was published like a year before he passed away. So that offended me a lot. And the fact that that doesn't it doesn't spark the outrage that I think it should. And I don't know if it's just because it's not a big deal to a lot of people, but to me, that is more frustrating. And the fact that he had other people that were Jewish that were working for him when he passed away too. And so there's just a lot of misinformed people, and there is a lot of hate that's like under the surface for a lot of different people, a lot of different groups. And so for me, like when I think about Austin St. John and everything, and it's just kind of like, yeah, I didn't like the Hitler thing, and I'm thrilled he didn't do it. And I give you some credit for that too, because I think if you didn't have your stream, I don't think a lot of people would have known about it. I don't know that Amy Jo Johnson would have made a tweet about it. And I feel like these are kind of like dominoes. Like if those things hadn't happened, he may have put it out. I don't think that was like his sole decision. Like, oh, you know, I had a change of heart. Like, I think it was because there was backlash. And I don't know if without your stream, I don't know that would have happened. But in the grand scheme of things, though, I'm just like, I don't know that really is that horrible compared to what other people are actively doing. Like comparing something that somebody thought of doing, considered doing, but didn't do, and then tried to put right, as lame as it was, versus what people actively engage in as far as hate and things like that. So I don't know. And that's what was on my heart and mind when I was watching this after you mentioned Candace Owens. So
okay. Well shit, man. We had no idea the life you've been living, bro. I had you've been coming on the channel for like, I don't know, maybe 6 months to a year. Then you're like, oh yeah, by the way, I'm Jewish. We had no idea. Then you come out now talking about you worked on the goddamn thing with with Michael Jackson, and you worked for his estate for a year. Like, goddamn, man. What else do you do?
Well, you know, I got to get to work tomorrow because I am James Bond, so we'll get on that.
I knew it. Nah, man, but we always appreciate when you share insight. We're happy you did get the Tumblr back. We're happy ASJ didn't make the Hitler shirts. I mean, I don't know if he was saying it for shock value, but Jesus, was he gonna really make Hitler shirts if I never live streamed about it? I don't know.
We'll never know.
We'll I guess like Kanye West said, I guess we'll never know. But yeah, Candace always crashing out. Like I was talking to my editor about her. I was like, bro, every stream she's talking about Jewish people. She about to get canceled. I'm like, she is, and she's gonna only have herself to blame. And like, she already got fired from Daily Wire from her thoughts on Jewish people. So now you go to YouTube and you continue to, you know, spread your thoughts on Jewish people, and now you blaming everyone being a Zionist because you got disciplined. I think everyone knows like, how to conduct themselves online and what's appropriate and what's not, especially on like a platform like YouTube. So, I mean, it was no surprise. Like if you go through me and my editors, I'm like, yo, she about to get clapped. And she would have like 21,000 people live doing it. With an audience like that, you're under a microscope. So even if you feel like you didn't cross the line, if it's in question if you crossed the line, then that's a problem. Am I fine? If people have to ask, did you cross the line? It's a problem. So, she got what she deserved, man. She got what she deserved. But anything else, man? Because I got a bunch of other people and I do want to go to work tomorrow.
No, I just want to say too, at some point I do have a JDF video I want to send you, and if we could play it on a stream, just because it's real inspiring stuff. And
yeah, you know what? The other thing you sent me like when you became a ASJ fan. I think it was on like a 2019 Happy New Year speech. If you could download that,
yeah, it's on his Facebook.
You got to download it. I'm blocked, so I can't go to his Facebook. So you have to download it somewhere.
And I can download it and send it to you, and then you could play it.
And then I could play it, man. Because maybe at a time he was nice and cool, and then over time he just got people change. People change.
Yeah, it's a thing too where it's like nostalgia. Like when I heard Matt Fisher say things like earlier about his favorite line from the show, it's like I'm that way too. But with Jason, with Tommy, like I grew up with those actors playing those characters, and so it's like there's not a lot of them left. Like as far as like when Jason David Frank died, I hate to say this, I feel like Power Rangers kind of died with him, whether people know it or not. Like, and I'm saying that as a fan, but also as somebody that if you look objectively at the show, like he was their figurehead, he was their mayor. Like no matter how you feel about Austin St. John, Jason David Frank, whatever, and he was also really a great guy in person. And so with both those things, the more you hear, like on your streams when you're talking about things that he wanted to do and that he didn't get the opportunity to do because for whatever reason, and things he was promised and then it didn't happen, it's just like, that's so frustrating because I feel like that would have been so much better content than what we ended up with. And now, like, I saw a picture on, I'll get off here in a sec. I saw a picture on, like, I think it was Instagram of a fan that bought the Pink Ranger costume, the Goldar costume, like a bunch of the costumes from the movie, and he's just got them like in a bedroom. And I'm just like, that's cool for you, but if this franchise had been handled better, that stuff could be in a museum. But
it should have been at a museum. It should have been at like a pop culture museum. But
tell me, do you know, did the White Ranger suit, did Jason David Frank, anybody that loved him, did they end up with that, or was that just some random person? Do you know?
I don't know who bought it, but I definitely know it got sold. I think it was like $29,000 or something.
I was hoping, my fingers crossed, that somehow somebody that knew him or loved him ended up with that, but oh well. Anyways, thank you for having me on. It's always a pleasure. You rock in 7 languages.
Oh man, thank you so much, man. All right, that's Jason Pham. So everybody. All right, let's bring up Moses, then Spencer, then Rican, and then we're gonna let my grandmother's favorite grandson close it out. If you guys want to come up, click the link. All right, Moses, what up, bro? Hola, ¿cómo estás?
Hey, Henry.
What up, man? I gotta learn Spanish. My daughter and her mother conspiring against me in Spanish. Oh, Patrick Scott, I got your
if your daughter's telling you to learn Spanish, is because she knows something that you're not seeing.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So if she's telling you, hey, Daddy, you gotta learn some Spanish and stuff, it's because she's seeing something that you're not seeing. You know?
Yeah.
So that's the reason why I'm if you see right here, is because I've been struggling for an ear infection for over 2 weeks and stuff. And I can only hear from one ear, which is the right ear, not the left and stuff. So I'm trying to get over the ear infection because I had it since August 31st and stuff, and it's been going off and on, and right now has been returned with vengeance and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I'm just trying to weather the storm and stuff. But in regards to with ZTMG, I'm basically doing the initials of Zachary Tyler McGinnis
Yeah.
and stuff. And he's been telling people, even booking people and everything else and whatnot. And when it came to JDF, it's either my team or him, or something like that. Upon the law and upon different states and different laws have a thing called tortious interference of a contract, and that's a felony.
Oh,
because the
yeah.
same thing because the same thing that they did to Vic Mignogna, the voice actor for Broly of Dragon Ball, he was subjected by the same effect and stuff. So basically, if Zachary Tyler McGinnis was basically the ringleader of booking people and saying, if we don't if you have JDF, we're not gonna basically or you know what exactly what I mean and stuff. So basically, they're basically putting an ultimatum and to the situation and basically doing a tortious interference of a contract and stuff. Because when you sign a contract with the cons, it clearly states that if there's a tortious interference of a contract, that will be subjected to civil and federal penalties and stuff. So I think they should investigate Zachary Tyler McGinnis and the entire company and have him wiretapped because of him doing tortious interference of a contract.
Oh wow.
Because
Look, man, I agree. Like, sure. Is it illegal? Absolutely. All right,
it's illegal
is the
because
government
if it's here in Salt Lake City or anywhere else, and Zachary Tyler McGinnis does to different cons, that's basically that's not just basically monopolizing the con, but taking the cons as hostage through the tortious interference of a contract and stuff. Because if you would have done if you would have done it in Texas is basically has the iron hand when it comes to people doing tortious interference of a contract that has a multi-million dollars in the pot and
Yeah.
stuff. So I think the government and the Fed should basically investigate McGinnis and have him wiretap and basically have him go through court for tortious interference of contract for the years that JDF has done cons and stuff. It should be retroactively um like an injunction, so he can basically serve time in prison and stuff because
All right, let me
he's in the
stop
same
you. Let me stop
he's in
you.
the
Let me
same
stop you. That shit never gonna happen, man. They don't care about this low level interference with cons. They would need like
and
probable cause to wiretap them anyway.
yeah, and
Trust
who
me,
knows
and don't care.
and who knows if if McGinnis is basically blowing ASJ's whistle and everything else when it comes to the PPP. He might. I think if Zachary Tyler McGinnis goes to jail with um ASJ, they might blow each other off like as cellmates. Who
Oh
knows?
my!
But
All right, man. All right, I gotta
it
let you go, Moses.
and stay resilient. Have God bless the resiliency, the RA, the resilient army, and on top of that, Chad McQueen has Dutch, who in the Karate Kid and Cobra Kai franchise, he died today at the age of 63 due to organ failure.
Oh, all right, man. R.I.P. to him. But I gotta
Yeah,
let you go.
you should look at it. You should look Chad McQueen. He basically died of organ failure. He was 63 years old. He played Dutch, one of the original Cobra Kai students of the Karate Kid film series back in 1984. So he basically died. He was a race car driver and stuff. So he died at the age of 63.
Okay, I'm gonna look into it, man. But I gotta let you down. I got other people I gotta bring up so I can go to sleep.
Say hi to your family, and if your daughter tells you to learn Spanish because she's telling you something, she's seeing something that you're not seeing, and she's your daughter and you're the parent, you're basically not seeing things.
I gotta
You're
do
not seeing something that she's
Duolingo or something.
yeah. You'll never know. She might be a help to you and everything else. So stay resilient and everything else. God bless the RA, the resilient army.
All right, man. Thank you. All right, that was my man Moses. All right, Spencer Cordell, what up, brother?
What up?
Like, bro,
Previously, on Henry resilient.
That
Get that edit
voice
on
is
there.
amazing. Shout out to Answer 06. Man, my mic
No problem, man.
is jumping. Shout out to Answer
Dude,
06.
did it look like Moses was getting like a barbershop cut? You know what I'm saying?
I know he had the little neck thing. Oh man, yeah.
Oh, bro, man. Okay, I watched about a half an hour of this. I was working, but I watched you. I watched you. Good on you, man. Good on you defending yourself like that. That was worth it, man.
I mean,
but
I got to.
I know. I mean, I'm the one that sent you the message. I was like, "Yo, bro, this guy just went on."
It was about you and about 20 other people who was like who sent me the video.
What?
And I was like, you gotta respond. I'm like, man, I gotta edit Aiden Ross lawsuit this week. They like,
No, that's what I was thinking. I was like, dude, he's too worried about that XQC bull crap right now.
I am.
All that crap.
It's the numbers is doing good.
No, but like, I don't know. The whole thing is, it's like what I told you on like Instagram. I was like, the thing about Jason David Frank is you don't really, and Twee Tran, you don't really speak ill of the dead. It's not really like a thing you want to do. Like, it's just rude, like in a sense.
Bro,
but
Spencer, let me stop you. You need to be auditioning for some radio.
well, man, yeah, send my email. I'm always down. Everyone tells me that.
I'm like, bro, you got the voice. Your voice is not even like edited, and it sounds like perfect. I'm like, bro, you gotta go. Even people are saying like, yo, that voice. I'm like, yeah.
Dude, thanks, guys. I appreciate it. I've been going through some stuff the past couple of weeks. I've been trying to find myself. That really does help. I appreciate it.
But go ahead, man. Go ahead. Say.
Oh man, no, like so everyone, everyone loves JDF. I love JDF, man. Since I was 5, we all have. But I'm gonna tell you all this. I'm gonna tell you who's gonna be the torchbearer of Power Rangers. And me and my friends have had this discussion before. And it's Johnny Young Bosch, bro.
Ooh, hot take. Johnny Young, he can do it, but I don't think he wants to.
Man, I don't think he needs to take it over like that. But like, I'm just saying, like, the thing about JDF, and if you followed him in 2009 to 2014 with My Morphin Life and Francis and all this stuff would do it, is that he was the ambassador for Power Rangers. There's 3 things I love in this world. I love Power Rangers, professional wrestling, and my girlfriend. So there's like, so, and and a lot of the things what professional wrestling taught me in the sense is business and money. And one thing JDF proved to everyone else of the Power Rangers in 2009 to 14 is, hey man, we can make a little bit of money, but sometimes you got to learn to sacrifice a little bit. But that's just on me, just saying that. But I do see that Johnny Young Bosch, he does go to cons a lot. He's very nice. Not very, it doesn't cause much drama, but like,
That's a truthful statement.
that's probably just the way he is in life. He likes to do his voiceover work and just go on with his day. But, I'm always here for Johnny Young Bosch, and his music's pretty decent too for being a Christian rock band. So, but Henry, go get some sleep. Drew, I love you, man. You deserve you're really great to follow. I follow your whole story through this whole thing, man. Good luck and stay healthy though, okay?
All right, Spencer Cordell, who needs to be goddamn doing voiceovers.
Man, just email me something. We'll talk.
All right. Okay, we got Rican and Drew, the last two ninjas alive. Rican is ready. He heard his name. He said what he got to do. Let's see what Rican got to say, guys. Brent was back there, but then he left. You know what I'm saying?
Say, do it again, please.
Stay off the weed.
Stay off the weed.
Are you going to unmute? He just was talking. I'm
Can you
like,
tell I just ripped one on the deck now?
see, exactly. I'm like, bro.
Oh, man. I didn't know how long I would have to wait this time. I was getting sleepy.
Oh, man. You tell me, man. What'd you think of your boy Morphing Conspiracy, Power Ranger Morphing Conspiracy theories?
I think you're up one, man. I think you're up one. I don't know if he's going to continue making content. We have to watch the scoreboard from now on. Like, what's going on? Because he went against the team and he saw what it was today.
Well,
So he kind of knew what was going to happen.
We stand on business over here. We stand
Listen,
on
when they
business.
say you like to dig, you like to dig, bro. You ain't going to dig as much as this man got a shovel in his hand. Don't even try, bro.
Yeah, it was a great video, but he clearly didn't research as much as he probably should have.
Nah, and I thought there was a lot of opinion and speculation, but I'm not gonna sit up here and just shit on him, you know what I'm saying? He came up, respect, you came in the lion's den and you stood on it. So of course calling Francis a liar, we know that don't happen. The Oracle don't lie about nothing. So as far as Jason is concerned, you know what I'm saying? We have yet, I don't think the court would have caught something by now. I mean, she is who she says she is. So watch. Cuidado con eso in Spanish. You know what I'm saying? So
is you rolling up right now? Is you rolling up? I said, are you rolling up right now?
No, I got my notebook ready to go.
Okay,
I wrote
let's go.
things down.
Let's go. I saw
did the
like
homework.
This.
I'm high, but I did the homework, Henry.
I saw the hand going. I'm like, what the hell? All right, go ahead.
No, hell no. All right, so we could go into ASJ. Basically, like, listen, this is what I got for him. I think I showed you this already. You know what I'm saying? I got that specifically for ASJ. You got to sign that, right? Because Laura caught you. She said, listen, don't you ever make some shirts, right? So now you got to sign on it. And then you got to fire Zach publicly. And then maybe I'll think about a check for the movie, because having the Omega Red would be cool. And you should be thanking Amy, because Amy gave you a cape and put the power sword on your back like a ninja and put you in the comic book, even though she don't really like your ass either. So the respect for Amy and the Queen is like, yo, that's perfect. So it's not like he don't have a career out here. Let's be honest with ASJ. I know everybody hates ASJ, but as soon as he got that red suit, he became the golden boy. There's nothing y'all can do. He's always going to have a career. The line may be short sometimes, but he's always going to have people looking for him. He's the leader. Now, it kind of to the point where he's a helmet head too. It don't matter who it was. Whoever the first one to put that red suit on would be the person in that position. And he just happens to be a yerk off. So, it's like, you got to take your stand with him. He's forever red. Listen, I'm forever red. Don't get it twisted. I love Jason. Jason was the man out here. He was who he says he was. ASJ has work to do, right? I wrote down basically he was better than you. The Green Ranger was better than you. Jason is better than you in real life, right? But he lost the fight, right? We lost him. So now is your time, bro. Why you being a hating ass ninja? Get your ass in the gym. There's potential in the comics. Do you know who the Omega Rangers are? You clearly do, because you sit on Fanword with Walter talking shit all day long, right? They want to be Omega Rangers, Henry. Don't get it twisted. They fronting.
Okay.
And no disrespect to conspiracy. You don't know shit about Power Rangers. So if you're going to make a video, make sure that you know what you're talking about, because we got real Rangers over here. And people really tied to this shit. We got martial artists over here. We got a whole movie popping off, Rise of the Ninjetti. We got Aaron coming through. Francis is who she is, which is why everybody loves coming for Francis. I don't know why. It's legit. Cut it out, or you're going to have to deal with us. So leave that alone. She's off limits. Just like if Jason was here, she's off limits, bro. I'm saying that. You're going to have a problem with Rican, because I don't see no lies. I tell no lies. So where are we going with that? I'm glad homeboy apologized. You know what I'm saying? Because the chat, Paprika, I love you. You drive me crazy, bro. You know, I was trying to wait to see what he would do. You know, you guys were hammering him. It's like, give the guy a chance to show his character, show who he is. That's what I love about your channel. This is the difference, right? Before you play something, you give everybody a chance to come up here and be somebody and say what they got to say, regardless of how they feel or who they are. That's how I found you, and that's what you've been doing from day one. I'm sorry about the spaff, bro. Yo, I need a haircut. I'm going tomorrow. But listen, that's the truth, bro. All right? That's the truth with you. That's the difference. it's genuine. That's who you really are. You notice when Homeboy got off, he said, "Henry, you a good dude." Right? I noticed that was the last thing he said, right? That was the last thing he said, bro. At the end of the day, if you let people talk long enough, they'll tell you who they are. They'll tell you who they are. And like you said, and often duplicated, often imitated, right? Never duplicated. You know how that shit go, bro. So listen, shout to Unworthy. He went out liking some stuff. Juice been bagging interviews like crazy. KOD is about, getting everything we can out of him, because you never know. Look at how we lost Jason, man. Look at how we come together in his name. If ASJ something to happen, God forbid, would people come together in the same way? They wouldn't dissect this like Jason's getting dissected every day of his life. We never claimed he was perfect. We knew he had a side piece. Look, he's not, everybody gets roasted. Even Jason, he wasn't perfect. You act like, oh, we love Team JDF all the time. We talk, everybody could get it. This is about holding each other accountable, and I'm trying to see Power Rangers. So there's a divide. There's a lot going on. So shout to the future of Power Rangers. We'll see him Sunday. Everything that's been happening.
I'm sorry.
Everything that's been
Hold
going on.
My ears bleeped out. What did you say about future Power Rangers? Who's the future Power Rangers?
Yeah, that was kind of like, you know what I'm saying? Salute and dap to the team. Y'all made it happen.
Who's the
Let's
future?
see if that's true.
Wait. Who's the future of Power Rangers?
Well, that's what we're here to discuss on Sunday.
I thought it was already established who the future of Power Rangers was. I thought we.
Well, I think the fight is the same. That's why I'm saying I'm cool with that. If he is that, then how can I help?
Oh, okay.
And then if it's not that,
who is he?
What you mean?
Who is he? Who you said if he can help? Who is he? I'm slow.
Oh, now you gonna play slow, Mister. Okay, investigators slow all of a sudden. Yeah, your boy. Whose man's is this, son?
Look, I'm trying to get him to say Unworthy Productions, but it's pulling to
you. Know what time it is? Y'all know what time it is.
All right,
listen. Saga continues. The comic book is coming out soon. I gotta talk with Katie actually tomorrow. Y'all saw the sketch. She's sketching the stuff. I gotta send her the script. Comic is coming. We working on a trailer. Keep coming through, KOD. We want to talk to everybody. If you're in the Ranger community, you got shit going on, you want to talk, you like camming up, on camera, holla at Drew, holla at me, shout to Henry, everyone else. I think I got everything, Henry.
All right,
Ride with and Jetty, ASJ. You got to fire Zach, though. Then we'll talk. And then you'll never have to rob the government again, son. You know what I'm saying?
All right, that's reeking, guys. Thank you
for coming. And I'm going to see Amy Joe next week. I got some books. Listen, real quick. Shout to JDF. You already know. The GOAT, right? I'm going to see Amy next week. She's going to get some ciggies for me, man.
Okay.
I got the blank on deck. You know what I'm saying? Shout to the queen. The Jetty comic is coming. We would love to have you, boo. Let's see what's up.
All right. There's reeking, guys.
Yeah, I'm going to see her, so I'm excited, man. Happy birthday to me on the 16th, too.
Oh, happy birthday. How old you turn on the 16th, bro?
Nah, man, 1 year away from 40, so 39. It's not the big
39.
Yet.
Okay, all right. We're going to drop you down, man. Appreciate it.
No doubt. Always, Henry. Love.
Peace. All right, now we got everyone's favorite, not Drew. Brent Pham has decided to crash the stream. And a lot of people have been saying Brent's name in Discord and all these other places. And I'm sure plenty of people want to hear his thoughts on the person who he loves, who he adores, who he can't get enough of. Stream. So without further ado, let's play the music. Let's give him his proper All right, people are mad already. They bring up Drew. Drew is always has been the show closer, guys. Always. So we gonna bring up Brent Pham, who was giddy as a little pig in mud when that goddamn video came out. You can see him sprinkled all throughout the comments section, saying all sorts of things about me, about Francis.
Right.
What's going on, Brent? What'd you think of the stream?
So I saw the interview from start to finish, or not the interview, his video from start to finish, and then I was able to get sprinkled because I was busy. So now I'm free for tonight, so I'm able to come on stream. And I felt this guy was trying to paint you as some sort of reporter, and I put him in his place. I'm like, no. People do this all the time. With they try to look for a reason to attack. So they, this guy's not fair. This guy is not objective. He is not neutral. I'm like, you try to play that card. How well did that work out for you? Yeah. Henry is biased. He has admitted his bias on his channel. He has the Green Ranger in the background. You cannot accuse him of not being objective, because that's a bunch of BS. Henry has an opinion. He is a content creator. He's allowed to have his opinion. So stop with this. You guys don't hold ABC News, that biased debate. You don't hold a news channel to the same standards. So why are you doing that with Henry? So yeah, I feel like he didn't have the resilience. He wasn't resilient enough to defend his position. So he bailed out, it seems, because he doesn't want to get. It seems like he's too classy to get into the mud. But that's what you have to do if you really believe in what you're saying, then you stand on it.
Wait,
people
so
like
you're saying Mighty Morphing Conspiracy's theory didn't stand on his word.
He wasn't. If he didn't have he wasn't resilient enough, and he wanted to play neutral, but really he has a bias, which is absolutely okay. You have a bias, Henry. You're transparent about it. This guy has a bias. He was not transparent about it. He tried to play the neutral game, which I dislike. I don't agree with that, because our news, our media, social media, we all have a bias. And for him to be like this high horse, trying to portray neutrality and fairness, I think it distracts from the debate. And I called him out on it, and he said that I take responsibility, because I try to hold Henry to being some sort of like objective reporter or something, which is not really fair. So that's what I had to say about him. And then Francis, yeah, we also discussed her in the comment section quite a bit, and she claims repeatedly that I twist her words. Now, does she want to keep doing that, or does she want me, like with a tweet, does she want to keep doing that? I don't know. She can say that all she wants, and then when she's held accountable, twisting words, that's a very vague meaning. So she's not lying, but it's kind of like, yeah, we don't want to go there, because I just want to say that, because if she wants to keep saying like, oh, you twisted my word, no, you said that Jason left tweet. I mean, obviously we're not going to argue that, because what else? That she looked embarrassed. Tweet looked embarrassed, and then he left the restaurant because she looked embarrassed. And I don't have to say the exact quote. Summarizing, paraphrasing, that's allowed. That's not twisting your words. That's just saying the same thing in a different way. Like if someone says the sky is completely blue, and someone said, and then someone else says, oh yeah, it's not. This guy said that the sky was not black. That's logically speaking, that's a truthful statement. Now we could play semantics all you want, but you know what? That's your problem. Yeah, just if that's what you want to do all day, okay, that's fine. And Francis is not a liar. I mean, like with the Walter thing, she wasn't lying. She just forgot some very important details. And you know what? I forgot. So we should have gone on stream and say, I forgot the fact that JDF told a fan to get Walter's autograph for free. I forgot that, even though I said I was literally in the middle. I think that's a direct quote from her. I was literally in the middle, but I forgot that forgot that very important context. Okay, that's fair. If you forgot that, even though you're the one that's disclosing things that are behind the scenes that no one knew. That's a direct quote from you, by the way, Francis. We play the tape. Come on now, Francis. And people are holding me accountable because I didn't mention Henry's name. Now, that's very, like, where's the consistency? Why is she held accountable for not disclosing a very important detail that changes the whole context of the situation? Now, if she were to say, Jason told that fan to get Walter's autograph for free, and I like that Jason did it because Walter needs to give some free autographs, I would disagree with that statement, but I'm like, okay, this girl stands on business. But no, she left that very important context, and that's why people are holding her accountable. That's why I take issue with that situation. So when people like conspiracy, this Mighty Morphing conspiracy guy mentions the free autograph thing, I don't know how true that is, but I'm gonna think like, maybe she let that important context. Now I don't know the full situation, but it's kind of like,
So do you think you're getting unfairly treated?
Me? Oh yeah. I mean, where's the outrage when Francis leaves that important context? Where are people like Angel Fest saying your credibility is damaged because you forgot to disclose that context? Whereas I forget to mention that I mentioned Henry's name, and people are like, "Oh, your credibility's ruined." I'm like, "You got to be kidding me! Come on now!" And then I saw a clip earlier where you said that David Yost said that something about him saying that Walter was lying about the strike thing. You're so easy to believe that, even though that's not what I said. What I said was Walter said something about an attorney. I played that clip. It was in the fan word video.
This is the first time you say an attorney. You said you played him the fan word video.
I played the fan word video, but I didn't. But it was something about an attorney, and he said that particular instance is a lie.
Whoa!
And I'm like,
the first time you introducing the attorney to it. Go back and listen to every tape.
Okay, so yeah. But yeah, because I read David's thing, and I'm like, if that's what you think, I'm going to rewatch the fan word video and try to pinpoint exactly, jog my memory exactly what I showed you, and that is the attorney part.
Okay.
Now you can play semantics.
Hold on. Answer 06 said, Brent, lower your voice, please. My volume level is at 20, and you still sound like you're yelling. Please and thank you.
Oh, okay. I need to lower the volume a little bit. Okay.
Where the hell are you at? I see women walking in the background. Are they selling stuff in the middle of the night?
This is a shopping center, so I stopped because I was like, oh, Henry's talking to people. He might end the stream early, so I'm on the way home. Like, I better stop somewhere before he shuts the stream down for the night. Okay. So I was like, yeah.
So, what did you think of his video, though? Before you get back to trying to kick Francis back in, what did you think of this guy's video? The video that you've been in the comment. Did you like the video? Did you think it was accurate? Did you think he omitted a lot of things? What do you think about all the stuff about ASJ that you are aware of that he left out the video?
Let's see. What he left on the video, I think he left out he didn't really talk, he only mentioned the Hitler shirt thing for, very briefly. He didn't really discuss that very much, but I felt like if you're going to defend ASJ on that, then he's right. It was a terrible idea because when I see quotes on the street and people read it, they're going to think, oh my God, you have a Stalin shirt, a Hitler shirt. And I know people are going to say the way Hitler carried out his crimes is much more gruesome. And what I have to respond to these people who keep bringing this up, this Hitler thing, is that yes, people of all walks of life, they have their speech. We could comment on their speeches. You go on Amazon, people are calling Hitler, and they've given him an award for like the best man of the 20th century. And what they're talking about is his use of language, which very unfortunately had an impact because how he used his words, his dialect, his eloquence, it inspired people to awful things. And if people want to take offense for me talking about his speech, then there's books on Amazon that are discussing Hitler's speeches, his one-liners. And for people to take issue with this, it's kind of like, what you could focus on. You could say I think it's a terrible idea. I would never. It's awful to put quotes of people like that on. People are going to take they're not going to think about it's a bad business. But if people are not just saying it's just bad business, they're accusing him of being a Hitler supporter, which I think is very unfair, because you could comment on his good quotes, which inspire people to do bad things, people's neighbors to turn on each other. The way Hitler was able to communicate a message, the effectiveness is, unfortunately, he was quite effective. It's the unfortunate realities of when evil people get into power and use their effective communication skills. The consequences of that are absolutely devastating. Everyday citizens turning on their friends to do terrible things. So what Austin was talking about was his good one-liners. He said he was a demon on steroids, and yeah, so like, it's terrible business. And for people who want to argue, well, I only want to learn about good one-liners and quotes in museums or schools. My response to that is, I 100% agree that learning from educated professionals in a museum or in a university is much more productive than some guy trying to make a quick buck, which I think is what Austin St. John was trying to do. But if people want to limit where you learn your information from, that sounds quite only certain people are allowed or should be able to teach certain things. That sounds very, I don't want to say fascist, but that leans towards that tendency of one person, certain entities are allowed to educate. And that's a very narrow-minded way of thinking. Now, Museum of Tolerance, the university does undoubtedly, I believe, does a better job of educating. But to say that they should be the only ones where people get information from, I think that's I don't agree with that notion at all. And if you want to criticize St. John, I think the better way to criticize him is his bad business. I think it's very bad business putting quote. I mean, who's going to buy this? But it's not very creative, and it's not a good business strategy.
Okay. All right. So, is the video a win or a loss for the guy who made it for Power Ranger Conspiracy?
I think he made some good points, like when he talked about the guy from the military guy, and you corrected him, and you said that he was contracted. My thought process to that is, I know what you're talking about, Henry, because stolen valor is a huge problem. It's a huge problem. It's a huge problem because people, they make sacrifices. I'm going to say right now, I have no military experience. So I just want to put that out there. So
hold on, let me read these super chats.
Okay.
Super Suspect says, it's funny how ASJ supports Hitler despite the fact that he himself is not white. He must be desperate to make a buck. And Matt Fisher said, meow, meow, baby shark, do, 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 do. And Grandpa did, you just sit on a pie again. I don't know what these mean. Maybe these are codes.
It's ad hominem, which is fine.
Bird is the word.
So see that one comment says supports Hitler. So if you study his quotes and you say this guy said something very good or very effective or a very good one-liner, they support that person as a whole. That is not people could say good things and be terrible people and vice versa. I don't know why this is such an issue. I mean, this is not the first time it's been an issue. You hear stories about the BTS band wearing uniforms that look like ones made from Hugo Boss, which Hugo Boss was I saw their Nazi uniforms. I mean, it's kind of like, where do we draw the line? I mean, are we not allowed to say that Hitler was an effective communicator? Are we going to be shunned for this? I mean, I just find it kind of, oh, that I remember this picture, but yeah, I mean, are you going to start shunning people because they acknowledge something that is unfortunately very true? His communication at the museum, the impacts of propaganda are devastating. Everyday people supporting an evil agenda is just craziness to me. But that's the result of someone who's able to use language to accomplish an evil agenda.
I don't care how effective a communicator people think Hitler was. I don't want to see nothing that he did. It's like I want his legacy to die, but it won't. People will always bring it up. People will always try to reference it. They're always twisted in, hey, we can learn from this, and maybe you can, but I'm sure there are other people you can learn from too. But yeah.
Right. Okay. I mean, I guess we're gonna have to disagree on this, but the Mets, if we forget about these things, if we put it to
then it can happen again. Well, I think people know not to give up their goddamn firearms in America. That was the first thing Hitler did, and people voted for it. And then as soon as they gave up their firearms, they lost their ability to defend themselves as a people. And that's what would allow Hitler to easily take over. So think about this, guys, when you're voting. You know what I'm saying? So if you don't want
right. Even it applies to election today. And yeah, so we'll go back to what you were saying about the contractor. I think the military allows for people outside of the military to be involved in working. The military-industrial complex, Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, those are private. Those a lot of people that work in those organizations are not in the military, but they play an integral role in arming the military to go around the world. Now, arguing whether that's right or wrong, that's a huge debate for another channel, another politics channel. Probably not here, but it's kind of like those people are private. They're not in the military, but they play a role in the military. Now, when Austin says that he's a contractor, he's not saying that he served. He's not saying that he served in the military. Now, you might think he might trying to quote unquote mislead people.
I've already said that before. I think he intentionally misleads people to try to make himself seem like he was in the military. He'll say things like, "Oh, when I was in the Middle East," not when I was contracted by the United States government to be a EMT in Kuwait. He doesn't say that.
Well, yeah, but
so if you don't know him and he says, "Oh, where were you for the last 4 years?" "Oh, I was in the Middle East with the military." What does that mean? I was an EMT for the military for the last 4 years. People may think that you fucking served. And
if you are from a military family, you will know that people that it's not just people that are in the military. There's other people that are there that are not in the military. I mean, but you can't just say that he said he was in the military when he's not. And
he never said if you're in the military. I think he intentionally tries to mislead people to believe he may have some military experience by omitting the fact that he was contracted by the United States government as an EMT.
Okay, I mean, we could play. I mean, it was I mean, we could play that omission game. Okay, I mean, if you want to do that, then that's fine. But
that's what he does. That's what he does.
Okay, if that's what you want to do, that's fine. I mean, but if that's what you do, okay. I mean, I don't know what else we could discuss about that. I mean,
I guess Hey Drew, are you ready to wild out on the Brent Mania?
Brent me. And then there's one last thing he discussed before I leave. This thing about vendor booths. I find this discussion quite puzzling to me because Veronica Taylor had nobody at her booth. People walked by, took no interest in her. But it was one of the best experiences that I have had with a quote unquote non-guest. This idea that when Francis says he had no line, and if she wants to claim I'm twisting her words, I will play the quotes. I will play the video to her if she's really interested. No line. People walked by as if he wasn't a celebrity. Why, if JDF talks about passion and not wearing success, not being about, shouldn't be about money, but about being happy. Like, why are you discussing his lack of line? And then Henry, you're laughing in the background, which is okay, but it's kind of like, don't deny the fact.
I don't like ASJ, so if he got no line,
right.
Fucking great.
Right.
Nobody.
Right. Of course. Sure. That's very fair. But she wants to play. I can't control. No. What I'm trying to say is that you are putting down ASJ for not having his lack of popularity. And Henry, you would admit to that, which is you're allowed to say the whatever, but don't deny it. Just say, "Oh, I'm just trying to state fact." No, you're trying to put down the fact that he's unpopular because he has no line, and people are walking by as if he wasn't a celebrity. You're saying that because you're putting down his popular, and that's a fair. If you want to say yes, I'm doing that because I'm mocking him, his lack of popularity, just say it. And we might disagree as to whether that's a good thing, but you own it. You stand on business, and you want to pretend to me that you were just trying to state facts, but you weren't mocking him for his lack of popularity. Come on, Francis, just stand on business and say that, yeah, JDF was more popular, which is absolutely true. Well, ASJ was not as popular, which is also, I believe, is true. But just stand on business, Francis. Stop pretending like that the Mighty Morphing conspiracy theory, trying to pretend that you're neutral when you have a bias.
All right.
You have a bias. So, yeah, and now I disagree with this notion of vendor booths, because when you visit, like David Yost was a guest, I had a terrible experience. He was a guest at a con, but the vendor booths, the voice of Charmander, Veronica Taylor, those are some of the best experiences I've had. And for people like Francis, you to some extent, to put down people because they're at a vendor booth, like, oh, they crashed the booth. Like, okay, that's fine. They crashed the booth.
Okay, so what?
Okay, that's instead of having to deal with nasty people screaming at me, I could just walk up to their booth and have a great time, a great conversation. And it's just this talk about vendor booth. I mean, you guys are trying to say that JDF was so popular, where these other Rangers they don't have the same popularity. And I've said this before. JDF has incredible popularity, and he is by far the most iconic Ranger. I don't know why we have to keep having this conversation of vendor booths. It's just
okay.
I don't get it.
So let me announce some super chats. Brent now has been on longer than the order trailer. Just saying. And shout out to Matt Fisher. Being serious, conspiracy like saying to be honest, a little too much. When people do that, they hiding ish. Now we brought back answer 06 because he is a vet and he would like to clear some things up.
All right, so I'm gonna be very respectful, not targeting you, Brent, because you admitted that you don't have a military background. This is more of an educational thing. When someone comes back from overseas doing contracting work and they say the word that I'm a medic versus what he is recognized as a national registered paramedic or EMT, he should be saying I was a paramedic. But he kept inferencing the word medic, right? The branches of the military that use that term, Air Force, Army, and the Navy use corpsman. He kept saying medic to draw the parallel line, saying, yeah, I was in the Middle East doing medic work, not contracting work as a paramedic, which is the civilian term for those who do the medical stuff in emergency capacity. He just kept saying, I was a medic. I was a medic. He using military terms so that way he could bring in those crowds for those veterans that's going to be lining up to get autographs that are fans. Whichever way he's going to dice it, but he's teetering a line that he should not teeter. Yeah, so, I mean, he had the courage enough to sit there and sign a contract to work for the federal government as a contractor to support soldiers that was in Kuwait. ASG Kuwait is Area Support Group Kuwait. So he was in Kuwait doing his thing. If he went across the Burma into Iraq, for whatever reason, there's no record of it because I looked into it. But no here nor there. But the fact that when he came back and was doing the convention circuit, he kept saying, I did my time as a medic versus saying I served as a paramedic or contracting as a paramedic. So he was just walking that line that was teetering left and right a little bit versus just being upfront and honest. I worked as a contractor for X amount of years or X amount of months, whatever the case is, as a medic supporting soldiers in Kuwait or supporting operations in Iraq or whatever the case may be. Because what you don't really want is for the facts to get out. And then you end up being like Tim Walz that's running for vice president and then having to correct his military records or correct statements that he made about his service, right? Don't do that to the fandom. Hey, you did a good thing by going downrange and supporting the troops, but you didn't carry a weapon downrange. You didn't go outside the wire. You stayed within the wire. So just don't do it. Don't make it bigger than what it was. But I'll give, as someone who don't like Jason Geiger for stealing money from the government, I'll give him credit where it was due. Hey, he did have the courage to sign a contract to work for the federal government to go into harm's way, even if it was Kuwait, harm's way into the unknown, somewhere that's not the United States, to provide a service. So I'll give him credit. But just be careful of your wording.
I know it's intentional to confuse people, and it's been lucrative for them because a lot of vets support Austin St. John at the line, and they probably say something goofy like thank you for your service or thank you for what you did, some goofy shit like that. But it is what it is. All right, I gotta bring up some more people because
I have a question. A medic carries a weapon.
I'm sorry, Brent, you broke up.
So a difference between a medic and a paramedic is a medic carries.
Brent's breaking up.
All right, so
you can't hear me?
I can hear you now. Say that again, Brent.
So when ASJ was saying that he was a medic, and to me that's like the paramedics, like the emergency from the hospital. That's what you would like a civilian when you in the US, when you think of a medic, you think of someone in a red vehicle who comes to provide aid when people need it. That's a very general terms, a simplified term, but that's what people are thinking. Like when they think of medic, that's what they think of. But obviously, I admitted that zero military experience, so I don't know that if the difference between a paramedic and a medic is that a medic carries a weapon. That's and much more than that. But
no. So where you may have got it confused. So like Jason Geiger, he went to school, became an EMT basic, then became a paramedic. When you work stateside as one of those career fields, you refer to yourself as NR EMT or NR paramedic. NR means nationally registered EMT or nationally registered paramedic. You refer to yourself as that. The military use the same term for those EMTs, but as job skills, they call them medics. So he kept referring himself to the military lingo as a medic versus saying I was a EMT or paramedic. He was abbreviated and just using the word medic to make it more lines of what the military terms would use. For instance, if you look up on GoArmy.com, you look up 68 whiskey, it'll say combat medic. That's where I was referring to.
Okay.
All right. Cool. I
right, thank you.
gotta drop you down. Answer 06.
No problem. Have a good night, everyone.
All right, thank you.
Hold on. Dana wanted to talk to you. I know Francis don't want to be on screen with you, but Dana want to go ahead. Dana.
Brent, I'm being nice when I say this, but please, for the love of all things good and pure in this world, when you are in your vehicle, stop screaming. You literally, my phone was at volume level 5. I had to turn my phone down to the lowest volume possible because you literally were screaming to the point where you were blowing out my speaker. I get it, you were heated, but dude, you're in your vehicle. You have no one around you. Your voice echoes.
Hey, hold on. Sorry. Hey, Dana. Sorry. You got a goddamn fire alarm chirping. You know I don't like that shit. I just heard the chirp.
That's not the fire alarm.
What's the chirp? Don't say it's the carbon monoxide.
That was my security going off.
All right. Sorry.
Somebody entered the downstairs door.
All right. My bad. I'm sensitive to stuff like that. Continue.
Yeah, no, my door went off. I have an alarm system for a reason. I live alone right now.
So who the hell coming in your house at damn near 1 o'clock in the morning?
Mom.
Oh, it better be mom.
She's doing laundry. So yeah.
Okay.
But no. Going off another point. I get where you're coming from on not knowing military standards.
Punani.
But you gotta think for a second and do a little bit of research before you open your mouth. Because you want to play the game of semantics. Research is key when you're going to open your mouth and say something. Because you saying, well, I don't know the military stuff. That's fine. Difference between, as the answer 06 said, difference between a standard medic and military is a lot. But it's also not. My uncle has been serving in the military for 38 and a half years in the Army and Army Reserves. My grandparents, my grandfather was 38 years between the Air Force and the Air Force Reserves. My grandmother was the first female in the Air Force. Back when you got pregnant, you got the boot. She was one of the original WAFs, women in the Air Force. Both my grandmother and my great-grandmother are in the WIMSA building at Arlington National Cemetery. They have a whole segment in there about them. All you have to do is look their names up. I will gladly DM you their names so you can know that if you want to see them. But the fact of the matter is, you've got to also do your research and not play the semantics game. On top of that, you want to go otherwise. You were waffling way too much in that dude's comments and doing mad trash talk. But you'll come up on here and do the opposite. But you keep liking to put people's names in your mouth after we've all caught you. So, being nice when I say it, tone it down, take a step back, do your research before you actually open your mouth. That's all I'm saying.
All right, Dana.
Being nice about it, though.
Thank you. All right, somebody else want to talk to you, Brent.
I'm not going to be able to Oh, hi, Francis.
Can you go unmute yourself, Francis?
Hi, Brent. Brent, you flip-flop more than a waffle. First of all, you say stand on business. I always stand on business, Brent. Let's start with what you first said about Tui. How are you telling me to change what I said when I'm saying what Jason told me at that time? He said, Tui looked embarrassed. I said, Jason told me Tui looked embarrassed. So if he perceived the way she looked as embarrassed, how is that being, baby? How is that being anything? That's just how he told me the story. So that's one. Two, you say that I was mocking ASJ. First, in your comments, you said that I was mocking because he's in a booth. I never mocked ASJ because he's in a booth. Because Jason has been in booths. What I said, and I don't know what other language you speak that you want me to say it in. Maybe you know Spanish, and I could tell you in Spanish. I said Austin had no line, which he didn't. He had no line at New York Comic Con. That's huge to me. He had no line in New York Comic Con. He was on his phone, looked disinterested, and did not look like a celebrity, which was a fact. Which was what happened. Which a lot of people passed by and they were like, they didn't even know who he was. I was with someone else, and he was like, "That's the Red Ranger." I'm like, "Yeah, that's the Red Ranger." So, what do you want me to do? To lie? I'm not gonna lie about the fact that he had no line. He looked disinterested, and he was on his phone because he wasn't. He didn't act like he was a guest. And my issue with him is, and I've said it. I don't know if you've been reading or seeing what I'm saying. If he's charging $125 for a photo op, you better play the parts. Be respectful enough of your fans to dress well so that you don't come with shirts with holes or dirty or old. Like, invest in yourself enough and show respect to your fans enough to look proper, especially if you're gonna stick them for $125, right? So when you say things, because you're flip-flopping a lot, because you weren't giving me that energy in that guy's video. You were saying that I was talking about booths. Never have, from me, you've never heard that, oh, well, he crashes booths. That's not it. I've never said that. What I was talking about, and yes, if you want to say I was mocking him, I wasn't mocking him. I was saying, if you're a celebrity, act like it. If you want people to come to your booth and pay money to get an autograph, act like you care about being at a show. And he doesn't, and he didn't that day, and that's what I commented on. If Henry laughs, Henry laughed, because again, he doesn't like Austin. I've never ever have I said that I'm neutral. From the beginning of time, I've said I have personal reasons why I don't like Austin. Then he does stupid shit. Oh, sorry, Henry. He does stupid things, and it adds on to me not liking him. Like the whole Hitler quote thing, like the whole mocking gay people. Like the list could go on and on and on and on. But I have never said that I'm not biased. You know it. You know I'm Team JDF. I will be Team JDF for the rest of my life. So I don't know what your point is. I don't know why you keep bringing me up in every single comment. I went through almost all the comments, and you always, in almost every single one that you were in, you mentioned my name.
Okay.
And the whole Walter thing.
Let's let Brent respond before.
Yeah, before I mention the Walter thing, because he's going to go off on
Brent. You got some time.
And you do the same thing for me on social media when I'm not there, so it's fair game.
What are you talking about? I don't mention you, Brent, unless you mention me.
Hold on, I gotta mute her. I gotta mute Francis. Hold on. Well, you gotta he let you talk. You gotta do the same thing. Go ahead, Brent. You got the floor.
So she does the same thing, which is part of interacting with social media. I don't know what this issue will keep my name out of my blah 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 blah. Come on, why can't if she is able to do it, I could do it the same. And I find this discussion about him having no line. I guess we'd have to agree or disagree. I find this discussion about people having no lines or whatever. This is just the passion of if people have no lines or have a bunch of lines. I just don't get this discussion. We all get it. JDF was more popular. I don't know why, and he always will be. So this discussion about Austin having a vendor booth, he's having to crash a booth with Walter, Steve Cardenas, and Michael Copon at Fan Expo, MegaCon Orlando. This discussion about vendor booths, it's just kind of like the interaction with the fan is important. David Yost was a guest at a con with the headliners, and my interaction with him was trash. I could mention other people. Mario Lopez was a guest at another con in Florida. Interaction was trash. And so this idea of vendor booths versus being a quote unquote guest, I find the discussion to be especially the way it's discussed as a way to put down Austin St. John. And we all get it. He's not not even close to being as popular as JDF. We all agree on that. But the way you were talking about, like, he had no line, I'm like, why does it matter that he doesn't have a line? It's about passion, right? And then you went on to say like, oh, I could make Austin St. John. I could teach him the stuff. I could use what I learned from Jason David Frank. I could use that but I don't want to do that. And you did say that, Francis. So it's a discussion about, oh, he's not as as successful as Jason David Frank, and we all know that. So why keep bringing that up like that? It's just kind of like the vendor booth thing, the guests. I mean, it's just kind of like, it's good for the fan. Been discussed the money aspect. Now I understand. Yes, they care about how much money they make. Interaction is good for the fan. That's what should the right, not quote unquote passion, but we have to the fact that Austin St. John will popular Jason David Frank. We all know that. I acknowledge. So
okay,
kind of like
Brent,
no other ranger will top him.
All right, let's let Francis respond, and then we can go to the Walter stuff, and then we'll let some other people come up. Y'all killing me with this 6-hour stream shit.
Did you see the context of that video? You obviously didn't, because that was on that we were discussing, myself and Henry, things about Austin. So I'm gonna talk about it. It's not like I just brought it up to be spiteful. We were talking about Austin. You talk about me leaving out context, but you do it all the time. Maybe you're confusing me with someone else about the Bruce things, because I've never said anything about him being in Bruce or anything like that. My thing has always been about his appearance, his demeanor at conventions, how he is upcharging so much money and not being respectful to the fans. This whole thing about me mentioning you and whatever, I only mention you if you mention me, and if we're on Discord and people mention you and we're all having a discussion, I'm not gonna just be like, oh, let me not discuss it or join the discussion because Brent's not here. But you go to to comments on YouTube that have nothing to do with me or bring me up. Okay, in this situation with this YouTuber, it's fine because he mentioned me, but like, you say things that are you leave out context, you don't say the correct, say things that are not correct, and it's kind of like, let it go. Like, I get it, you don't like JDF and I was his assistant, but like, it's very like it's very obsessive and like single white female type of thing. Like, it's really obsessive. And it's cool. Like, I don't care if you talk shit, because I will always pull up. I'll always stand on business. You'll never have to fear that I'm gonna be a keyboard warrior, because I step up all the time, every time. But like,
Simply Melissa,
you do have a habit of twisting my words. I went
she's
through your list
comfortable
of
being a keyboard warrior.
facts about the Tui thing, but how are you upset with me about telling a story that was told to me? Like, it wasn't even like, I didn't even interject or put my feelings in it. I was telling a story as it was told to me.
Okay, let's let him respond, and we gotta go to Walter stuff really quick, guys.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
about
Brent.
to go to sleep.
No, because I responded to what she said, and then all of a sudden she comes up and gives her a quote unquote mic drop, saying that he twisted my words. I'm not going to go back. I don't want to go on your channel again, Henry. La 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 la. Okay, so the issue is, I mean, it's kind of like, no, I did not twist your words. You may disagree with what I said, but it's kind of like, I did not twist your words. I sent Henry the list, and I was very accurate. The only misstep I took was the word "so," but that's just a minor mistake. Everything else was spot on.
Brent.
Okay, maybe we need to do a Brent versus Francis stream.
This is how you again, you're saying flip flopping. The reason, do you remember why I said you twisted my words? I remember because you said, "Oh my," and I mean, I'm not gonna say word for word, but we were talking about the bonus story and that story, and you were like, "Oh my God, I'm so livid. Oh, it's so horrible," because she said that Tui was embarrassed and that Jason was walked out because he didn't want her to serve her, and being a server is a completely okay thing. You made it seem like I said that it was wrong for her to be a server, while your buddy ASJ, who not only did the bonus story, there's a clip on Fanword where he says that only failures are waiters and waitresses. So instead of coming at me for telling a story where Jason walked out because he didn't want Tui to serve him because he saw her as her equal, but yet you have ASJ, who you love and defend. He basically trashed Tui and said that she was a failure because she
He
was
did
a
not say
waitress.
that.
Oh my God.
Wait. Okay, hold on.
Oh my God.
So if someone makes a clip and says if you are an actor, you end up becoming a waitress, you're a failure. And Twee was Twee by that definition is a failure.
It wasn't the word. You're wasting away. I saw this clip. You're wasting away at the Vine or whatever, and which is unfortunately, it's true. Like if you're not acting, you're not doing what you want, then you are wasting away, and that doesn't mean
But
that's not the same.
Failure? He said failure.
He said failure.
He said failure.
Okay, we have to view the. But let's say he did say the word failure, which we'll have to.
No, not let's say. I'm about to pull up the goddamn transcript.
Okay, sure.
You. But keep going. Go to your point.
So if he said the word failure, so if he says the word, you're failing because you're not acting, and that's unfortunate. You're if you're not acting, you're a waitress. You're failing at doing what you want. And but that doesn't.
I pulled the clip because he crossed
that
the line.
doesn't discount you. That doesn't discount you from. That doesn't, as a individual, you're failing at not doing what you want. But that doesn't mean that you are a failure as a person.
But Brent, do you see how hypocritical you are? You came at me because I said what I said and said that baby stop and said what I said, but yet Austin literally said it's a failure. Like only people would know, like I don't remember word for word, but like what he said was 100 times worse than what
That's
I
your
said.
opinion.
Yes,
that's your opinion, Francis.
It's
and
everyone's opinion.
Everyone's
You
opinion.
should be livid as a Tui fan. You should be livid that he said that because that's like a slap in her face. Please bring up the clip because that's the problem with you. You'll have a problem if I said something about JDF walking out because he didn't want her to serve her. You made it seem and the reason why I said you twisted my words because you made it seem like I was crapping on Tui for being a waitress, but your ASJ just said being a waitress is a failure and you think it's okay. That's you're being hypocritical as F right now. That's
really
you being
okay.
a hypocrite. You're being
Play the clip. It's not the same. It's not the same thing. But go ahead, play it.
Oh my God! Please play the clip.
Okay.
Please play the clip.
All right, let's play the clip, guys. I think this is the one.
Walter is doing in his career, what Jeremy is doing in his career, and that's what we're going to continue to do. So that's how we do it. When it comes to the industry, a million actors here in Hollywood, vast majority of them are not working, and they are certainly not making money. Power Rangers, prime example, biggest television show in the world forever. 40 countries, 90 languages, it aired in, and I never saw one red penny from a toy ever. Neither did any of my other castmates. Because you're on TV doesn't make you rich. I was homeless for 6 months after the show. What about the other actors you hear about, big actor names, who then it breaks somewhere on TMZ, because they're glorious people, that they're waiting tables somewhere. You know why? Because they didn't take care of the entrepreneurial part of their role, of who they are. They relied on the cameras. They relied on the industry to pay them and make them money. And if you do that, man, that is a slow and terrible way to wither on the vine. You've got to find a way, if you're going to keep your success moving, to stay relevant, to add value to the people who love you. Another prime example.
All right, now, to be fair, I couldn't find the word failure in here. I got it call it like I see.
No, that is fair, but
I can't find the word failure.
Can't find it because I saw this video already.
But what is he saying? He's saying you're withering. You're not showing drive. You're not doing.
That's not what he said, Francis.
Basically, What did
Basically.
he replay the damn clip? Because
He
what is he
said,
saying?
here's the transcript. Look, I don't know how accurate it is because I searched failure, it didn't pop up. But basically, as we go through this lover's quarrel, Jeremy is doing in his career, that's what we're continuing to do. So that's how we're going to do it. Hollywood, vast majority of them are not working and they're certainly not making money. Power Rangers, prime example. I didn't get a penny. Hold on. You see TMZ because some glorious that they're waiting tables somewhere now because they didn't take care of the entrepreneurial part of their role, who relied on the cameras and relied on the industry to pay them and to make money. And if you do that, man, that's a slow, terrible way to wither on the vine. You've got to find a way, if you're going to keep your success moving, to stay relevant. So I swear to goodness, I do remember the whole failure shit. I need to find it.
Even if he didn't word for word say failure, right? Wait, baby. What is he saying? You didn't have the drive. You didn't do your due diligence to stay relevant.
Now
You didn't. Some people rely on just the industry giving you money or whatever he said. Word for word. That you don't think that's worse than someone saying, "Hey, I didn't want her to wait tables." You made it seem like I did the most hate. You were shaking. You were like, "Oh my God." Poor, like you that I insulted Tui and what I said, you twisted my words because I love Tui. Tui was probably one of my favorite characters. Trini was. So like you love to twist things around, but then you don't want to hold people accountable that do messed up things.
Let me tell you something, Francis. Let me tell you something.
My grandmother
Okay, so let
said
me.
Francis is really letting Brent have it. But go ahead. Tell her,
Okay.
Francis. Tell her, Brent.
Francis wants to talk? Okay, I'll let her talk.
Go ahead. No, so you, Brent.
No,
you got the
it's
floor.
your turn.
It's your turn.
Okay, so when you talk about people not reaching their potential or whatever, or they didn't take care of the entrepreneurial side, that's very different than someone who sees Twee and then says, I don't want to be around her, or I don't want to be there because she's serving me and I'm gonna leave.
That's not what I said. That's not what he said. He didn't want her to serve him because
she looked embarrassed.
She looked embarrassed. What do you want? If she looked embarrassed, then she looked embarrassed. Being a waitress is perfectly normal. It's a decent paying job. It's a decent job. It's better than selling your butt in the street. You know what I mean? But you made it seem like it was heinous. Imagine if we're all here, right? Henry says you have money. If one day we're all three, we go to a con, and we go to a con, we're fine, and then God forbid, a year later, Henry and I are at a con and you're outside begging money. And we're like, oh my God, you feel embarrassed. Or you feel embarrassed because you're beneath it, you're not in the same level. It's just human nature.
Okay, hold on.
And that's what I said. But move on. Let's move on to the Walter thing.
Pyra Bell said she saw where he said failure. It was not in this interview. I know he said it was a failure if you're a waitress.
I remember.
Can someone find me that goddamn clip? I know I did it before. I know.
You had it, Henry, in your clip. I remember him saying failure. Now the Walter thing, right? This Walter thing that I dream about every night. You said that you keep saying I should have never mentioned it. It was a private conversation.
What did he say?
I should have never mentioned it if I didn't remember something that happened 10 years ago, that I'm sure you don't remember something that happened 10 years ago. I answered Henry's question with what I remembered, what I thought I remembered of the situation, right? Then later on, it was that after hearing the voice, the whole conversation with Henry, is that we found out that it was worse than what I even thought about, right? You keep being hung up about the fact that I failed to mention, because I didn't remember, the whole autograph thing. The conversation is worse. It's worse. Yes, and I think, Henry, you can correct me. Jason was the one that pulled Walter and said, "Hey, come back here," or something like that. But yes, I guess it was about the autograph thing. But in the end, Walter was worse. It happened to be worse for him than what I even mentioned. And then you keep bringing it up, bringing it up, bringing it up. Then why don't you go to a con? Why don't you go to a con, talk to Walter, send me a voice text, a clip, a video, whatever, where Walter says, you know what? Let's end this. Have her release the tape.
Why don't you release it, Francis? Why
Because
don't you?
I don't want to.
You
I'm
don't
not
want
gonna.
to.
Out of the four people that were involved, the only one that's gonna look stupid is Walter.
But you should have mentioned it. My God,
You shouldn't have mentioned the
you
David
think
Yost
the audience
situation.
is stupid? There's multiple people asking for you to release a
You
tape.
should have. Okay, why should I censor myself when someone's asking me a question and I'm telling you a history, an experience that happened? Why should I censor myself? But you had an issue with David Yost that no one asked you about. That was a private thing with you and him. But yet you want me to be. I didn't tell you, hey, Brent, don't show
Oh,
the
you want to
David
go there? Okay,
situation.
Francis,
I am
bring it.
gonna go there
Okay,
because you
go
are
ahead.
releasing something that happened in private to you between you and David. But then you want me to censor myself
Because you're
over
representing
something.
someone who is no longer here to represent themselves. The David Yost thing, we are both here to give our sides, but JDF is not here to represent himself.
If I release the tape, JDF is gonna be represented very well.
Okay,
The
are
only
you
one
going to
that's gonna
represent
look
him?
wrong is Walter.
Okay,
Here's the thing, Brent. Does Walter want the tape released?
No.
It doesn't. She didn't care about Walter's feelings when she discussed it on your channel. So why all of a sudden that she has to care about it now?
Well, if you're a
gonna.
Walter fan and you go to Walter and you say, "Hey, Walter,
No, Henry, stop it! Stop putting it on me.
You don't
It's on
want,
Francis.
wait.
It's not on me.
You don't want Walter to have a say in a recording that features him to be released or not?
Exactly.
It's really not. It's not up to him for him because she had consent to record it, right?
So if she says, "Hey, I'm gonna reach out to Walter and see if Walter wants the tape released," and if Walter says yes, I'll release it. Is that fair, or she should just bypass Walter and just release it?
She didn't care about his feelings when she first disclosed it.
So
why is it on me?
Wait. So should she bypass what Walter wants and release the tape anyway? Yes or no?
Don't put it on me. If she wants to do it, then she should do it.
Should she?
But I said I didn't want to.
Should she bypass Walter's opinion and go against his words and release the tape anyway?
Oh, Henry, I love this wording, but the better question is, should she have to? And it's no. If she wants to release it, she should be able to release it without his permission. Why you put? But you don't want to, then people are going to accuse you of not bringing the full context, and that's fair
You don't
game.
bring the full context.
Wait. But she.
No. But
wait, hold on. But if she says, "Hey, I reached out to Walter. I asked Walter if he wanted me to release it. He said no. So I'm going to honor Walter's wishes." Would it be her not providing full context, or would it be the horse's mouth denying his fans the full context?
Can you? So, what you're saying is, if she asks Walter, and Walter says no, should she be able to release? Like, should she release it? And my answer to that is, if she cares about, I mean, she could do what she wants. Like, she doesn't need his permission. She doesn't need his permission. She should be able to release it.
But if he doesn't want the tape out there, should she release it? Yes or no, man?
This is a trap, but if he says no, then I don't. Perhaps not, but Francis, the act
okay. So perhaps not. If he says no,
if he asks his permission, he says no, and she releases it, then me personally, I say release it anyway, because I'd say release it anyway. That's my opinion. Just release it anyway.
Okay.
But you don't care about it. You don't care about his feelings. Give me a break.
I don't care about his feelings. It's not about his feelings that I care about. I care that there were 4 people in that conversation. And if I release it, one of them is gone, right? Jason's no longer here.
Right.
The other person, I will never release his name because he's in the industry and he probably doesn't want it released. And then it's me and Walter. And out of the 2 people, let's say, because I'm taking off Jason and the other person, the only one that's gonna look bad in that situation is Walter. I
Right,
have
then
no
you should
horse
have
in the race.
disclosed that tape, Francis. You shouldn't have
But I
disclosed it at
did
all.
in
But you did,
passing.
okay,
You
and
shouldn't.
you're
You
trying to
shouldn't
you're
have.
trying
Okay.
You
to
shouldn't
spread a
have
message.
disclosed the
All
David
right,
Yost
all right, all
You
right,
situation, and you
all
did.
right. Do I gotta mute both of y'all or what? Like, look. Anywho, we're past the tape, right? Brent wants it out no matter what. Francis
Yeah,
is I guess not releasing it.
not releasing it because that's her problem.
It's your problem. You're the one that wants to know it so bad. I am gonna sleep. I sleep well at night, whether I
So,
release it or not.
is there anything else y'all two would like to discuss?
No, I don't care. I don't care. Brent is always gonna have my name in his mouth. He's always gonna have JDF's name in his mouth. He's always gonna defend Austin, even if Austin does a heinous thing. That's just normal Brent behavior. And then he's all facts over feelings. But lately you've been a lot of feelings and no facts, Brent. Like a lot of feelings and no facts. Like you are talking to me about the tape and the thing. When are you releasing your David Yost situation? Because you released it to the world with no one asking you. Which
Oh,
was
that's
your
very
wait,
different,
wait, wait.
Francis.
No,
It's
no, 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 no. Because actually Henry asked me a question. Oh, is Aaron from Bad in the Sun said that he didn't like the Black Ranger, and I was like, oh shit, yes, this happened. Actually, one time 10 years ago, they almost came to blows, but they're cool now. Blah blah. And you became obsessed over it. But no one asked you about the David Yost situation. You
my God,
felt
Francis.
that you felt like you needed to share it so people to give okay, baby, to give awareness to whatever happened between y'all. So that's different. You can release whatever the heck you want because you wanted to. No one's telling you, hey, Brent, don't release it. Don't talk about David Yost. Don't do this, even though your story has holes. No one's telling you that. But yet you want me to censor myself because of who I'm talking about.
Okay, go ahead, Brent. And then we gotta get y'all off and let some other people
She
come up.
wants to pretend that they're two of the same thing, and they're not. Um, I was hoping that David would give full context because I didn't have it, and I will never get it, unfortunately, because that's fine.
Never.
Never, and that's fine. And I would love to have his viewpoint so we could have a discussion. Francis, on the other hand, completely in the situation between Walter and JDF does not disclose a very important piece of context that changes how things are viewed. It's just a very different set of circumstances, and for her to pretend that they're the same thing, it's I find it ridiculous, and I don't know what else to say. I mean, we're gonna go in circles arguing
Did I
about
say it's
this.
the same thing? No, I didn't. I didn't say the
No,
same
but
thing. What I'm saying is, you disclosed the situation with David Yost. David Yost basically is never gonna release, never gonna acknowledge it, never gonna say anything. It is what it is. So we're only gonna get one side of a situation that happened recently.
Acknowledge
You are the one that's actually making it seem like it's the same situation. Your thing just happened a few months ago. My thing happened. That whole thing with Walter thing happened 10 years ago. You're acting like I purposely didn't, baby. Like I purposely decided. Let me leave out this information. In fact, even Henry can attest that when we heard it together, I think we heard it together, right? I was like, oh my God, I didn't even know
It
that
was like
this and
50
this
minutes.
happened. Like we were like shocked. So like you keep saying that like it was done purposely. It was not. It was something that happened 10 years ago. Your thing happened recently. Your thing with Karen happened recently. Things, if you omit things, it's not, it's, I mean, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt that maybe you forgot or you didn't think it was important. But like, you can't compare something that happened 10 years ago and say like, oh, I purposely forgotten. I purposely left out. I never purposely left out. If you leave out something, it's either because you don't want to release it because it's close. It was something that just happened. You keep bringing this up and you try to villainize me all the time and mention this whole Walter thing, like, oh, you purposely or this 10 years ago, Brent. 10 years, oh, gonna be more than 10 years ago. I don't even remember what color underwear I had on 3 days ago. Like, come on, like, what's gonna happen? Or if I had underwear on. So come on, like,
What did he say?
like, read the room. Read the room, okay?
Okay. All right. This settled. Y'all good? Y'all lovers quarrel is done. No Walter tape. Brent wants it released no matter what. We're waiting on Brent's info from David Yost.
I mean, I have it right here. Let me see it.
Well,
just to give people a quick preview of what he. Let me see here. Let me see here what I want to, because I want to get people excited, I guess. Let me see what I want to show really quick.
Give me some.
He was definitely not bullied by me or any security guards. He was not surrounded. There were 2 security guards wearing kilts and t-shirts, hardly threatening. So he's acknowledging security was called. I mean, he's playing semantics. He's playing semantics because at one point in time there was only 2, but then it became 4 when I objected to his request. Then it became 4. So yeah, I mentioned that because it's kind of like a sneak peek to get people's interest. And 10 years ago, okay, this is Walter lying when he says that JDF told a fan to get his autograph for free? Is that a lie, Francis? Is Walter telling the truth?
Yeah, Jason did, but Henry released the tape where he said it. What you're not getting, you're so hooked on this like, oh, Jason told fans to get a free autograph, but what I'm explaining to you is what the context of the conversation ended up being worse for Walter than anything about a free autograph.
Yeah. It was bad. It was pretty bad, man. I mean, you already got him collecting a $1,500 for Zach Taylor McGinnis. So, think about
it's
that.
It's a 52-minute conversation that doesn't end well.
You also got basically JDF saying, hey, Walter, are you challenging my manhood? And Walter clammed up like a cold bitch and was like, no, I'm not. You also got Walter basically saying, I'm upset that you didn't call me. You didn't return my calls. I'm upset that you didn't respond to my text messages. I think you blocking me at cons. And JDF like, no, you just not popping and stop asking for goddamn guarantees. And that was just in like the first, like, I don't know, five minutes I released or something, or 10 minutes I released of a 50-minute.
And it's a 52-minute, exactly. So like, it's only going downhill, and you're obsessed with it. If you were a true Walter fan, you wouldn't want that release.
He wants chaos. Tell him.
I want chaos.
Tell him. You
want chaos. Put it on me.
It's not being put
that
on
you disclose. Kind of like
you
only disclose a portion of it. If you really care about him, you wouldn't mention that tape at all. So it's kind of like people are released. There's other people that are to be released as well.
And
for you to
you know what? We're going in circles. Henry. All right. We're going in circles because you keep saying, oh, you would not mention it at all. I answered a question. I said it in passing. You are the one that's obsessed with this tape and keep mentioning it and keeping it alive. If you don't mention it, people wouldn't ask for it. You keep mentioning it. Henry and I basically are telling you the context of the conversation. Henry released how many
like
minutes
11
of it.
minutes. I think the first 11 minutes.
Well, whatever, the first 11 minutes. That it wasn't even Henry was with the transcripts, and I was like, yo, Henry, that's it. As might as well release the audio because the transcripts are out. So like, you keep saying I haven't released shit. I just mentioned the conversation, but you have not dropped it. You mentioned it to Walter. Walter got upset, came to Henry, and you say don't put it on me. I am gonna put it on you because I mentioned the thing in passing. You went to Walter. Walter said the thing about horse's mouth. Then Walter and his agent called Henry a liar. That made Henry upset to release the transcripts that caused the audio to be released. So yes, it's on you.
Okay, go ahead, Matt Fisher. 30 seconds. Go ahead. See you, Francis. Bye.
Okay. Very quickly, somebody's cooking tonight. Somebody's cooking. Also, Henry, very quickly, that just happened, and you let that happen. So you can't sit there and say 6-hour streams. Come on, man, buck up. Take control of your stream, man. God. You can do it. Love you all.
All right.
Cooking.
Peace. All right. I think we just got Drew, and then that's it. All right. Anything you want to say to Brent, Drew?
Brent, here's what I'm gonna say. You know who White Earp is? Do you know who White Earp is?
Oh yeah, good shit. Do
you know who White Earp is, since you claim to know everything about everything? Do you know who he is? He was a real figure. Did a lot of movies about him. Kurt Russell played him. Kevin Costner played him. White Earp was a real life lawman. He hunted down scumbags, alcoholics, rapists, you name it. That's what he did.
You got to put that on the goddamn.
I'm sorry, buddy. I mean, people, bad people. He was a real guy. And I'm going to say something. Take a look. I'm going to say something, quoting Wyatt Earp. I'm going to say this. Brent, you called down the thunder. Now you got it. Anytime I see you, I'm bringing hell with me. Do you understand that? Shit. Let me tell you something. What you need. I was trying to avoid this. I'm trying to be Christ-like, but you pushed it. What you need. Everybody's trying to talk to you and tell you things. You're not listening. You're so pig-headed, stuck in your ideas. What you need, I'm going to tell you what you need. You need one of these across your face. That's what you need. You need one of these across your face. That's exactly what you need. And it needs to come back this way and get you. I'm tired of you. You disrespected Angel. He's not even here. You called out his name and you disrespect Francis every time she's on here. You guys don't have to get along, but you don't have to disrespect her. And back in my day, where I'm from, when you disrespect somebody like that, you get a slap across your face. And you get one coming back. You get two really quick. Don't push it. Because if I ever catch you at a convention, your butt is mine. You understand that? It's mine. If I ever catch you, it's done. You have disrespected people and you've taken things too far. Knock it off. Knock it off.
Are you threatening me with violence?
I'm threatening you. Yeah, it's coming.
Come on, man. Don't do that.
It's coming. It's coming.
He's just talking.
You better hope I don't ever catch you.
That's wild. Oh my goodness.
Henry, you know what? I'm gonna not respond to this because this is I know you're trying to grow your channel, but this is just all
right, Brent. Take it
if
easy.
I give a response to that, then I don't want to give a response to that because that's ridiculous. How dare you speak to me that way?
Have a good night, Brent, man.
Take your clown self off my channel. Go.
God. All right, Brent.
Go.
Have a good night.
Go
man.
take your 5 foot self off my channel.
Well, this is technically my channel, Drew, but I
know it's your channel, but I don't want his nonsense up here, man. I'm sorry, Henry. I'm sorry. Please forgive me, everybody.
You shouldn't be threatening people or implying threats, man. Y'all live in like the same city, or close.
Actually, I live in a different place. Yeah, I live in a different place.
I get
you. He's in California, right?
Y'all both are in California.
I'm in Colorado.
Oh, you in Colorado? That's where I thought you was in California.
Yeah. No, I'm from there, but yeah, I'm in Colorado.
God damn, Drew, man. My grandmother is watching right now. No lie, she is.
I'm sorry, Grandma. I'm sorry. He pushed things too far.
Let me text her like that. Did you see what Drew said?
I'm sorry, Henry. Forgive me, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, everybody. But
like, what are you thinking, man?
This dude. He knows what he does. He knows what he does. He knows what he knows.
Drew
He knows what
Danger Budo. Someone said.
I'm sick. I'm just tired of this, man. I can't stand bullies, and I can't stand people that are like those little henchmen that want to be in the corner doing that little shady stuff on the side. I don't like that, man. I don't like that. No, no, and I'm serious. Where I'm from, people would smack the taste out of your mouth coming around trying to do that.
They probably
serious.
Would. They probably would.
Yeah, you know they would. Come on, man. You know that people talk like him in public, walking up to somebody like saying crazy. You know. Come on.
Oh man,
he knows that too. It's just nobody's ever given that to him. He needs an AT&T reach out and touch you moment. That's what he needs.
Oh my God.
And I guarantee you, he'll stop talking crazy after that, because he'll know if he can't back it up, something's coming.
Y'all are
every
too
time,
much, man.
And how's he gonna? Oh, you threatened me? Oh, oh! What are you gonna do? Go to the bathroom and cry now? I mean, come on. Whatever.
Guys, this was not planned.
Brent, I'm not going to put hands on you because you're not worth it. Okay? You're not worth it. You're not worth it. But I'm just letting you know that one day somebody will. Because of the way you talk to people.
I can't believe this shit.
You talk to ladies like this, they got husbands and stuff. Husband's not happy. What do you think he's going to do to you? If somebody talked to my wife like that, what do you think I'm going to do to him? I'm going to drive down there. I'm going to find him, and it's not going to be pretty. Henry, right or wrong?
Hey, man, your wife, how you choose to defend her.
Yeah, see? That's the thing. Oh, man. That's the thing. So don't do it. Brent, I'm not going to put hands on you, but one day you might find yourself in a spot. You know, David Yost may come get you something. I don't know. Those security personnel teams may come and get you, and it may not be pretty.
I just can't with y'all, man. Like, what the hell? This was not on my Power Ranger bingo card for the stream tonight.
Hey, but he's gone, everybody, right?
Well,
there you go.
He's still in the back lurking. You know what I'm saying?
He's always in the back lurking. Go tell him to sit down. Go take your tennis racket and go sit down, little boy.
Holy shit.
I only deal with men. Answer, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry,
this
but
is a black.
Come
girl,
on, man. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it, man. I just
the shit that got me was like, you need one of these across, and then it needs to come back. I was just like, what the hell? Oh
Drew.
my God.
Yes, sir.
I'll send you your punishment later for not acting like a black belt. You gotta redeem yourself.
Oh man.
Okay.
Come on, man.
I know.
I would want this when Brent up, but you gotta hold your tongue, brother. You gotta hold your tongue.
I know.
That's why I said Budo. I mean,
I know.
You know how much guys? I don't like.
Oh man, Drew,
Geiger.
you told him I'm gonna be your Huckleberry.
Come on, Drew, that's better. Come on, you're the balance of this channel.
I know.
You're the balance of this channel.
That's a Tombstone reference. That's a Tombstone reference for.
Oh, I know, but still,
for the people who don't know.
I'm sorry, guys. You know, he just.
No, he does that, and you gotta call the cop. He doesn't realize that like LinkedIn is a thing, right?
Oh God, man, y'all are wild. Man.
I mean, that's the real truth about it. Like Drew said,
like
you can't just go around doing that. People will say stuff. It does have effects on life.
Oh, Drudervention, I like it. Drudervention.
Hey, Drew, and they said I was the hothead, bro.
I know.
You know what I'm saying? You're the sensei, man.
Nah, Drew just told him to pick a hand.
I feel you though. He had it coming. He'd be talking to the girls crazy. That's the point. And Drew does make a point. In real life, you talk to someone's girl or mother like that, you might catch a backhand. And I think Drew just kind of reached his waypoint because this has kind of been cooking with Brent. You know what I'm saying? And then he's yelling in the car. No one can really hear him. He's popping.
Man, the police about to come. You know that crap. They're looking at him like, what the hell's going on?
What a
man, I stopped at a wedgie, so you can't say weekend is the. I was just gonna give him a wedgie.
I know.
But
everybody,
Brent is harmless, man. He is.
Drew, I would never let you get into nothing physical. No. With me. Nah, hell no.
Go ahead.
No, it won't be physical.
Let answer talk.
Go ahead, answer.
Hey, a volcano was at its peak and it just exploded. But Going forward, you gotta be a river man and just flow. Do not let him get to you like that. Don't let him get you all riled up, and then it could affect your health. I need you to be calm and cool, collective, and you don't play all your cards out in the open. If you want to give him that, wait till you see him in person. Don't vocalize.
Formation.
I'm meditated now.
I know.
The element of surprise.
Dude, just run up at him in the parking lot.
Oh my god! All right, I'm gonna drop. All right, answer. I'm gonna drop you down.
Yes, Master. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Answer.
Voice, sir. You could humbly replace James Earl Jones or be the substitute now that he's gone. That voice.
I appreciate that, man. I'm gonna work on it.
All right, do some
Yeah,
gig
come
work.
to it up. We'll help you out.
All right,
Master. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna start dropping y'all down.
We got views now, baby.
Spencer,
Good job, bro. Thanks
listen,
for hanging out with us.
Spencer,
so
reach
long,
out to
bro.
me. Reach
All right.
out to me. I
I will, Drew.
Okay?
I'll talk to you later, man. You guys have a great night, okay?
All right, thank you,
Spencer, be
Spencer,
good,
man. Appreciate that. Got the KOD cast up here.
This is the can.
Yep.
What you want to say,
We have
Laura?
to make sure our boy's good.
I just wanted to say that was like reason 1 million that we love Drew, because he's just so honest, and so he's so focused on respect, and we all admire that about him. And so maybe he could have said it differently, but he's still one of my favorite people on this earth. So him and Reek and my two brothers. So I'm love you, Drew.
Love you too.
All right. I gotta
just
shut
gonna
the
call
stream
him
down in
and
3
apologize
minutes so I can
and
edit it. So all right, thank you, Laura. Reekin, go ahead. I gotta shut the stream down in 3 minutes.
Yeah. No, we just saw what happened. I think everything's gonna be fine. I mean, it was a moment. Let it go, Brent. I'm sure Drew's gonna reach out and try to talk at some point, and we squash it. You know what I'm saying? But Drew, I ride for you, bro. Obviously, you felt the type of way. He was supporting the Hitler shit earlier. I just want to say Brent was talking crazy.
And I'm Jewish descent too,
so I don't want to justify the crash out, but I mean, Drew kind of had enough. Some people get pushed to the point where they just had enough, bro. And this is sometimes how it happens. So, like I said, if Sensei wants to ride, I'm gonna ride. But Brent, just watch how you talk to people. I've said it on streams before too, bro. Just it's how you do things,
All right.
And Francis is off limits. I tried to warn you, bro. You don't listen.
Okay, cool. Thank you, man. Thank you. All right, Drew, you got 1 minute because I literally have to end the stream so I can edit it on YouTube.
Man. Well, hey, Grandma, I'm really sorry, about that situation. But Brent, he takes things too far, and I'm not gonna put hands on him, everybody, but he needs to behave himself better. He's got to have more respect for people. He really does. He has like this much respect for people, and it's all about him. And I just don't like people like that.
Okay.
I really, really, really don't. You did a good stream. The conspiracy guy. So what I got to say real quick, Frankendouche, fake belts, no master, no records, no certifications that are legit. I need to touch on this real quick. Military record. I've seen those lines with the veterans.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? I've seen those lines. And what Brent fails to realize is this. When he goes, yeah, man, I served in Iraq. I was in Afghanistan. People, when they say that, it doesn't matter if you're a civilian, if you're a soldier, you have military family, everybody knows, minus Brent, what that means. You're saying that you were in some form of military branch, and he doesn't need to clear it up because he doesn't say anything behind it. So guess what? When he goes to restaurants on Veterans Day, guess what? People paying for his meals, people looking at him thinking that he's military. You think he's telling them no? No, he's not saying anything. And guess what? He's letting them pay for it. I was talking to Answer 06 about this because when I go places, people see me, they think I'm military. And people have tried to pay for my food. The waitress will tell me somebody's just paid for your food. And I'm like, what? For what? And I've had to go over this. My brother's military. My dad was military. All 7 of my uncles are military, but not me. I said, I appreciate that, but I'm going to pay for that because I can't take that honor because I didn't serve. I had light asthma. They wouldn't take me. So I can't accept that honor. People do that stuff. They do walk around and they do that. And it's called stolen valor. And what we're saying is if Austin keeps doing this, stolen valor will be charges added to that time that he has for taking government money. Okay. He'll have to do some time for that if not handled correctly. So he should find a way to explain himself so he doesn't get caught for stolen valor, because those lines that he has, people can record that and document that and get him talking about things and how he trained in the Middle East with special forces and the SEALs and all that he claims that he did over there. And then stolen valor will take that and make a court case out of it, and it will not go good for him. Those court cases are real nasty when they get out. So he does not want to do that. So Brent, open a book since you wear glasses and you read. Then take those glasses and read and understand what stolen valor is, because that's where Austin's headed. And because he doesn't shut that down when he talks, he doesn't say it like I did. Hey, I'll pay for my own meal because I'm not military. He doesn't say I'm not military. He goes with whatever people tell him and he just hangs out with it and he lets it go on. He doesn't correct it. You got to correct it. That's his problem. And so he's going to put himself in hot water. And Brent, if you want those Red Ranger autographs, I think you should help out your little mentor there, and Francis is 100% correct. If you show up to conventions, dress like you give a care, act like you give a care. Because when I see him, he walks around like he's an overweight Tyrone Biggums,
Oh, God, that's Tyrone Biggums. Oh my
He's
God.
Tyrone Biggums. Homeless dude, holy shirts, looks like he hasn't slept in days, and then standing there with a bad attitude, dirty clothes, and then taking $150,000, $182,000, whatever from people when he does these autograph sessions. That's not right. Act like you give a care. Act like you have something. When I met Ernie Hudson came over to me, shook my hand, talked to me like he knew me 20 years. And looked like $1 million. 78 years old, jacked, in shape, looking good, showing love, put his arm around you, everything. Glad to be there. Austin's not even close to 78, and he can't even act like that. And when I was 12, again, guys, 1995, and I met him, same crappy attitude. He wasn't fat. He was still in shape back then. He was still on top of the world and all that, right? Crappy attitude.
Okay. All right, man.
I never forgot that.
Thank you, Drew. I appreciate
You're
you.
very, very welcome.
And you
man.
went over my 6-hour limit, so I can't edit the stream.
Sorry, dang it. I'm sorry.
You ain't sorry. You did that shit on purpose.
I did not.
This is your channel, by the way. So, all right. Anywho, thanks.
I just had to let him know he doesn't run things. Okay, I know this is your channel, but I had to let him know he doesn't run things. You come here, you act right. That's all I'm saying. Thank you, Henry.
Thank you, man. God damn, y'all. Man, a 6-hour stream on a goddamn Thursday. Y'all know I gotta be at work in like 4 hours. I gotta be up in like 3 hours. Anyway, goddamn, what a stream. What a stream, man. I never man. Y'all killing me, man. Y'all literally killing me. I look like I'm sleepy. I know I'm sleepy. I'm probably just gonna go to work late. And I gotta leave early because I gotta pick up my daughter from school. And we gotta get pizza. It's Pizza Friday. And we going to see Bluey on Saturday. And then we got my niece's birthday on Sunday. And I gotta drop her off at school on Monday. I'm cooked. But y'all don't care, man. But anyway, We passed the 6-hour mark. Streaming. This is at 6 hours and 3 minutes. So it's unfortunate. Yeah, I'm saying, but we'll see. Hopefully, it can stay monetized. If not, it is what it is. Thank you to everyone who donated. Now, here's the thing where people have a reason to hate Austin St. John. Obviously, if you're in the military and you see him LARPing or not correcting people thinking he served you, that'd be a reason to dislike him. If you a Twee fan and you saw his boner story, that's a reason to dislike him. If you are a JDF fan and you saw his agent celebrate his death and ASJ and do nothing, that's a reason to dislike him. If you were denied a PPP loan and you saw him defraud the government, that's a reason to dislike him. What else? If you a real martial artist and you see him LARPing as one, that's a reason to dislike him. If you're a true kickboxer in Thailand and you trained in Thailand and you see him saying in an interview he was a kickboxer, that may be a reason to dislike him. If you're a Jewish person or of Jewish descent and you saw Austin St. John make his claim that Hitler has some great one-liners, he wanted to put them on t-shirts, that's a reason to dislike him. If you are a gay person or support a gay person or have a gay person in your family and you saw him making fun of a gay person or a gay man, that is a reason to dislike him. If you're an Amy Jo Johnson fan and you saw him calling her a pretty princess, that could be another reason to dislike him. So when everyone I say hates Austin St. John, you can pick a reason and I'm sure it could probably line up. Now, you may not hate him, but you may dislike him. And hopefully some of my new people learned something that they didn't know about Austin St. John. And there's a slew of stuff I didn't cover because, the interview ran over, but you guys can make up your mind one way or another. What is too much? What did he do that pissed you off? Was it the Hitler thing? Was it the gay thing? Was it the RIP a jerk thing talking about JDF? What was it? Anywho. Hopefully we have peace going forward with Drew talking about left to right and shit. And
are you threatening me with violence?
Soundbite is there.
Are you threatening me with violence?
Is going to be there for a while. So that the Brent soundbite is goated. So all right, guys, I'm gonna try to get some sleep. Nose is running. Don't be threatening anyone with violence online or anything like that. I don't support it or anything like that. Don't let people get you so riled up. You want to smack. You want to put hands on them and risk freedom.
Are you threatening me with violence?
But oh man, I see King Snow. What he's saying? Oh. King Snow said, "Fight me." All right, we don't want none of y'all ninjas fighting each other, man. Part of being in the cult is we don't fight other members in the cult. It's like the unwritten rule. Okay, we can't prosper if our members is fighting each other in the cult. All right. So anyway, all right. Stream is over. I don't know if it's going to be monetized. I don't know if it's going to be edited. Nose running like a mug. Yeah, it won't be monetized. The clip stream won't be monetized. You're good, bro. Right, Hurricane. And if you've been blocked or timed out indefinitely and you feel like it was unjust, message me with proof. All right. With that being said, thank you, everybody. I'm not the coding ranger, but I'm about to be out this bitch. We had a lot of people watching tonight. I'll just say that. Austin St. John, I know your bitch ass watching, Ninja. I know you watching. So, all right, guys, be easy, be kind. Let's go. Peace.